After the divorce, exposed as a trillionaire. A happy family is broken in one day. Money, future, desire, the wife insisted on divorce despite her daughter's pleas. After the divorce, she found out that her cowardly husband had already ruled the world and was worth trillions. Chapter 1. A man without money is no better than a dog. At Jiangsu First People's Hospital, in the sterile, disinfectant-scented ICU, a delicate, jade-like little girl lay unconscious. Her brow was furrowed as she murmured, "Daddy, please, don't leave me." By her bedside, a man with sharp brows and piercing eyes sat still like a green pine tree, his face full of concern. On the wall-mounted TV, a personality interview was playing. A beautiful woman, cold as ice, spoke confidently in response to their host's questions, poised and composed. "What are your criteria for a partner?" their host asked. The woman, Chin Suan, answered without hesitation, "My requirements are simple: someone capable, with a prestigious family background. He must be someone who can help me in my career, someone who can help Red Beauty Group go public. My ideal partner is one who can soar to the skies, someone who can stand at the top with me." The host gasped, "So, Chin, do you already have someone in mind?" The woman on the screen smiled confidently, cold yet graceful. "Of course I do." Chen Junlin, watching the interview, sighed deeply. As Chin Suan's hidden husband, he had been treated as a disgrace by the Chin family, hidden away from the world for the past 3 years. Of course, there's someone she referred to in the interview was not him. "But Suan, even now, when our daughter is sick, can't you spare even a little time to visit?" With that thought, Chen Junlin's gaze deepened. Suddenly, several text messages popped up on his phone. "Young master, the preliminary listing plan for Red Beauty Group has been arranged. I'll inform the Fu family to cooperate. Young master, the Chin family treats you this way, and Chin Suan sees you as nothing. Are you sure you want to continue helping her in secret?" Chen Junlin read them without changing his expression. 10 minutes later, a beautiful, elegant figure rushed into the room. After entering the ward, Chin Suan checked on their daughter Yeya. After confirming there was nothing wrong, she glanced coldly at Chen Junlin. "Come with me." Chen Junlin stood up and noticed a woman in a black professional pencil skirt, her figure alluring, wearing gold-rimmed glasses standing outside the door. It was Chin Suan's personal assistant, Secretary Li. With a loud slap, a piece of paper was thrown at his face. Chen Junlin picked it up and saw the words, "Divorce Agreement," in bold. He froze, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Chin Suan. "You want a divorce?" "Why?" he asked. Chin Suan's gaze was cold, and she remained silent. Secretary Li exploded with fury. "Why? We've told you countless times, you're no longer in the same world as our President Chin. Last month, President Chin was named one of Jiangzhou's top 10 outstanding youth, worth billions. She interacts with the upper echelons of society. Red Beauty Group is valued at hundreds of billions, about to go public. President Chin is the goddess of countless men in Jiangzhou, pursued by so many talented men. But no one knows the disgrace she carries. Her husband is a useless, incapable man, spending 3 years hiding at home, content to be a stay-at-home husband. If this disgrace is exposed, President Chin's image will collapse, Red Beauty's IPO will face setbacks, and her cooperation with the Wang family will be jeopardized. Chen Junlin, a man like you, not only do you not deserve President Chin, even I wouldn't look at you." These harsh words pierced through Chen Junlin's heart like arrows, leaving him bleeding with emotion. He stared at Chin Suan, his eyes sharp. "Suan, do you think the same?" Chin Suan lowered her eyes, as if silently agreeing with everything. After a long silence, she finally spoke, disappointment in her voice. "Chen Junlin, I am grateful for everything you've done for me these past 3 years. But you don't understand what I'm striving for, what I need. You only know how to cook, wash clothes, and clean. You don't know the pressure and enemies I face. In the turbulent business world, I wanted a man I could rely on, but what about you?" Chin Suan's eyes showed disappointment. "I gave you opportunities, I even wanted you to grow in the company, but you chose to stay idle, just eating and waiting to die at home. You're just a man living off a woman's money, a kept boy. Our thoughts are no longer on the same level." As she said this, Chin Suan's eyes gleamed with pride. In 3 years, she had built a small, unknown company into a near-IPO business empire. She, Chin Suan, was the undisputed business queen of Jiangzhou. And what about Chen Junlin? He was ordinary and unremarkable, unable to keep up with her pace, let alone be a father to Ye. Not on the same level. Chen Junlin's voice was calm. So, you're on the same level as that Wang family young master. Qin Suan paused, frowning. You know about him. But I assure you, nothing happened between me and Wang Qinqing. Chen Junlin was silent for a moment before he suddenly laughed, bitterly. Red Beauty is about to go public, and you're so eager for a divorce. This is all so you can be with that one young master. Looks like my efforts were all in vain. Qin Suan frowned and said nothing. She didn't think a stay-at-home husband could have made any plans. At that moment, a tall and imposing man in a sharp suit entered from the hallway. Qin Suan was surprised. Wang Qinqing, what are you doing here? Wang Qinqing laughed heartily. Since this waste already knows, Suan, we don't need to hide anything anymore. Besides, I've brought good news. The eldest daughter of the Fu family from the provincial capital is coming to Jiangsu to visit. Our Wang family has already secured a connection with the Fu family. With their help, Red Beauty's IPO will be a done deal. Qin Suan's expression was stunned, then delighted. The Fu family. They are one of the 4 great families of the provincial capital, with influence everywhere in Jiangdong province. They are a giant presence. She looked grateful. The Wang family has managed to get this connection? Young Master Wang, I really appreciate it. With the Fu family's help, there will be no obstacles to Red Beauty going public. See. Our President Qin, the business queen, and young Master Wang, with his deep background, such a perfect match. A man like you, who's useless, can't stop this. Stop wasting time. Sign the divorce papers quickly. Secretary Li spoke with arrogance and disdain, tossing a set of keys and a black credit card at him. President Qin is being generous. Once you sign, there's 1 million in the card, and the keys are to a standalone villa in Jiangsu's rich district. Enough for you to spend the rest of your life with a regular woman. Chen Junlin's eyes revealed intense pain. 3 years of unrepentant devotion, only to be met with a cold, unfeeling rejection. Qin Suan had once been his savior. He had been pursued to Jiangsu, where he met Qin Suan, who had been drugged. After a brief encounter, Ye was born. Through a series of struggles, Chen Junlin had humbled himself to marry into the Qin family, bringing peace. The Qin family agreed for the sake of their image. He glanced at Qin Suan, who showed no expression, and Wang Qinqing, who looked smug. The pain in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by an endless, bottomless sadness. Chen Junlin had given up. Without hesitation, he signed the divorce papers. When he signed, Secretary Li let out a heavy sigh of relief and tossed the card and keys at him. But Chen Junlin didn't even glance at them. He stared at Qin Suan and said calmly, after the divorce, I won't fight for Ye's custody, but you can't stop me from seeing her. Qin Suan frowned, and after a long pause, she nodded. Chen Junlin held back the bitterness in his eyes and walked out without another word. Looking at his lonely figure leaving, Qin Suan's brows furrowed slightly, her heart inexplicably empty. Secretary Li suddenly spoke up, President Qin, you shouldn't have agreed to let him see Ye anytime. A man like him will only bring bad ideas and behavior to Ye. She continued badmouthing Chen Junlin, but Qin Suan's gaze grew distant, her thoughts a whirlwind. Once upon a time, she had deep feelings for Chen Junlin and had dreamed of the future with him, but somewhere along the way, everything had faded away. No one noticed, but inside the hospital room, a small figure huddled against the door, crying bitterly. Daddy, don't leave me. Please don't leave me. I have to go find Daddy. Outside the hospital, Chen Junlin walked away from the building. Below, he lit a cigarette, laughing bitterly at himself. A man without money is no better than a dog. No matter how deep the feelings, they can't stand against a mere piece of paper. But Suan, you don't know Red Beauty Group's success today is all thanks to me supporting it from behind the scenes. As the smoke swirled around him, he dialed an international long-distance number. Aunt Fu, how much do I have in my overseas account? On the other end of the line, an elderly voice filled with surprise and joy responded, Young master. You finally called again. How much? Let me check. 5 minutes later, a respectful voice returned, You're as rich as a nation. Your account has surpassed the limit, it's beyond measure. Young master, are you short on money? With one command, I can acquire one of the top 500 listed companies in Daxia. Chapter 2, Let my daughter warm your bed. When Chen Junlin heard the news, he was surprised for a moment, but soon regained his composure. To him, money no longer held much significance. 3 years ago, those people had been worried about him, afraid that the Chen family might rise again, so they had placed him under all-encompassing surveillance. Chen Junlin had no choice but to disgrace himself and became a househusband for the Qin family. But no one knew that when the Chen family was destroyed in the imperial capital, the Chen family matriarch's maid had fled overseas. Chen Junlin immediately made her his spokesperson in the foreign world, setting his plans in motion and stirring up a storm. In the first year, with an initial capital of 1 million, he entered the Wall Street stock market. 12 months later, Wall Street had changed its name to Chen, and a mysterious figure from the Eastern Kingdom of Daxia had become the undisputed king of Wall Street. His words could trigger global economic turmoil. In the second year, Chen Junlin delved deep into the ancient medical text Qing Nan Yao Jian, strongly supporting biotechnology, and established a top-tier global biopharmaceutical company. Countless influential figures sought after his medicine, willing to bow to him. In the third year, massive profits attracted the attention of the dark world. Western forces had manipulated it, leading to chaos. The three biggest international assassin organizations, the top 10 legendary mercenary groups, and numerous ancient and mysterious hidden powers all set their sights on this lucrative target. Chen Junlin transformed into the faceless king of hell. Alone, he traveled overseas, armed with a sword, and fought for 7 days and nights, vanquishing his enemies. Countless dark forces were terrified and submitted to him. In just 3 years, he stood at the pinnacle of the world, and people began to refer to him as the Black Emperor. If not for the mysterious forces behind those people, Chen Junlin would have long since headed north to the imperial capital to avenge the Chen family. The past lingered in his mind, and he exhaled a cloud of smoke, his gaze filled with melancholy. In the end, the beautiful dream had shattered. It was time to seek revenge for his family. Aunt Fu, I've divorced. Mobilize the funds and set up a pharmaceutical company in Jiangsu. Announce my entry into Daxia under the name of the Black Emperor. I also want to invest 500 billion in Jiangdong province to establish a stronghold and challenge those people, crushing them in every way possible. Aunt Fu was first shocked to hear about his divorce, and then furious. That little Qin girl owes everything to you, young master. Without your help, she wouldn't be where she is today. She is an ungrateful woman. Then, hearing his massive plans, she suddenly became excited. Young master, are you finally starting your revenge? The bloodline I've left behind in Jiangdong province has also grown into a formidable power. My daughter, Fu Yangran, is about to return to Jiangsu to visit. Since you've just divorced and are missing a bed companion, I'll have her warm your bed. Chen Junlin was stunned. I just got divorced, I don't want to think about this right now. In fact, after enduring such a deeply painful marriage, Chen Junlin had become a little fearful of emotions. Aunt Fu clicked her tongue in regret, but she, being shrewd, spoke again. My daughter isn't just incredibly beautiful, she is also exceptionally talented. The Fu family owes its success to her. Young master, if you keep her by your side as your assistant, she will be an immense help. Chen Junlin thought for a moment and agreed. He had been lying low for too long and indeed needed an excellent assistant. If Aunt Fu's words were true, Fu Yangran was undoubtedly the best candidate. All right, I'll wait for her in Jiangsu. Aunt Fu was overjoyed. No need to wait, young master. She'll be in Jiangsu today. I'll send someone to pick you up to meet her. Chen Junlin hung up the phone, lit another cigarette, and silently waited. Outside the hospital, Qin Suan and her group were leaving. She frowned as she looked at Chen Junlin in the distance. Secretary Li sneered. Just now, he seemed so proud. Now, he must regret it and is shamelessly lingering around. Wang Qinxing waved his hand, and a security guard approached soon after. What is that waste doing over there? The security guard looked awkward. He is on the phone. He said that Qin's success today is thanks to him, and he also mentioned having Miss Fu warm his bed, setting up a pharmaceutical company. Wang Qinxing burst into laughter, almost crying with amusement. That guy? Looks like the shock of his divorce made him go mad. Secretary Li scoffed. Qin Suan's success is entirely due to her own efforts. What does he have to do with it? He is just shamelessly adding glory to himself. The last trace of guilt in Qin Suan's eyes disappeared, replaced by deep disgust. She hated men who were both useless and liked to boast about themselves. Wang Qinxing couldn't help but admire Qin Suan's curvaceous figure, his mind wandering. Suan, Miss Fu will arrive in Jiangju today. There's a banquet, and I want you to come with me to make an appearance. I'll help you finalize the listing. Qin Suan showed a pleased expression. At that moment, a luxury car suddenly drove up from the distance. Secretary Li's sharp eyes couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, it's a Rolls-Royce Phantom Adamas." Wang Qinqing looked over. That's Fu family's car. I've heard that there are only 50 of these cars in the world. It's the personal collection of Fu family matriarch. What's it doing here? Is it coming to take me to tonight's Fu family banquet? As he spoke, he began to feel proud of himself. But the next second, Wang Qinqing's face twisted. He saw Chen Junlin's figure disappear into the car, and a graceful figure, perfectly curved, bent down to open the door for him. Secretary Li's voice was filled with shock. How did that waste get into Fu family's car? Qin Suan couldn't believe her eyes and immediately recalled what the security guard had said earlier. Could it be that what Chen Junlin said was true? Secretary Li suddenly realized and screamed, "Qin Suan, no wonder he didn't seem to have much of a reaction when you mentioned the divorce. It turns out he has already found another woman. That damn little kept man, he was cheating during the marriage." Wang Qinqing's face turned red, and he shouted, "Yes. He must have found another rich woman. How could a waste like him have any ties to the Fu family? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. It must be a mistake. I'll contact Fu family people right now to check." With that, Wang Qinqing hurried away. Qin Suan was also filled with doubt, but after 3 years of being with Chen Junlin, she knew that he rarely left the house. How could he have any connection to the Fu family? There must be some misunderstanding. She instinctively didn't want to believe it. Qin Suan told Secretary Li to stay and take care of Ye, while she prepared to go to the Fu family banquet in Jiangju. Secretary Li nodded and went upstairs. When she entered the room, she found that Ye was gone. Her face changed instantly, and she quickly called for the hospital's security footage. 5 minutes later, Secretary Li's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Her eyes were filled with panic as she stared at the screen. A horrifying scene unfolded. In the surveillance footage, she saw Ye sneaking out of the hospital. The little figure ran all the way and dashed straight into the middle of the road. A car came speeding towards her, roaring as it was about to hit Ye. Secretary Li's face drained of color. In an instant, Ye's tiny body was sent flying, and blood poured out as she lay motionless. Chapter 3, Wang Shao saved Ye. On their way to the Fu family's estate, Chen Junlin quickly learned about the incident and rushed to the hospital in a frenzy. His eyes were bloodshot, and his heart felt like it was about to explode with worry. At Jiangju Airport, a tall and commanding beauty, surrounded by a group of bodyguards, walked out from the terminal. It was none other than Fu family's eldest daughter, Fu Yangran. An assistant, a girl with a bun hairstyle, whispered, "Why did Madam send Miss to this small Jiangju? Miss is handling a 100 billion project right now, which is at a critical stage. Once completed, the Fu family could leap to the top of Jiangdong." Fu Yangran frowned upon hearing this and reprimanded, "Shut up. Do you think you can understand my mother's intentions?" The assistant immediately went pale with fear. Fu Yangran's gaze was sharp, yet mixed with confusion and a bit of embarrassment. She recalled just a few minutes earlier when her mother had spoken to her with such urgency, even including some bold and private words in the conversation. The idea of the dignified eldest daughter of the Fu family being sent to flatter a divorced man was simply absurd. At that moment, an assistant hurried over and whispered something to her. Fu Yangran's expression changed, and then she couldn't help but smile. It was the first time in Jiangdong that a man dared to stand her up. She would remember this divorced man. 10 minutes later, Chen Junlin arrived at the hospital and saw Secretary Li anxiously making a phone call. Nearby, a well-dressed woman, crying and pulling at the doctor, was none other than his mother-in-law, Zhao Yanfang. "Doctor, please save my granddaughter. We have money. My daughter is Qin Suan." Zhao Yanfang pleaded. The doctor looked troubled. "This isn't about money. The hospital's blood supply is insufficient. Your granddaughter has a rare blood type panda blood. Not just our hospital, but probably the entire Jiangju doesn't have it." Upon hearing this, Chen Junlin immediately rushed forward, "I'm her father. I have panda blood. Take mine." Zhao Yanfang looked at him with disgust, but when she heard what he said, her face lit up with joy, and she pulled him into the blood-drawing room. The nurse preparing the equipment casually asked, "How much should we take?" Zhao Yanfang gritted her teeth, "Take as much as you can." The nurse was startled. "Are you crazy? The maximum blood donation is 400 milliliters. Zhao Yanfang was furious, her gaze harsh. "This waste of a man has been living off us for 3 years. What's drawing a little blood compared to what he has consumed? Besides, it's for my granddaughter. Even if he dies from blood loss, I'll save her." The nurse wanted to argue, but Chen Junlin's voice rang out, "Do as she says." Zhao Yanfang's words were harsh, but it was his daughter inside, and he would give his life to save her. His voice was urgent, yet there was an undeniable authority in it. The nurse, helpless, complied. Soon, 400 milliliters. 600 milliliters. The blood slowly flowed from the needle into the bag, and Chen Junlin's face began to grow pale. The nurse, terrified, shouted, "That's enough. Stop. If you keep going, he'll die." Zhao Yanfang cursed loudly, "Don't stop. Take more." The nurse, scared, let go of the needle. She didn't want to be blamed for a death. Zhao Yanfang rushed forward and took the needle herself. Moments later, Chen Junlin's face turned ashen. He couldn't hold on any longer and fell into a coma. Zhao Yanfang glanced at him with disdain, thinking to herself, "What a waste of a man." Fainting from a blood draw. She turned and left happily with the nurse, while Chen Junlin was moved to the adjacent ward. Half an hour later, Qin Suan, having received a call from Secretary Li, rushed frantically into the hospital. When she heard that her daughter had been in a car accident, it felt as though the sky had fallen. She completely forgot about the Fu family's banquet. She rushed into the ward and saw her mother, Zhao Yanfang, feeding Yeye some porridge. Lying in the bed next to them was Wang Qinqing, looking pale. Qin Suan was puzzled. "Why is he here?" Zhao Yanfang raised her voice, "Suan, you should thank Wang Xiao. If it weren't for him giving all his blood to Yeye, she might not have made it." Wang Qinqing weakly smiled, playing along with the situation. "It's nothing. Yeye will soon be my daughter. Saving my daughter's life what's a little blood." In fact, after hearing about the cancellation of the Fu family's banquet, Zhao Yanfang had called him to the hospital, telling him to claim that he was the one who donated the blood. Wang Qinqing, eager to win Qin Suan's favor, naturally didn't refuse. As expected, upon hearing this, Qin Suan was immensely grateful to Wang Qinqing. Zhao Yanfang, seizing the opportunity, added more fuel to the fire. "Look at the difference between him and that waste of a man. When Yeye had the accident, I tried to call him, but his phone was off. He didn't even care about his own daughter." Qin Suan furrowed her brows. For the past 3 years, Chen Junlin has been a coward, but he has never been a bad person. He just divorced. Does that mean he doesn't care about Yeye? Was his earlier concern just for show? Or was my mother lying? Seizing the moment, Zhao Yanfang continued, "Look at Wang Xiao, he is not even Yeye's biological father, yet he treats her like his own daughter. He saved Yeye with his life. Suan, you did the right thing by divorcing him. I think you should consider marrying Wang Xiao this week." Wang Qinqing, thrilled, looked at Qin Suan with eager eyes and even feigned a weak cough. Qin Suan hesitated. For some reason, even as she stood on the verge of agreeing, she couldn't bring herself to say yes. At that moment, the TV in the hospital room suddenly flashed a breaking news story. Shocking news. The King of the West, the undisputed ruler of Wall Street, Black Emperor, announces his entry into the Great Summer. Black Emperor is investing billions to collaborate with the Fu family in Jiangdong to establish a pharmaceutical company, benefiting the people of Great Summer. Rumor has it that Black Emperor is from Great Summer. His return to his homeland is nothing short of a homecoming. The news stunned everyone. Wang Qinqing, forgetting about the engagement, was overjoyed. Black Emperor. He is a towering figure in the Western world, and now he is coming to Great Summer. And he is collaborating with the Fu family. Oh my god, isn't this an enormous opportunity for the Wang family? We've just established ties with the Fu family, and with Black Emperor's backing, the Wang family could soar. I need to confirm this. He quickly dialed his father, Wang Zhinshan. Moments later, Wang Qinqing's voice was trembling with excitement. It's true. This is a huge opportunity. Fu Yangran is in Jiangju today, and 3 days later, there will be a banquet to celebrate Black Emperor's arrival in Great Summer. Our Wang family has already received an invitation. Hearing this, Zhao Yanfang was elated and flattered. Son-in-law, what about the Red Beauty Group's IPO? Wang Qinqing pounded his chest, eyeing Qin Suan with a wolfish gaze. If Suan agrees to marry me this week, then we'll be one family. For family, this small matter is nothing. Qin Suan gritted her teeth. After thinking about how Chen Junlin didn't come when Ye had the accident, she steeled herself and said, "Fine, I agree." Outside, just as Chen Junlin was waking up, anxious about his daughter's safety, he rushed to the hospital. Little did he know, he overheard their conversation. His heart twisted with pain. Chapter 4, Chen, not Wang. Chen Junlin stood outside the door expressionlessly. My heart ached again. 3 years of love cannot be wiped out by a divorce. But he could never have imagined that Qin Suan would be so heartless. In order to save her daughter, she almost lost her life, but she was discussing marriage with Wang Qinqing and there, without mentioning herself at all. With a self-deprecating smile, Chen Junlin prepared to knock on the door. He is not the kind of person who is a pushover. Now that things have broken off, he will never look back. But I cannot ignore the safety of my daughter Ye. Just as Chen Junlin was about to knock on the door creaked open. It was Zhao Yanfang who came out. As soon as she went out, she saw Chen Junlin outside the door. After a moment's pause, his face, which was originally filled with smiles, suddenly changed into a look of extraordinary expression. Disgust, hatred, contempt, all kinds of emotions flashed through my mind in an instant. It's you? You're not dead yet. Why are you here? Zhao Yanfang came out to give Qin Suan and Wang Qinqing some space to be alone together and enhance their relationship. I didn't expect to see this unlucky ex-son-in-law. Thinking that the credit for blood donation had been attributed to Wang Qinqing, Zhao Yanfang looked behind her guiltily. Then he rolled his eyes and shouted, Chen Junlin, why are you hiding behind the door and eavesdropping on what? Now that you're divorced, stop pestering me. Are you still a man? You weren't here when I needed you, so what are you doing here now? You're not welcome here, get out. Chen Junlin frowned. He was not there when he was needed. For the past 3 years, the Qin family has treated him like a dog. He is always there when they need him. Zhao Yanfang was speaking against her conscience. But he was too lazy to continue to argue. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Qin family anymore. Just as he was about to enter, the noise had already alarmed the 2 people inside. Qin Suan walked out. She was barefaced and still breathtakingly beautiful, but a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Why are you here? Chen Junlin said nothing and was about to walk past her and go in to see Ye. But unexpectedly, an arm stopped him. Turning his head, Wang Qinqing folded his arms and sneered, what do you want to do? Chen Junlin didn't even look at him, and said to Qin Suan in a deep voice, you promised that you wouldn't stop me from seeing Ye. Qin Suan looked cold, yes, but do you think you are qualified to be a father? You were not there when Ye needed you, but now you come here to pretend to be attentive to her. What were you doing before? Chen Junlin frowned tightly. He glanced at Zhao Yanfang who had a wandering look, and understood something in his heart. Just now, I saved him. Before he finished speaking, Wang Qinqing stepped forward and interrupted him rudely, you useless bastard, you're not going to say that you saved Ye, are you? When Chen Junlin heard him calling him a waste, anger suddenly filled his eyes, but he still nodded. Seeing this scene, Qin Suan's eyes were filled with even greater disappointment. A hint of success flashed in Wang Qinqing's eyes. She patted his shoulder and deliberately said loudly, okay, just think of it as you saving Ye. Okay. Chen Junlin said calmly, it was me, could it be you? Wang Qinqing immediately pretended to shake his head, as if to say, that's enough for you. But the more this happened, the more impatient Qin Suan became. Go in, and after you've seen my daughter, immediately disappear from my sight. Chen Junlin sighed, stepped in and carefully checked Ye's body. He found that she was fine and would recover as long as she rested for a while. He breathed a sigh of relief. When leaving the ward, Qin Suan was talking to Wang Qinqing about the Fu family dinner, and their behavior seemed somewhat intimate. He didn't even look at Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin felt sad and turned away. Zhao Yanfang on the side was extremely annoyed. How come this useless guy didn't die from blood loss? She was afraid that her impersonation would be exposed. I couldn't help but mutter, besides causing trouble and being an eyesore, what else can it do? What a useless guy who was raised by his mother but not taught by her. Chen Junlin's departing figure suddenly stopped as if stuck. He turned around little by little, with a cold light in his eyes, as if to freeze people to death. He stared at Zhao Yanfang with a terrifying look in his eyes, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "What did you say?" "The destruction of the family and the tragic death of parents are still fresh in my mind. He doesn't allow anyone to insult his parents." Zhao Yanfang was frightened by him at first, and then became angry and embarrassed. "How dare a loser to threaten me?" She slapped Chen Junlin directly with great skill. Chen Junlin grabbed her hand and sneered, "Do you still think I'm the son-in-law of the Qin family that you let me scold? Qin Suan and I are divorced. You have nothing to do with me from now on. If you hit me again, don't blame me for being rude." Chen Junlin pushed hard, and Zhao Yanfang couldn't stop falling backwards, falling on her butt. Zhao Yanfang was stunned at first when she felt the severe pain in her body, and then she became furious. She lay on the ground and started to throw a tantrum, crying and making a scene. "Chen Junlin, you beast, our Qin family has raised you for 3 years, and you dare to hit me." Qin Suan's face suddenly changed drastically. She rushed over, pointed at Chen Junlin, her chest heaving violently, and said sternly, "Chen Junlin, you dare to fight against my mother." Chen Junlin frowned, "She insulted my parents first." Qin Suan became even angrier, "My mother is not that kind of person." Chen Junlin sneered, "I almost forgot, you Qin Suan have always been arrogant, big-breasted and brainless. Before, I liked you, remembered your kindness, followed your lead in everything, and accepted whatever you said. But now, we are no longer related. I have always wanted to say something to you. There is no good person in your family. My good father-in-law is mean and ungrateful, my mother-in-law is always gossiping, and he has a useless brother who only knows how to play with cars and women. Only in the eyes of a brainless woman like you, they are full of merits." Qin Suan stared at him blankly, as if she couldn't believe that these were the words he could say. Wang Qinqing, who was standing aside, helped Zhao Yanfang up in a flattering manner, then rolled up his sleeves and pulled her collar. She walked towards Chen Junlin with a grim smile, "Su Wan, this beast has finally revealed his true colors. Divorcing him is the right choice for you. If you hit your mother-in-law today, you might get domestic violence tomorrow. Let me teach him a lesson." Wang Qinqing is a black belt in Taekwondo and has extraordinary skills. Ordinary people are no match for him. He was ecstatic at this good opportunity and vowed to give Chen Junlin a hard time and perform well in front of Qin Suan to win her heart. Qin Suan hesitated for a moment, but still acquiesced to his behavior. Wang Qinqing rushed forward and punched Chen Junlin on the right cheek. The next second, a hand tightly grasped his fist like an iron clamp, making him unable to move. Chen Junlin exerted a little force, and suddenly a miserable wail came out of Wang Qinqing's mouth. Qin Suan was shocked to see that Wang Qinqing's right hand was limp, as if it had been crushed. Why are you so violent? Let him go. Do you know who he is? He is the eldest son of the Wang family in Jiangju. If you offend the Wang family, you will not be able to take a single step in Jiangju." Chen Junlin smiled coldly, and as he looked around, his brows were defiant and murderous. "The Wang family is just a bunch of ants. I can destroy them with just a flip of my hand." Qin Suan almost laughed out of anger, but then her face turned cold. "Chen Junlin, I'm not kidding you. If you don't want to die, don't involve Yeye and me." Hearing Yeye, Chen Junlin's expression relaxed slightly, and he snorted coldly, "If he dares to cause trouble for Yeye, I will make the Wang family disappear in Jiangju tomorrow." Qin Suan shook her head, speechless. "It's crazy." Wang Qinqing fell to the ground, his eyes filled with unconcealed hatred, and he was roaring madly in his heart. But as soon as his eyes met Chen Junlin's eyes, his whole body trembled and his body became a little wet. Those eyes were indifferent and treated life as worthless, which made him feel cold inside, and he swallowed back the harsh words that were about to come out of his mouth. Zhao Yanfang was so frightened that she was speechless. Seeing this farce, Chen Junlin was too lazy to bother with them anymore, so he left after saying, "Take care of yourself." After he left, Qin Suan was still standing there in a daze, not knowing what she was thinking. Zhao Yanfang then started to curse, "This ungrateful beast, he shouldn't have been allowed into the Qin family in the first place." Wang Qinqing also gritted his teeth, "I won't let him go." A few doctors and nurses were called over to send Zhao Yanfang and the other person for treatment. Qin Suan was feeling depressed and went out for some fresh air. 2 young nurses walked by the door, chatting. A young nurse was surprised and said, "That person just now was really crazy. He was desperate to draw blood. He didn't care about his life. Another person chimed in, I heard that he did it to save his daughter. This is what fatherly love is like a mountain. Father's love is like a mountain? Chin Suan raised her eyebrows, stopped him and asked, what's that man's name? Is his surname Wang? The young nurse flipped through the paper in her hand and shook her head, it's not Wang, it's Chen. Chin Suan's heart exploded and her brain buzzed. The surname is Chen, could it really be Chen Junlin? Chapter 5, Ants and Dragons. Chin Suan snatched the document from the nurse's hand, and when she saw the 3 words, Chen Junlin, her heart was in turmoil. It's really him. It turned out that what Chen Junlin said was true. Wang Qinqing took the credit and he misunderstood him. Chin Suan couldn't help but feel a little guilty. But on second thought, he is Ye's biological father, and it is his responsibility. When she thought about how he had assaulted her mother and insulted her, this bit of guilt was instantly forgotten. After taking a few deep breaths, Chin Suan's face regained its calmness. The relationship is over and the marriage is over. There is no point in thinking about these things. No matter how good Chen Junlin is, can he take Hongyang Group public? For the sake of Hongyang Group and the future of the Chin family, she is not going to turn back. In the ward, Wang Qinqing called his father Wang Zhinshan. Dad, I was beaten, you have to help me get revenge. Wang Zhinshan was furious at first. In Jiangju, was there anyone who dared to beat someone from his Wang family? But then he calmed down and said angrily, for the woman named Qin again. A married whore who makes you follow her around all day long. Wang Qinqing sneered, Dad, you don't really think I'm fascinated by her, do you? It's just for the assets of a beauty. Wang Zhinshan was in high spirits. Hongyang Group is really evil. A mediocre small company has inexplicably grown to a scale of tens of billions, and now it is going public. If you can capture him, you will be the first heir of my Jiangju Wang family, and I will also be able to gain great reputation among my clans in the provincial capital. Wang Qinqing said proudly, yes, I pursued Chin Suan for both her and her money. Otherwise, with my status and position, how could I be so obsessed with a married woman? Then he said viciously, that woman surnamed Qin is ungrateful. When I get the Hongyang Group, I will definitely ravage that woman in bed. After all, she is one of the most beautiful women in Jiangju. Dad, I'll let you play with it when the time comes. Hearing this, Wang Zhinshan laughed out loud on the other end of the phone, okay, you are worthy of being my son. Wang Qinqing rolled his eyes, Dad, so I need to put Hongyang on the market first. Our family has a relationship with the Fu family, can you help me put in a few words in front of the Fu family? I want to win the trust of the Qin family. When Wang Zhinshan heard this, his tone suddenly darkened, damn it, I just went to pay my respects to the Fu family, but Fu Yangran refused to see me. Figure it out yourself. Then the phone was hung up. Wang Qinqing was immediately dumbfounded. He had just made a solemn promise in front of Chin Suan. What should he do now? 3 days later, the Fu family's banquet to entertain the Black Emperor was held on schedule. The whole Jiangju was in an uproar, from the dignitaries to the common people. Countless people are eagerly looking forward to and are curious about the legendary figure, the Black Emperor. Jinhui Hotel, the largest 5-star hotel in Jiangju, has luxury cars and a constant flow of people in front of its door. Countless noble families, government officials, and upper-class people came and went, making the place very lively. In a luxury car heading to Jinhui Hotel, Chin Suan's white dress set off her plump and charming figure, and her deep cleavage made Wang Qinqing, who was standing beside her, swallow his saliva. Chin Suan hid the disgust in her eyes and asked worriedly, Master Wang, can we really finalize the listing of Hongyang tonight? Wang Qinqing felt a little guilty, but he still pretended to pat his chest and said confidently, Suan, don't worry, our Wang family has already informed the Fu family in advance, and the news will be out in a few days. By then, Suan, your worth will skyrocket, and you'll be the only business queen in Jiangju and even the entire Jiangdong province. Chin Suan showed admiration and gratitude, Master Wang, thank you so much. Wang Qinqing laughed and reached for her hand with his right hand, but Chin Suan dodged it without leaving a trace. Wang Qinqing said unhappily, Su Wan, I have already helped you put Hongyang on the market, can't the relationship be further developed? Chin Suan smiled unnaturally and said, Mr. Wang, we will get engaged after the group goes public, and then everything will come naturally. Wang Qinqing's smile gradually faded, and after a long time he spoke, okay, Suan, I respect you. But from an angle that Chin Suan couldn't see, there was a flash of intense malice and madness in his eyes. The car sped all their way and soon arrived at the entrance of Jinhui Hotel. Wang Qinxing was dressed in a neat suit and Qin Suan was in a charming dress, looking like a golden boy and a jade girl. The appearance of the two attracted a lot of attention. Qin Suan was deeply immersed in this scene that attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, she thought of Chen Junlin. If it was him, he would definitely not be qualified to bring me to the Fu family banquet, right? She was deeply grateful and felt that her decision to divorce was absolutely correct. But the next moment, her eyes suddenly widened. Not far away, a familiar figure got out of a taxi. It was Chen Junlin. How is that possible? Wang Qinxing, who was beside her, noticed her strangeness, followed her gaze, and was suddenly stunned. When Chen Junlin got out of the car, he was still thinking about the phone call with Aunt Fu. 3 days ago, he said that he did not want to hold a high-profile banquet, as this would arouse suspicion among those forces who had been secretly watching him and link him to the Black Emperor. Although one is the supreme Black Emperor who stirs up the world, and the other is the son-in-law of the Qin family, their identities are very different. But as long as he is in the dark, he has a natural advantage. But Aunt Fu said that it was her daughter Fu Yangran who insisted on holding this banquet because Fu Yangran had worshipped the Black Emperor for a long time. But she did not tell her daughter that Chen Junlin was the Black Emperor, as that would cause trouble. As his thoughts wandered, Chen Junlin arrived at the door of the hotel. The tall and strong security guard was polite and didn't look down on others. He just asked as a matter of routine, "Sir, please show me your invitation." Chen Junlin frowned. Invitation? Aunt Fu had always told him to go directly to Fu Yangran, but he had stood up with that woman 3 days ago and now his phone number was turned off and there was no way to get through. How could there be an invitation? Seeing that he didn't have an invitation, the security guard looked strange and his tone became a little stiffer. "You are not allowed to enter without an invitation." Chen Junlin said helplessly, "I know the host of the banquet. Just go in and let him know." The security guard shook his head and ignored him. Chen Junlin wanted to say something else when suddenly a harsh voice came from the side. "You want to get in without an invitation? Some people just can't recognize their own identity. The sludge at the bottom should just stay where they should be. Don't you think that if the mud gets mixed in, it will only dirty everyone's eyes?" Chen Junlin turned his head and saw Wang Qinxing walking towards him leisurely with Qin Suan, with a contemptuous tone. "Chen Junlin, after leaving the Qin family and Su Wan, is it true that you can't even find a job? How about I be kind and give you a job cleaning toilets? Don't even think about getting in. Do you have the qualifications?" Qin Suan also looked at him, her eyes cold and calm. Chen Junlin said calmly, "This banquet was originally for me, why am I not qualified?" Wang Qinxing was stunned, and the onlookers were also stunned. The next second, everyone burst into thunderous laughter. Wang Qinxing laughed so hard that tears came out and he couldn't even straighten his back. A hint of disappointment also flashed across Qin Suan's eyes. "There's no hope. Do you know who hosted this party? Has the Fu family heard of it? Forget it, you are low-level nobody, you probably don't know anything. Su Wan, let's go in, no need to waste time." Wang Qinxing shook his head with a look of pity. It seemed that this useless guy from the Qin family had been hit so hard that he had gone mad. He brought Qin Suan with him, showed the invitation, and the two of them walked into the hotel without even looking at Chen Junlin. The onlookers gradually dispersed. Chen Junlin lit a cigarette, and as the smoke rose, he couldn't help but laugh. "In the past 3 years, I have been traveling around the world, and no one except the Qin family has dared to humiliate me several times. The Wang family? Wang Qinxing? An ant-like person dares to challenge a giant dragon? He just felt novel and interesting. What are you laughing at?" A clear and pleasant female voice came from behind. Chen Junlin turned his head and his eyes suddenly lit up. A woman stood behind him with several assistants. The woman in the lead had eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like rippling autumn water, bright and elegant facial features, and was wearing a black evening dress with a curvy figure, which was extremely attractive. If Qin Suan's temperament is as cold as a fairy in the Moon Palace, then the woman in front of him is the seductive and patriotic Deji. Chen Junlin smiled and said nothing. The woman looked at him deeply. "That was your ex-wife just now, right? They humiliated you like this, and you're not angry at all?" Chen Junlin said calmly, "Ants bark at the dragon, can there be ants in the dragon's eyes?" The bright and beautiful woman said with great interest, "You call yourself a giant dragon. But as far as I know, you are just a son-in-law of the Qin family." Chen Junlin frowned. "Who are you?" The bright woman was about to speak when her assistant's cell phone rang behind her. She handed the phone over and saw that her face changed drastically with anxiety in her eyes. She pointed at the security guard at the door and said urgently, "Let him in." Then he hurriedly said to Chen Junlin, "Who I am, you will know it later. Now I have something urgent to do. Don't walk around after you go in. I will find you." After saying this, without waiting for Chen Junlin to reply, the woman hurried away with her assistant. Chen Junlin looked at the security guard again and saw that he was extremely respectful. He threw a cigarette to him and asked, "Who is she?" The security guard looked at him in awe. "Mr. Fu, the host of tonight's banquet. This is the only 5-star hotel in Jiangsu and it is also owned by the Fu family." Chen Junlin was slightly stunned, shook his head and laughed, then walked towards the hotel. Chapter 6. How did he get in? Chen Junlin walked into the banquet. He walked through the bustling crowd in the banquet hall and went straight to the long dining table. After getting some food, Chen Junlin went to the corner of the banquet and sat down alone. No one noticed him, he was quietly enjoying the food in the corner of the banquet. At this time, several male guests who were chatting with each other came over. They walked up to Chen Junlin and stopped immediately. Then, as if they didn't see Chen Junlin, a few people started chatting among themselves. One of them, a tall, thin man in a suit with a flat head and small eyes, said, "Brother Shen, do you know the Black Emperor?" Next to him, another fat-bellied, short and stocky man with a face full of fat immediately said, "That's right. Today's Fu family banquet is held to welcome the Black Emperor. Anyone who comes here must know the Black Emperor." "That's true." The man with the flat head and small eyes quickly agreed. Then, he suddenly spoke cautiously and softly, "I heard that this Black Emperor is very domineering and powerful. It's more than just domineering. Legend has it that the Black Emperor became the master of Wall Street by himself. Looking at the business world of Great Xia, this achievement is probably unprecedented and will never be surpassed," said the fat man on the side. The more these people talked, the more excited they became. Their voices are getting louder and louder. Gradually, it attracted people around. Black Emperor. This name is not only powerful in Daxia, but also intimidating to the whole world. However, when Chen Junlin heard these people talking about him in amazement, he, who was originally eating quietly, immediately revealed a helpless expression. He. Chen Junlin smiled and shook his head. "It's just Wall Street, these people are making a fuss about nothing. What are you laughing at?" Just then, a woman's sharp voice suddenly rang out. The people who were talking suddenly fell silent, and for a moment, all eyes were focused on this woman. The woman has a delicate face and long hair. She is tall and has a well-proportioned figure. She wore a tight cheongsam, which was hot and sexy, and instantly attracted everyone's attention. However, at this time, the woman pushed through the crowd and came to Chen Junlin. "I asked you what you were laughing at just now." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Rui stared at Chen Junlin and said, "Do you think the Black Emperor is funny?" After hearing what she said, everyone immediately came to their senses. In an instant, all eyes were focused on Chen Junlin. Facing Wang Rui's questioning, Chen Junlin looked calm. He gently wiped the corners of his mouth, then smiled slightly and said, "Nothing, I just think that you don't know anything about the Black Emperor." "What?" Everyone was in an uproar. Wang Rui sneered, "Humph, you mean you know a lot about the Black Emperor?" "That's about right." Chen Junlin said calmly, "Although Black Emperor is a bit overbearing, he is very reasonable most of the time. He is only domineering towards his enemies. Besides." Chen Junlin turned his eyes and looked at the man with a flat head and small eyes. "In the context of what Black Emperor did, Wall Street is nothing. You don't have to make such a fuss." Hiss. The whole audience was in an uproar again. After a moment, everyone started to laugh at Chen Junlin. Har har har, this kid speaks so arrogantly. If ruling Wall Street isn't enough, then what is? Dominating the world. You are young and have no restraint in your words. If the Fu family hears these words, they will definitely pull out your tongue. Har har har. Everyone burst into laughter. Wang Rui even looked at Chen Junlin with contempt, and said mockingly, "Humph, you want to show off but you don't even look at the place. If someone doesn't know you, they would think you are the Black Emperor. Chen Junlin smiled faintly and said calmly, "What if I am?" "What? You said you are the Black Emperor?" Wang Rui exclaimed in surprise. When the others heard this, they burst into laughter again. Har har har, this is really making me laugh to death. How dare a little brat who hasn't even grown all his hair pretend to be the Black Emperor? If he is the Black Emperor, then I am the Red Emperor. Take me with you, I am the White Emperor. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, Chen Junlin shook his head slightly. A bunch of blind people. He ignored everyone and continued to eat his own food. When everyone saw that Chen Junlin stopped talking, they thought he was ashamed and stopped paying attention to him. Wang Rui glared at Chen Junlin fiercely and spat, "Humph, you're just a show-off." After saying that, she also walked directly to the other side. "Cousin." After taking 2 steps, Wang Rui saw a familiar figure and suddenly exclaimed. Wang Qinxing and Qin Suan were chatting with others and turned around when they heard their voice. After seeing that it was Wang Rui, Wang Qinxing smiled and said, "Rui, you are here too." Wang Rui walked quickly to Wang Qinxing and said, "Cousin, what are you talking about?" Qin Suan said, "Your cousin is telling us about the Black Emperor." Hearing the word Black Emperor, Wang Rui's face instantly turned gloomy. "What's wrong with you?" Wang Qinxing asked when he saw this. "Don't mention it." Wang Rui said unhappily, "Just now I heard someone talking about the Black Emperor over there. I wanted to go over and listen, but I didn't expect someone to pretend to be the Black Emperor. Is there such a thing? Who is so bold? You must be tired of living. You even dare to impersonate the Black Emperor." Wang Qinxing said in surprise. "That's the man." Wang Rui turned around and pointed at Chen Junlin. The moment they saw Chen Junlin, Wang Qinxing and Qin Suan's expressions changed instantly. "How did he get in?" Wang Qinxing said with a gloomy face. "Cousin, do you know him?" Wang Rui was slightly stunned. Wang Qinxing snorted coldly, "Humph, he is just a useless person who lives off others." As he said that, he turned his head and glanced at Qin Suan. Qin Suan was standing beside Wang Qinxing, her eyes quietly fixed on Chen Junlin, her eyes full of confusion. "I just saw him being stopped by security, how did he get in? Could it be that he is here to cause trouble?" Qin Suan was suddenly shocked. Today is an important moment for Hongyang Group. Whether it can go public depends on today. If Chen Junlin came to cause trouble, she might be implicated. Thinking of this, Qin Suan immediately raised her head and looked at Wang Qinxing. "Mr. Wang, hurry up and drive him away, otherwise if he causes trouble later, it might implicate us." "That's right." Wang Qinxing nodded. Although he didn't know how Chen Junlin got in, he was certain in his heart that Chen Junlin was definitely here to cause trouble. And today, it is not only important to Qin Suan, but also to their Wang family. So, Wang Qinxing immediately walked towards Chen Junlin. At this moment, a sudden exclamation was heard at the banquet. Wang Qinxing stopped, followed the gaze of the crowd, raised his head and looked towards the 2nd floor. There are many people who are capable of holding a banquet at the Jinhui Hotel. However, those who can go up to the 2nd floor of the banquet hall are rare in the whole Jiangsu. Only by reaching there can you truly reach the pinnacle of Jiangsu's wealth. All the guests in the hall now are not qualified. And now, there was a sudden movement on the 2nd floor. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. I saw a tall and beautiful woman with a bun hairstyle walking down from the 2nd floor slowly. This girl with a bun looks very young. Wherever she went, people couldn't help but make way for her. Then, in full view of everyone, the beautiful woman with a bun walked directly in front of Chen Junlin. "Mr. Chen, my lady asks you to come up." Boom! It was like a bolt from the blue. It instantly struck everyone on the forehead. The whole place suddenly fell silent. Why is it him? Wang Qinxing and others widened their eyes with a look of disbelief. In the banquet hall, other people also stood still. Chen Junlin had just finished the last piece of meat on the plate. He smiled slightly and said, "Let's go." Then, in full view of everyone, Chen Junlin was invited to the 2nd floor. Looking at Chen Junlin's departing back, Wang Qinxing slammed his fist on the table and roared. "Asshole! How could this happen?" Qin Suan stood there in a daze. The scene just now made her mind go blank. At this time, Chen Junlin followed the bun-haired beauty to the 2nd floor. As soon as he came up, a strong smell of medicine penetrated into Chen Junlin's nostrils. Chen Junlin suddenly stopped. Then, his brows furrowed slightly. The bald-head beauty saw Chen Junlin's expression and asked in confusion, "Mr. Chen, what's wrong?" "It's poisonous." Chen Junlin's expression darkened and he said heavily. Chapter 7: Control over Life and Death. Poisonous. The beautiful girl with a bun was shocked when she heard what Chen Junlin said. "Well, it's drug poison. Is there anyone preparing the medicine nearby?" Chen Junlin continued to ask. "This." The bald-head beauty hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't worry about things that you shouldn't worry about. It doesn't matter." Chen Junlin shrugged lightly. He had no intention of meddling in other people's business. Then, led by the beautiful girl with a bun, Chen Junlin was taken to a lounge. After entering, the bald-head beauty said to him, "Wait a minute, our lady will be here soon." So Chen Junlin didn't hesitate and sat down on the sofa in the lounge. Not long after, a woman came in from outside. She was the one I met just now at the entrance of Jinhui Hotel. "Miss." The beautiful woman with a bun bowed respectfully. The woman walked directly in front of Chen Junlin. She looked at Chen Junlin, smiled, and said, "We are meeting now." Chen Junlin nodded and looked at the woman in front of him again. In just a short while, she actually changed her outfit. At this moment, she had long wavy hair and was wearing a large beige windbreaker with a bright red skirt underneath. That pair of slender, smooth and straight beautiful legs extended out from under the skirt, and a pair of crystal high heels wrapped around the white and tender jade feet. "I checked your information." Fu Yangran sat in front of Chen Junlin, staring at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "Your name is Chen Junlin, you are from the imperial capital, and you married into the Qin family 3 years ago. Your wife's name is Qin Suan, and you two have divorced today. You and Qin Suan have a daughter named Ye. She was in a car accident this morning and is now in the hospital." Fu Yangran told Chen Junlin's information one by one as if she knew all of it by heart. After saying this, she looked at Chen Junlin's reaction quietly. If an ordinary person suddenly found out that his information had been thoroughly checked, he would definitely be extremely panicked. But after listening to Fu Yanran's words, Chen Junlin became very calm, with no ripples on his face. "Are you telling me all this to show me how powerful you are?" Chen Junlin asked Fu Yangran calmly without blinking. Fu Yangran was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Chen Junlin had the courage to ask her back. This guy. Fu Yangran subconsciously felt that Chen Junlin was not simple. "Miss, it's time for the old lady to take her medicine." At this time, the beautiful woman with a bun came to Fu Yanran's side. She leaned down and whispered in Fu Yanran's ear. After hearing the assistant's words, Fu Yangran withdrew her thoughts. "Wait for me here first, I'll come find you later." Then, after saying a few words, Fu Yangran got up and left the lounge with her assistant with a bun. After Fu Yangran left, Chen Junlin's eyes narrowed slightly. The poison he smelled just now was in the direction where Fu Yangran left. According to the assistant with the bun hair, it seems that Fu Yangran's grandmother needs to take medicine. Chen Junlin has no interest in meddling in other people's business. However, this person is Fu Yanran's grandmother, Aunt Fu's mother, so he can't just ignore it. So, Chen Junlin didn't hesitate. He just stood up and walked out of the lounge. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of high heels coming from the 3rd floor of the hotel. Bang! The door was pushed open and Fu Yangran rushed in from outside. "Grandma! How are you?" Fu Yangran walked quickly to the bed. At this time, there was an old person lying on each of the 2 beds in the room, one of whom was Fu Yanran's grandmother. However, now the 2 elderly people lying on the hospital beds had their eyes rolled back, their bodies twitched, and they were foaming at the mouth. Fu Yangran suddenly became nervous. "Grandma, how are you? Please don't scare me." "Dr. Liao, what's wrong with my grandma?" Fu Yangran held the old man in her arms and asked anxiously. An old man with grey hair said, "Don't worry, Miss Fu. The 2 old ladies are not in danger of death. I will prepare another dose of medicine for them. Just take it." Snort. Before the old man finished speaking, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out in the room. "You said you were a famous doctor from the imperial capital? Is this all you can do? Damn old man, I'm telling you, if anything happens to my mother, I'll make you pay with your life." Upon hearing this, Fu Yangran immediately said, Madam Shen, I invited divine Dr. Liao. He is well known and his medical skills are guaranteed. The man next to the woman shouted, what a bullshit guarantee. We sent my mother here because we trust you, Fu Yangran. If anything happens to my mother, Ms. Fu, not only will you fail to save this quack doctor, but your Fu family's billion-dollar project will also be ruined. Fu Yanran's face was as gloomy as water and she remained silent. Dr. Liao was a famous doctor in the imperial capital, who had retired long ago. In order to treat my grandmother, I took great pains to invite him out of retirement. And these two people are the children of another old lady. The man's name is Shen Jianshan, and he is the director of Jiangju Drug Administration. His father is a big shot in Jiangju Drug Administration and has a strong background in the Jiangju pharmaceutical industry. That woman was Shen Jianshan's wife. Originally, Fu Yangran wanted to take this opportunity to let Dr. Liao cure the old lady of the Shen family's illness. This way you can do the other person a favor. But she never thought that things would develop like this. It seems that I can no longer do this favor, and I am afraid that it will also affect the Fu family's 10 billion project. Miss, when I brought that man surnamed Chen up just now, he seemed to have said something about drug poison. At this time, the assistant with the ball head hairstyle suddenly leaned over and said to Fu Yangran, poison. Mrs. Shen was furious when she heard it. Okay. Fu Yangran, you actually want to harm my mother-in-law? Impossible. Before Fu Yangran could speak, Liao Yongzhong excitedly explained, there is absolutely no problem with the medicine I prescribed. As he spoke, he took out the medicine he had just prepared and said, the two old ladies must have had adverse reactions after taking the medicine. I have re-prepared the medicine. Just take it and the disease will be cured immediately. After hearing what Dr. Liao said, Fu Yangran turned around and looked at her two assistants. At this point, she had no other options and could only listen to Dr. Liao. The two assistants took the medicine prepared by Dr. Liao and were about to feed it to the two old ladies. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from the door, stop. Hearing the sound, everyone in the room turned their heads. Seeing Chen Junlin, the assistant with the ball head exclaimed, why are you here? Chen Junlin walked directly into the room. He looked at everyone in the room and said, this medicine cannot be taken orally. Who are you? Liao Yongzhong looked at Chen Junlin with a gloomy face. Today was the first time in his life that he failed, and now he was furious. Without waiting for Chen Junlin to answer, Fu Yangran said calmly, he is Chen Junlin, the former son-in-law of the Qin family in Jiangju. Huh, turns out you're just a gigolo. Mrs. Shen immediately sneered. Others also cast disdainful glances at Chen Junlin. Liao Yongzhong's face darkened, nonsense. Do you know anything about medicine? How dare you give orders here? You really can't drink this medicine, or something bad will happen, said Chen Junlin. Boy, my mother is in danger now. If you make trouble here again, I will not be polite to you. Shen Jianshan threatened with red eyes. Chen Junlin looked at Fu Yangran. What about you? He asked calmly. Chen Junlin, please step aside first. I will talk to you after we're done here. Fu Yangran hesitated for a moment, but still said. Okay. Chen Junlin leaned directly against the wall. Then, Fu Yanran's two assistants gave the two old ladies the medicine prepared by Liao Yongzhong. 10. 9. 8. Just as the two old ladies drank the medicine, Chen Junlin, who was leaning against the wall, suddenly started counting down. Everyone was suddenly confused. Chen Junlin, what are you doing? Fu Yangran asked. Chen Junlin didn't say anything, just counted down to himself. Before Chen Junlin finished uttering the word 1, the two old ladies who had just drunk the medicine trembled violently. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff. Grandmother. Mom. The exclamation echoed throughout the room. Dr. Liao was instantly panicked when he saw this scene. Mr. Fu, how could this happen? Shen Jianshan hugged his mother and roared with red eyes. I'll beat you to death, you bitch. Mrs. Shen on the side walked directly in front of Fu Yangran, raised her hand and hit Fu Yangran. Fu Yangran stood there in a daze at this moment. She had never expected such a thing to happen. The slap was about to fall on Fu Yanran's face. Sudden. A figure stood in front of Fu Yangran. With a snap. Mrs. Shen's slap was stopped. Fu Yangran came back to her senses. She subconsciously looked at the person in front of her. When she saw it clearly, her eyes widened instantly and she exclaimed, Chen Junlin. Chapter 8, To Save. Or Not to Save. Get lost. The angry Mrs. Shen roared, then she pulled her wrist hard, but it didn't move at all. This matter has nothing to do with her. Even if you beat her, you can't save your mother-in-law. Chen Junlin said calmly. As he said this, he let go of Mrs. Shen's hand. Madame Shen rubbed her wrist. She glared at Fu Yangran fiercely and said with gritted teeth, who said it had nothing to do with her. She was the one who found this quack doctor. It's all her fault that my mother-in-law is like this now. At this time, the beautiful assistant with the ball-shaped hair standing next to Fu Yan couldn't help but say, You are too much. We did invite Dr. Liao here, but you insisted on sending the old lady here. My lady had good intentions and wanted to do you a favor, so she allowed you to come here. Now you are repaying kindness with hatred. Shut up. Fu Yanran's expression tensed and she glared at the beautiful assistant with a bun hairstyle. At this time, Shen Jianxian, who was supporting his mother, had bloodshot eyes. When he heard the words of the beautiful assistant with a bun, he was like a mad beast. Good. Very good. Fu Yangran, if anything happens to my mother today, all of you will be buried with her. Don't even think about doing that $10 billion project of your Fu family. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room was as tense as a powder keg. At this moment, even Fu Yangran, who had always been high and mighty, was completely helpless. At this moment, Chen Junlin said, Why are you so anxious? I told you, this matter has nothing to do with her. That old man didn't mean it. This was just a simple medical misjudgment. Calm down. Hearing Chen Junlin speaking for her, Fu Yangran raised her head and looked at Chen Junlin. This was the first time she looked carefully at the man in front of her. Although it was his back, he looked particularly powerful. Unconsciously, Fu Yanran's mother's words echoed in her mind. A strange feeling suddenly came over me. Fu Yangran suddenly felt her blood rushing, her heartbeat quickened, and even her breathing became rapid. At this time, Madame Shen still threatened Chen Junlin relentlessly, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This matter has nothing to do with you. It's all her fault that my mother-in-law is like this now. I'm going to smash this bitch's face today. If you try to stop me again, tonight, I will make sure you don't see Jiangju tomorrow. Although Mrs. Shen does not work at the Drug Administration, her family is also involved in both the black and white affairs in Jiangju. He usually speaks in a very domineering manner, and now that he is angry, every word he says is even more harsh. However, Chen Junlin was not frightened by her words at all. He stood in front of this savage woman, his expression still as calm as water. You? Seeing Chen Junlin's disdainful attitude, Mrs. Shen felt insulted. At this time, Shen Jianxian walked over quickly. Fuck you. He swung a punch and hit Chen Junlin. Careful. Seeing this scene, Fu Yangran exclaimed subconsciously for some reason. Chen Junlin stood with his head held high. Facing Shen Jianxian's fist, he neither dodged nor avoided. His eyes stared at the other party intently. Boom. I don't know why. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees in an instant. A feeling of fear and trembling rose from the bottom of Shen Jianxian's heart. Shen Jianxian shuddered suddenly, and his punch came to a halt. Having been involved in politics for many years, Shen Jianxian is extremely perceptive. At this moment, the sense of oppression that Chen Junlin gave him was stronger than those of the big leaders in the province. He has such a strong aura. Is this man really a gigolo? Fu Yangran felt the aura of Chen Junlin and couldn't help but feel confused. Have you had enough? At this time, Chen Junlin said expressionlessly, If you continue to make trouble like this, those two old ladies will definitely die. As soon as the old lady was mentioned, both Fu Yangran and Shen Jianxian and his wife calmed down. Mom. How are you, Mom? Mother-in-law, wake up. Open your eyes and look at me. Shen Jianxian and his wife shouted with tears in their throats. Fu Yangran bent down, looked at her grandmother lying on the hospital bed, and whispered softly, Grandma, wake up. The eyes of Dr. Liao standing by had completely lost their luster. The whole room was immersed in a sad mood. The assistant with the bald head suddenly remembered what Chen Junlin had said on the stairs before. She patted Chen Junlin's shoulder gently, Hey, do you have any solution? She thought that since Chen Junlin could smell their poison on the stairs, there might be a turning point. At this point, human life is at stake. Chen Junlin had no intention of hiding anything. He nodded directly, yes. Real. The assistant with the ball head hairstyle looked delighted. Chen Junlin said, "It's not a big problem. I can treat it." As soon as these words were spoken, Fu Yangran and Shen Jianxian, who were immersed in grief, immediately raised their heads. Shen Jianxian thought of the aura that Chen Junlin had just emanated from, which made him tremble, and his heart trembled violently. "Do you really have a solution?" he asked cautiously. Chen Junlin nodded and said, "Of course." As he spoke, he took 2 steps forward. However, before he could start the treatment, Liao Yongzhong beside him suddenly shouted, "No." After finishing speaking, Liao Yongzhong looked at Chen Junlin and asked, "Boy, are you a doctor?" "I guess so." Chen Junlin replied. "Do you have a medical license?" Liao Yongzhong asked again. Chen Junlin shook his head and said, "No, my medical skills are inherited from my ancestors." "What? Inherited from ancestors?" Hearing this, Liao Yongzhong curled his lips fiercely. "You don't have a medical qualification certificate, so you don't have the qualifications to practice medicine. What ancestral medical skills? Stop talking nonsense." When everyone in the room heard the conversation between Chen Junlin and Liao Yongzhong, their expressions changed. Shen Jianxian said directly, "I thought you really had a solution, but it turns out you were just teasing me, right?" Mrs. Shen at the side also said, "Without a medical qualification certificate, you are not a doctor at all, you are a liar." Fu Yangran also said, "Chen Junlin, you just got rid of your identity as the Qin family's son-in-law, don't make trouble, this is not something you can handle." She deliberately emphasized the word son-in-law. Although Fu Yangran didn't have a good impression of Chen Junlin, she didn't want him to offend anyone. After leaving the Qin family, Chen Junlin was just an ordinary divorced man, and Shen Jianxian and his wife were not people he could afford to offend. Chen Junlin looked at the attitude of the crowd, listened to the contempt and disdain in their mouths, and smiled faintly. "You guys, I really don't know if you are really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. You think I'm bragging and that I don't know any medical skills, but how did I know that the medicine couldn't be drunk just now? Why is there a countdown?" With just one sentence, everyone was speechless. "Time is running out. If it's any later, you'll have to wear mourning for both of them." Chen Junlin took a sudden step forward and stared at everyone. "Save? Or not save?" Fu Yangran and Shen Jianxian and his wife looked at each other. "Okay. I'll believe you this time." Shen Jianxian gritted his teeth. He had no better idea. His mother was in such a condition that if he didn't rescue her, she might not be able to hold on. So now we can only try our best to save the situation. Chen Junlin came to the bedside of Shen Jianxian's mother and said to Shen Jianxian, "Hold your mother's shoulders, hold them tight." Shen Jianxian nodded and supported the old lady's shoulders with both hands. Immediately afterwards, Chen Junlin suddenly swung a punch, directly hitting the old lady in the abdomen. There was a muffled bang sound. The old lady's body was bent like a big shrimp. "What are you doing?" Upon seeing this, Shen Jianxian instantly flew into a rage and said, "You're crazy." Chapter 9 Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Junlin's punch stunned everyone else. After a moment, Mrs. Shen came back to her senses. "Asshole! I'm going to fight you!" She screamed at the top of her lungs and pounced towards Chen Junlin with her teeth and claws bared. Looking at his angry look, it seemed as if he wanted to tear Chen Junlin apart and eat him. Chen Junlin's face darkened. He has started practicing medicine. He hated being disturbed when he was practicing medicine. Therefore, he let out a low roar without any hesitation, "Get out." One word. But it contains an indescribable power. Mrs. Shen, who was emotionally agitated and angry like a shrew, was instantly frightened by Chen Junlin's aura and stood there in a daze. At this time, Liao Yongzhong walked quickly to the bedside, picked up the phone on the bedside, and said, "Murder! Murder! Hurry up and call the security guards." Fu Yangran watched everything happening in front of her. To be honest, what is happening now is completely beyond her control. She didn't expect that Dr. Liao's medicine would cause such a scene. What was even more unexpected was that Chen Junlin, a newly divorced son-in-law, would become the protagonist of the whole event. Even the safety of his grandmother and the entire Fu family depended on him alone. And all of this happened unconsciously. No wonder my mother thinks so highly of him. From this incident, he is definitely not the useless son-in-law that everyone talks about. I'm afraid he endured too much in the Qin family before. What a pity. Fu Yangran raised her eyes to look at Chen Junlin, and couldn't help but blame him in her heart. He is too impulsive and too reckless. Soon, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside the house. Several security guards rushed over. Catch him! Seeing the security guards, Liao Yongzhong immediately pointed at Chen Junlin and shouted. Upon hearing this, the security guards immediately filed in. However, just as they were about to attack Chen Junlin, Shen Jianxian suddenly yelled. Stop it! Everyone was stunned. Then, Shen Jianxian showed a surprised expression on his face. My mom, she's not vomiting blood anymore. Boom! When these words were spoken, Fu Yangran and others were shocked. Everyone quickly looked at Shen Jianxian's mother. Really? Just as Shen Jianxian said, Mrs. Shen was no longer vomiting blood and her breathing had stabilized. Mrs. Shen also pointed and said excitedly, Look, the electrocardiogram. The electrocardiogram is also normal. Everyone looked at the electrocardiogram again. It was just as Mrs. Shen said, the electrocardiogram was very stable, and apart from being a little bit weak, there did not seem to be any danger to his life. This. Everyone was stunned. His eyes once again focused on Chen Junlin. Amid everyone's surprised gaze, Chen Junlin came to the opposite side of Fu Yangran. Come, help the old lady, he said to Fu Yangran in a gentle voice. Fu Yangran had not yet recovered from her shock, she just subconsciously did what Chen Junlin said. With a bang, Chen Junlin hit Fu Yanran's grandmother in the stomach with the same punch. Puff! Fu Yanran's grandmother also spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then, her breathing gradually became steady. 2 punches. Chen Junlin only used 2 punches. It helped 2 old ladies who were struggling on the brink of death to get through the critical period. For a while, everyone in the room was simply astonished. After a while, Shen Jianxian's mother woke up slowly. Mom, how are you? Seeing his mother wake up, Shen Jianxian's heart instantly settled down. He slowly laid his mother flat on the bed, then pulled his wife in front of Chen Junlin. Then, the 2 of them bowed deeply to Chen Junlin. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. We were blind and didn't know the true God just now. We offended you. Please forgive us. Mrs. Shen also said, Mr. Shen, I'm sorry for you, As she said this, Mrs. Shen raised her hand to slap herself in the face. Seeing this, Chen Junlin raised his hand to stop her. Forget it. He said calmly, now that the matter has been resolved, don't embarrass Miss Fu in the future. Of course. Shen Jianxian vowed, I will fully cooperate with Miss Fu's 10 billion project. As he spoke, Shen Jianxian took out his business card from his pocket and handed it respectfully to Chen Junlin with both hands. Mr. Chen, this is my business card. You saved our Shen family. If you need help from us in the future, please let me know. Chen Junlin smiled slightly and took the business card. After everything was done, Chen Junlin was preparing to leave. Suddenly, a figure knelt down in front of him. Looking closely, it turned out to be Liao Yongzhong. Dr. Liao, what are you doing? Fu Yangran asked in confusion. Liao Yongzhong raised his head and said with a wry smile, in front of a true miracle doctor, how dare this old man call himself a god? Then, he looked at Chen Junlin with an extremely sincere expression. Godly doctor, can you tell me how you did it? Chen Junlin glanced at Dr. Liao. Although this old man is a little conceited, he has no bad intentions. He asked Liao Yongzhong to get up, and then said, it's nothing. When I went upstairs, I smelled the smell of poison. Your medicine can indeed cure their illnesses, but it contains poison. The 2 old ladies took it, and although their illnesses were cured, they were poisoned. Normally, this poison would only cause diarrhea, chest tightness and other symptoms for ordinary people. But the problem is that the 2 old ladies have been ill for a long time. They are old and frail, and their bodies are much weaker than ordinary people. That's why your medicine has become a deadly poison. Hearing this, Liao Yongzhong suddenly understood. I see. He then asked, then, how did you detoxify me, my god? Chen Junlin smiled and said, since it is a sinister poison, we should naturally use masculine strength to resolve it. When yin and yang are in harmony, it will heal naturally. Masculine power. Liao Yongzhong muttered something to himself after hearing this, and then he suddenly realized something and said, could it be that, you are using the long-lost yin-yang body hand of the medical saint. Chen Junlin smiled but said nothing. When Liao Yongzhong saw that Chen Junlin didn't say anything, he became even more certain. Fu Yangran, who was standing by, was shocked when she heard this. This son-in-law. How many secrets are hidden in him? After seeing off Liao Yongzhong and Shen Jianchen and his wife, Fu Yangran said to Chen Junlin, "It seems that I underestimated you." Chen Junlin smiled faintly. Fu Yangran thought for a moment, then continued, "You are leaving the Qin family now, and you need money. How about, you become my personal doctor?" Personal doctor? Chen Junlin was slightly stunned. Fu Yangran said, "Yes, just give me a massage from time to time." Hearing this, Chen Junlin looked Fu Yangran up and down. This curvy body, if I massage it, tsk. Fu Yangran got goosebumps when she saw Chen Junlin's gaze, and she quickly changed the subject. "Do you know the Black Emperor?" Chen Junlin asked. "Why? Are you also interested in the Black Emperor?" "Of course." Fu Yangran responded. This strong woman standing at the top of Jiangju actually had a look of admiration on her face at this moment. After hearing about the legendary deeds of the Black Emperor, who in this world cannot admire him? But as she spoke, Fu Yanran's expression darkened. "What's wrong with you?" Chen Junlin asked. Fu Yangran looked at Chen Junlin deeply and said, "I suspect that the Black Emperor may covet my beauty." "What?" Chen Junlin was startled. He immediately said firmly, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What do you know?" Fu Yangran raised her head and glared. "This is what my mother told me. She asked me to serve the Black Emperor. This must be the Black Emperor's request. He must be attracted by my beauty. Otherwise, why would my mother let me do such a thing?" After saying that, Fu Yanran's face turned red instantly. Chen Junlin was speechless. Aunt Fu. Look how you scared the child." At this time, Fu Yanran's voice sounded again. "But I'm confused. My mother asked me to serve the Black Emperor, but why did she insist on asking me to come and see you?" As she spoke, her beautiful eyes stared straight at Chen Junlin. Fu Yangran is very beautiful. Being stared at by her like this, Chen Junlin couldn't help but feel a sense of distraction. He looked at Fu Yangran, and the smile on his face suddenly disappeared. Then, the aura around Chen Junlin suddenly condensed. "Is it possible? I am the Black Emperor." Boom! The words haven't finished yet. In the room, suddenly, a powerful pressure surged out. Chapter 10, Personal Physician. The air froze instantly. Fu Yanran's pupils suddenly shrank and she stared at Chen Junlin. The two looked at each other, as if even time had stopped. I don't know how long it was before a light laugh broke the frozen atmosphere between the two. Puff! Fu Yangran raised the corner of her mouth slightly, revealing a hint of sneer. She quickly covered her mouth with her hands and looked at Chen Junlin with her beautiful eyes. "You said you are the Black Emperor." A questioning voice floated out from the red lips. "Guaranteed authenticity," Chen Junlin said calmly with a serious expression. "You he. Fu Yangran was about to say something, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she couldn't help laughing out loud. Then, it was as if a river had burst its banks. Smiles bloomed on Fu Yanran's face one after another. He. Har. Har. After a while, the dignified eldest daughter of the Fu family was already laughing so hard that she was bent over. "Why are you smiling so happily?" "I said I'm the Black Emperor, so are you so happy?" Chen Junlin asked as he looked at Fu Yanran's reaction. "Chen Junlin, you are truly the most shameless person I have ever met." Fu Yangran managed to suppress her smile with great difficulty. She took a deep breath, calmed down again, and then said directly to Chen Junlin, "Besides, you are not only thick-skinned, but also courageous. Do you know who the Black Emperor is? Do you think he is one of those big brothers called Dragon and Tiger in Jiangju? He was the emperor who conquered Wall Street. Even the World Mercenary Corps suffered heavy losses at his hands. To me, the Black Emperor is God. And you?" As she spoke, Fu Yangran looked away towards Chen Junlin. A hint of disdain appeared on her pretty face, and her expression turned cold. She opened her red lips slightly and continued, "You are just a son-in-law of the Qin family in Jiangju for 3 years. What have you done in the past 3 years? Housework. To put it bluntly, you are waste. If my mother hadn't personally mentioned your name, I wouldn't have known you at all. You are even less qualified to be here. Want to impersonate the Black Emperor? Seriously, you're not even worthy of carrying the Black Emperor's shoes. Fu Yangran belittled Chen Junlin. Although Chen Junlin's performance just now made Fu Yangran look at him with admiration. But in Fu Yanran's heart, Chen Junlin was always just a son-in-law. There is a world of difference between him and the Black Emperor. However, this doesn't matter to Chen Junlin. Although he and Qin Suan divorced, after leaving, he had already decided to start revenge for his family. At this stage, it is not appropriate for me to reveal my identity. Therefore, facing Fu Yanran's sarcasm and contempt, Chen Junlin just smiled and said nothing. I didn't expect this guy to be so calm. I just deliberately mocked him like this, but he didn't get angry. After the two finished talking, the ward returned to peace. A strange look flashed in Fu Yanran's eyes. At this time, the assistant with the bun hair hurried over and whispered a few words, and Fu Yanran's face changed. Chen Junlin, there is nothing for you to do here anymore. Please go to the banquet hall downstairs. Chen Junlin just turned around and left. After watching Chen Junlin's back completely disappear in front of her, Fu Yangran called her assistant to her side. Her expression returned to normal, as if the change in expression just now was just an illusion. Check it out for me right now and find out what Chen Junlin has done in the Qin family over the past 3 years. I always feel that he is not as simple as the rumors and appearances suggest. This guy is hiding very deeply. The assistant took the order and left. The Fu family is very powerful in Jiangju, and after Chen Junlin married into the Qin family of Jiangju, his life was very ordinary and peaceful. So, the assistant quickly brought Fu Yangran all the information about Chen Junlin. Miss, this is all the information we have about that kid named Chen. Fu Yangran took the information. But when she opened it, she was disappointed. According to the information, in the 3 years since Chen Junlin married into the Qin family, he has been hardworking and taking care of his daughter, and is a complete househusband. There is nothing special about his information. Seeing this, for some reason, Fu Yangran actually breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I was overthinking it. Fu Yangran said to herself. She was indeed frightened by Chen Junlin just now. The other side. Chen Junlin appeared at the stairs on the 2nd floor again. The moment he appeared, everyone in the banquet hall on the 1st floor raised their heads in unison. A series of fiery gazes were focused on Chen Junlin. Just now, Chen Junlin was invited to the 2nd floor by Fu Yanran's assistant in front of everyone. Now that he has reappeared, it has caused quite a stir. Chen Junlin smiled faintly. Even though he was being stared at by so many people with fiery gazes, he still looked calm and composed. However, as soon as he went downstairs, 2 people suddenly squeezed out from among the guests and hurriedly came to him. Chen Junlin glanced at them indifferently. These 2 people were none other than Qin Suan and Wang Qinxing. Chen Junlin, what were you doing just now? Wang Qinxing questioned Chen Junlin as soon as he came up. Chen Junlin showed disdain on his face, and snorted softly in his throat. What does this have to do with you? How dare you talk to me like that, you piece of shit? Wang Qinxing was immediately enraged by Chen Junlin, his eyes were like bells and his hair was standing on end with rage. Chen Junlin didn't even look at Wang Qinxing, he just said calmly, you want to know? Why don't you just go up and ask Miss Fu? You? Wang Qinxing was speechless after hearing Chen Junlin's words. Go up and ask Fu Yangran? What a joke! I haven't lived enough. Chen Junlin was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Qinxing and turned around to leave. However, Qin Suan stopped him. Chen Junlin, what did you do? Is it related to Hongyang Group? The smile disappeared from Qin Suan's face. She had no interest in what Chen Junlin was doing on the 2nd floor. The only thing she was worried about was that Chen Junlin would hate her and cause trouble for Hongyang Group. Chen Junlin saw what Qin Suan was thinking at a glance. Don't worry, we didn't talk about your Hongyang Group. Hearing this, Qin Suan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But then, she felt like she had lost something in her heart. The eldest daughter of the Fu family is famous for her beauty. Would she fall for Chen Junlin? Qin Suan was startled by her sudden thought, then shook her head, thinking that she had gone crazy. What are you doing up there? Qin Suan asked relentlessly. The others also looked at Chen Junlin with curiosity. Chen Junlin said casually, Nothing, Miss Fu invited me to be her personal doctor. What? Hearing this, the whole audience was in an uproar. Wang Qinqing immediately sneered and said, "Har! You don't even have to pay taxes for bragging. You're a gigolo, and you still want to be Miss Fu's personal doctor. It was Miss Fu who invited you. It's not even dark yet and you're already daydreaming." Qin Suan also had many doubts in her heart. After being with Chen Junlin for so many years, she had never heard that Chen Junlin knew medical skills. What's more, with so many famous doctors, how could the eldest daughter of the Fu family fall in love with him? He's lying. Just then, a sharp female voice sounded. Everyone looked and saw Wang Rui walking over, followed by a tall and thin man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses. "Cousin." Wang Rui walked directly in front of Wang Qinqing. She took the hand of the man beside her and said to Wang Qinqing, "This is my boyfriend, Ku Shijian. Many people call him Dr. Ku." Before he finished speaking, Wang Rui looked at Chen Junlin with contempt. "My boyfriend is a returned overseas doctor who graduated from the medical department of an Ivy League school. He is Miss Fu's personal doctor." As Wang Rui spoke, she raised her head, as proud as a white swan. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed immediately. Wang Qinqing laughed loudly and said, "Har har, great. Cousin, you really bring honor to our Wang family." Then, he looked at Chen Junlin and said sarcastically, "Waste, what else do you have to say now?" Chen Junlin was calm and said, "What are you talking about? You have many people and many mouths, you can say whatever you want." Hearing this, Ku Shijian was unhappy. He walked up to Chen Junlin and asked provocatively, "Boy, what is your education level?" Chen Junlin smiled faintly, "I have never studied medicine, I just read a few ancestral medical books left by my family when I was a child." "What? A medical book passed down from generation to generation?" Upon hearing this, Ku Shijian burst into laughter. For a moment, everyone burst into laughter. "A medical book at home? An heirloom? That's really making me laugh to death. These days, everyone comes here to brag. In my opinion, this is just a charlatan's medical book." The Qin family was really blind to choose this guy as their son-in-law. Qin Suan looked at Chen Junlin and shook her head with disappointment. "Chen Junlin, have you fallen to such a level? Do you need to brag to elevate yourself? What are you laughing at?" At this moment, a woman's voice suddenly came from the second floor. The laughter stopped instantly. Everyone raised their heads and looked over. It's the beautiful assistant with the bun again. She just walked down the stairs quickly and came to Chen Junlin. Ku Shijian took the initiative to speak. "Hello, beautiful lady. My name is Ku Shijian. I am a doctor from the Ivy League Medical School. This time I am here to apply for the position of Miss Fu's personal physician." As he spoke, Ku Shijian took the initiative to extend his hand. However, Fu Yanran's assistant ignored him. She ignored Ku Shijian and bowed deeply to Chen Junlin in front of everyone. "Dr. Chen." Fu Yanran's assistant called out respectfully. Chapter 11, 100 million per year. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were filled with shock. "What did you call him just now?" Qin Suan asked blankly, with a look of disbelief on her face. The beautiful assistant with a ball-shaped haircut said, "Dr. Chen. How is it possible?" Wang Qinqing couldn't believe it and blurted out, "How can this guy be a miracle doctor?" The guy with the ball head glared with an unhappy look. She said bluntly, "He just saved our old lady's life upstairs. If he's not a miracle doctor, then what is he?" This. Wang Qinqing was speechless and stood there in a daze. He almost blurted out that Chen Junlin was a useless gigolo. But when the words came to his lips, he was scared back by the look of the female assistant. "This is impossible. This guy has been a son-in-law of the Qin family for 3 years and has been living off the Qin family for 3 years. How can he know medical skills? This must be a mistake. This must be a mistake." Wang Qinqing muttered to himself in a daze. "Chen Junlin." Qin Suan stood aside, staring at Chen Junlin, feeling a tightness in her chest. At this moment, she felt seriously insulted. Husband and wife for 3 years, sleeping in the same bed for 3 years. This man who was once the closest to me actually hid so deeply. It's been 3 whole years, and as his wife, I didn't even know that he knew medical skills. In addition to anger, Qin Suan felt more confused. If he is really a miracle doctor, then why would he be willing to be a live-in son-in-law in my house for 3 years? Chin Suan found it incredible when she thought about how Chen Junlin had worked like a slave in the Chin family for the past 3 years without any complaints. No one with any dignity would live like that. If Chen Junlin really had medical skills and could be called a miracle doctor, he would not be able to endure such a day for 3 days, 3 hours, or even 3 minutes, let alone 3 years. For a moment, Chin Suan was suspicious and her eyes flickered. But now Fu Yanran's female assistant came in person to support Chen Junlin, and Chin Suan did not dare to question it rashly. If the Fu family is angered, Hongyang Group's listing will be over. At this moment, the guests in the banquet hall all cast envious glances at Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin sneered and didn't care at all. These people changed their expressions faster than turning the pages of a book. They had just been following Wang Qinqing and laughing at him, but now they were all looking at him with friendly glances. Just then, Wang Rui rushed over. Nonsense! Wang Rui screamed at the top of her lungs like a shrew. Miss Fu's personal doctor is obviously my boyfriend, how could it be this rubbish? The female assistant turned her head, her face instantly turning cold. In an instant, a sense of majesty from a superior burst out from her. Who are you calling bullshit? The voice was cold and piercing. Wang Rui shuddered all over, and a sense of fear inexplicably rose in his heart. The guests around were also frightened by the sudden shout from the female assistant. Only Chen Junlin looked calm and seemed unaffected at all. He thought to himself, this female assistant is indeed someone close to Fu Yanran. Her aura is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. Wang Rui was so frightened that she shrank her neck. When she was stammering and wanted to say something, Ku Shijian suddenly covered her mouth with his hand. Then, he walked in front of Wang Rui, looked at the female assistant, and asked in the same way, I have already passed all your tests and the interview. I agreed to be Miss Fu's personal doctor. Why are you going back on your word now? The female assistant said in a deep voice with a blank expression, I have already said that Mr. Chen's medical skills are very high. It was thanks to him that our old lady was able to save her life. So our eldest daughter personally invited Mr. Chen to be her personal doctor. If you have any objections, go and tell our eldest lady. After saying this, the female assistant no longer looked at Ku Shijian. She turned around and bowed respectfully to Chen Junlin again. Dr. Chen, my lady said that your salary is 100 million per year, bonuses and consultation fees are not included. Wow! Everyone was shocked. This treatment is simply unparalleled. I'll think about it. Chen Junlin nodded slightly. Ku Shijian was stunned. In his opinion, this was the treatment that should have belonged to him. Fraud. After the female assistant left, Wang Qinqing suddenly snorted and said, useless, what on earth did you use to deceive Miss Fu? He figured it out. Chen Junlin couldn't possibly know medical skills. He must have used some tricks to deceive Miss Fu. Miss Fu's assistant just said it very clearly. Why should I lie to her? Chen Junlin asked back. Humph. Trash, what's the point of being so stubborn? You've been married into the Qin family for 3 years. Others may not know whether you have medical skills, but doesn't Su Wan know? As he spoke, Wang Qinqing turned to Chin Suan and said, Suan, you go ahead and speak. Everyone's eyes immediately followed Wang Qinqing and focused on Chin Suan. Chin Suan took a deep look at Chen Junlin, and then said, Chen Junlin, if you don't know medical skills, you'd better not lie. You can't cheat the Fu family just because you want to. Once you're exposed, no one can save you. Yes, yes, yes. Sister-in-law is right. Wang Rui also reacted at this time. She deliberately called Chin Suan her sister-in-law, and then pointed at Chen Junlin and said, you liar, you actually cheated the Fu family. I think you are too proud to die, right? Before Wang Rui finished speaking, Ku Shijian also said, boy, I have already studied the old lady of the Fu family's illness thoroughly. For this disease, I visited famous doctors at home and abroad, consulted countless materials, and consulted with hundreds of experts. I have a complete set of treatment plans for the old lady's illness, but it will take time. You cured the old lady's illness as soon as you went upstairs just now. In my opinion, you must have used some method of drinking poison to quench thirst. For example, banned drugs. Hiss. Hearing this, everyone gasped. Banned drugs. This kid is really brave, does he want to die? Giving the old lady of the Fu family banned drugs. If something goes wrong, the Fu family will probably turn this kid into ashes. Boy, hurry up and admit your mistake to Miss Fu. Maybe she can leave you with an intact body. The people around him were confused and began to question Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin was too lazy to pay attention to these people. In his opinion, arguing with them was a waste of life. Only. Chen Junlin looked at Qin Suan deeply, then sighed in disappointment. Married for 3 years. Sleeping together for 3 years. I have already decided to be together for life. Who knew that in the end, all we would get was cold-bloodedness, ruthlessness, and deep distrust? At this moment, he was really sad. Chen Junlin turned around and prepared to leave. Seeing that he was about to leave, Wang Rui suddenly rushed up and grabbed his clothes. Stop! She roared at Chen Junlin, go tell Miss Fu right now that you're giving up being a private doctor. Chen Junlin didn't even turn his head and coldly spat out one word, get lost. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his hand lightly and sent Wang Rui flying. Arr! Wang Rui fell to the ground and screamed. Asshole! How dare you hit someone? Kushizian was furious. He pointed at Chen Junlin and cursed him viciously, you are a person who has no one to teach you. Kneel down and apologize immediately. Boom! Chen Junlin was shocked. Is there anyone who has no one to teach him? The anger lingers. The scene of his parents' tragic death suddenly appeared in Chen Junlin's mind. He slowly turned around, looked at Kushizian, and said without a trace of emotion in his eyes, what did you just say? Boom! This moment. The air is filled with murderous intent. Chapter 12, Listing Rejected. Right now. A depressing feeling like a landslide spread. Everyone in the banquet hall was shocked by the aura surrounding Chen Junlin. Humph! Why are you pretending? Wang Qinqing sneered, you are a loser who married into someone else's family and was kicked out. Do you really think anyone is afraid of you? Wang Rui also got up from the ground at this time, and she limped to Kushixian's side. Waste. You're finished. I will never forgive you today. Her makeup was smudged from crying and she looked particularly embarrassed. Chen Junlin ignored the Wang siblings. He took a step forward and pierced Kushizian with his eyes like a sharp blade. I'm asking you, what did you just say? Kushixian's heart suddenly tightened. The momentum that Chen Junlin burst out made him feel frightened, and he even had the thought of running away. However, at this moment, Wang Qinqing's voice came into his ears from behind him. What are you afraid of? He is just a waste kicked out by the Qin family. How can he eat you? Don't you want to be Fu Yanran's personal doctor? Wang Rui also fanned the flames, my cousin is right, there's no need to be afraid of that loser. If things really get rowdy, he'll definitely be kicked out of the party. Under the instigation of these two people, Kushixian's adrenaline surged instantly. He looked at Chen Junlin, pointed his finger at him, and said arrogantly, I said you are a useless person who has a good life but no one to teach him. What a sin your parents must have committed in their previous lives to have given birth to something like you. If I were you, I'd. Before Kushizian could finish his words, he suddenly saw Chen Junlin's figure flash by. Before he could react, a fist as big as a bowl was within reach. Bang! A muffled sound. Kushizian suddenly felt as if his face was hit by a car. He cried out miserably and fell on his back. Immediately following. In full view of everyone, in front of everyone, Chen Junlin punched Kushizian again and again. For a moment. Blood splatters. Arr! The women screamed. The men in the banquet hall were all stunned. You, how dare you hit someone? Stop! Stop! Wang Rui screamed. Chen Junlin was like a wild beast and ignored her completely. Wang Rui quickly grabbed Wang Qinqing's arm and cried, cousin, hurry up. Save him. Wang Qinqing's face looked grim. He could never have imagined that Chen Junlin was so bold as to take action at the Fu family's banquet. Chen Junlin, stop it. Otherwise, my Wang family will not forgive you. Wang Qinqing frowned and threatened Chen Junlin in a gloomy voice. Why? You want to try it too? Chen Junlin turned his head and glanced at Wang Qinqing. The blood from Kushixian's body splattered on his face, bloody and weird. Wang Qinqing couldn't help but take a step back. At this time, Qin Suan said, enough. Chen Junlin, you've gone too far. This is not a place for you to act wild. Chen Junlin said bluntly, "We have no relationship anymore, you'd better stop interfering in my affairs." You? Qin Suan didn't expect Chen Junlin to say this. For a moment, she couldn't accept it and was shaking with anger. Then, Chen Junlin continued to beat Ku Shixian in front of everyone. Wang Rui saw this and rushed to Chen Junlin. She grabbed Chen Junlin's arm and started to make a scene. "Stop it. I'm going to fight you." Chen Junlin exerted force suddenly and was about to throw Wang Rui away. However, at this moment, a cold shout suddenly came from the second floor, "Stop it." Hearing their voice, everyone was stunned at first, and Chen Junlin also stopped his actions. He immediately recognized that this was Fu Yanran's voice. As everyone looked up at the second floor, they saw Fu Yangran walking out. Her eyes swept across the crowd and looked directly at Chen Junlin. Seeing the blood on his fist and Ku Shixian lying on the ground, she frowned slightly. Before this, Fu Yangran had been waiting for He Di on the second floor. But until now, she hasn't got any news about the Black Emperor. Fu Yangran, who was a little upset, heard crying and screaming from the second floor downstairs, so she came out. "You are so brave." Walking downstairs, Fu Yangran looked at Chen Junlin and said, "How dare you take action at my Fu family's banquet? You have offended the Black Emperor. Can you bear the responsibility?" Chen Junlin smiled faintly, "If I beat him, even the Black Emperor can't stop me." What a big tone. Everyone thought to themselves and shook their heads. There was a hint of contempt in his eyes when he looked at him. He was so arrogant because he was in power. Could he really challenge the Black Emperor? It's crazy. Fu Yangran was speechless, but she was actually somewhat accustomed to Chen Junlin's tone. At this time, Wang Rui helped Ku Shixian, who had been beaten unconscious, up and began to cry to Fu Yangran. "Miss Fu, you have to make the decision for us. My boyfriend had already made an appointment to be your personal doctor, but this lunatic was jealous of my boyfriend and beat him up like this." Fu Yangran looked at Wang Rui, whose makeup was already ruined, and turned her head. "What's going on?" The female assistant at the side quickly said, "Miss, we did invite famous doctors from all over the country to be your personal doctors. He should be one of those people who passed the preliminary selection and the first round of interviews. However, he did not make it through the second round of interviews. The judges considered that he did have some real talent, so they invited him to interview again, that's all." After hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Wang Rui pointed at Chen Junlin and said, "Miss Fu, this guy is a liar. He has never been to college. I don't know where he learned some shabby medical skills, but he came out to cheat people. He also has a severe violent disorder and cannot be your personal doctor at all." As he spoke, Wang Rui turned to look at Qin Suan and said, "Sister-in-law, you and Chen Junlin were husband and wife before, you go tell them." Qin Suan glanced at Chen Junlin, then looked at Fu Yangran. An inexplicable hostility surged in my heart. Although both are business women, the Fu family is hundreds or thousands of times stronger than the Qin family. She said slowly, "Miss Fu, I have never seen Chen Junlin learn medical skills, let alone whether he is advanced or not. As for violence." Qin Suan looked at Chen Junlin deeply and said, "He does have a tendency to be violent." After listening to what Wang Rui and Qin Suan said, Fu Yangran turned to look at Chen Junlin. "Are they right?" Chen Junlin said calmly, "You have seen my medical skills, so I don't need to say more. As for violence." As he said this, he glanced at Ku Shixian and said, "That's my business. It has nothing to do with you. How dare you? How dare you speak to Miss Fu like that?" Wang Qinqing shouted immediately. "Shut up. Is it your turn to speak?" Fu Yangran shouted coldly, stunning Wang Qinqing. Then, she said to Chen Junlin, "I believe you." "Do you believe him?" Qin Suan exclaimed. "Of course. I have seen his medical skills with my own eyes, and..." As she spoke, Fu Yangran looked at Qin Suan and said with great regret, "You have been blinded and don't know the pearl. You will definitely regret it in the future." After saying that, she pointed at Wang Rui and Ku Shixian and said, "Please ask them to get out." Yes, the female assistant agreed, waved her hand and called the security guard over. Before Wang Rui and Ku Shixian could react to what was happening, they were carried out by the security guards. Seeing this, Wang Qinqing was afraid that Fu Yangran would vent her anger on him, so he quickly pulled Qin Suan out of the banquet. At the door, Qin Suan came back to her senses and looked at the plaque of Jinhui Hotel. For some reason, she felt a little sour in her heart. Humph. No wonder this loser is so arrogant. It turns out he has been hooking up with the Fu family for a long time. No wonder he was picked up by the Fu family's luxury car that day. Wang Qinqing said angrily, with an envy that he himself was not aware of. Qin Suan said nothing and sighed. Just then, her phone rang. Mom, what's going on? After the call was connected, Qin Suan asked. Zhao Yanfang said on the other end of the phone, Su Wan, this is bad. Has the Hongyang Group's listing report been rejected? What? Hearing this news, Qin Suan's face changed instantly. She glanced at Wang Qinqing and asked, how could this happen? That's right. The Fu family rejected our listing documents. Zhao Yanfang's voice followed. Boom. Qin Suan's mind went blank. At this moment, she felt like the sky was falling. Chapter 13, A Date. How so? Qin Suan, panicked, turned around and grabbed Wang Qinqing's arm tightly. Didn't you say you would guarantee it would be okay? Why would the Fu family reject the listing application submitted by our Hongyang Group? Why? Wang Qinqing is also confused now. He knew nothing about this matter from beginning to end. However, he had boasted before that he would definitely help Hongyang Group go public. It is because of this that Qin Suan is firmly under his control. Now Hongyang Group's application for listing has been rejected, and it was the Fu family who vetoed it. You must think of a reason for this matter. Wang Qinqing started to think secretly in his mind. Su Wan, don't worry. Wang Qinqing comforted her. Not anxious. Wang Qinqing. Hongyang Group is my lifeblood, how can I not be anxious? Qin Suan's eyes were filled with tears, and she asked anxiously, Wang Qinqing, what did you promise me in the beginning? What do you think of your Wang family's relationship? How is your relationship with the Fu family? Why is this happening now? Tell me why. Qin Suan screamed at the top of her lungs and shook Wang Qinqing's shoulders hard. It's Chen Junlin. Sudden. Wang Qinqing roared. Qin Suan was stunned. What did you say? Chen Junlin. Wang Qinqing took the opportunity to throw the dirty water on Chen Junlin. It must be him. Su Wan, think about it, why is he here today? This is clearly aimed at us. After hearing what Wang Qinqing said, Qin Suan's eyes were blank, and she murmured, you mean, he ruined the listing of Hongyang Group? That's right. Seeing that Qin Suan had taken the bait, Wang Qinqing quickly struck while the iron was hot and said, Suan, I swear to you, before I came here, I had already arranged for my family to take care of everything. Under normal circumstances, there will be no problem with the listing of Hongyang Group. You will hear good news after today's banquet. But I never expected that Chen Junlin, that bastard, would have this trick up his sleeve. This pretty boy, I don't know when he hooked up with Fu Yangran, he ruined our plan. While speaking, Wang Qinqing's face showed regret and indignation. It was as if it was really Chen Junlin who destroyed Hongyang Group's listing. Chen Junlin. After a moment, a strong hatred emerged in Qin Suan's eyes. Her face was gloomy, and she gritted her teeth and said, Chen Junlin, you are so cruel. We are just getting divorced, but you actually want to completely destroy me and the Hongyang Group. Wang Qinqing took the opportunity to say, Su Wan, you don't have to worry too much about this matter. Although Hongyang Group's IPO plan has been temporarily rejected, it is not without a chance of a comeback. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flashed in Qin Suan's eyes. Mr. Wang, what did you say? Does Hongyang Group still have a chance? Qin Suan asked excitedly. Of course. Wang Qinqing coughed twice and then said, that pretty boy Chen Junlin is just a private doctor after all. What's more, he's a liar. As long as I go home and tell my father, he will go directly to the Fu family. He doesn't need to take a gigolo seriously at all. Really? Qin Suan was delighted, an excited smile appearing on her face. Of course it's true. Wang Qinqing looked at Qin Suan's beautiful face. He suddenly grabbed Qin Suan's hand, kneaded it, and said affectionately, Suan, for you, I will go back and tell my dad. Even if my dad scolds me, I will still help you. So, can you give me a reward tonight? Master Wang, you are drunk. Qin Suan shuddered suddenly and quickly withdrew her hand. Seeing this, Wang Qinqing said with an unhappy look, Su Wan, I have given everything for you. If you really don't want to, I think there is no need for us to continue. Qin Suan said quickly, Mr. Wang, that's not what I meant. I said, when Hongyang Group is successfully listed, I will immediately agree to you. Go public. This time the listing was ruined by Chen Junlin. Do you know how much I will have to pay next? Wang Qinqing excitedly held Qin Suan's hand again. He took a deep breath and said, Suan, I'll wait for you in room 8888 of Jinhao Hotel tonight. You? Qin Suan looked at Wang Qinqing in shock. She originally thought that Wang Qinqing was just trying to get some advantage with words, but she didn't expect that he had even booked a hotel room today. As a strong woman in the business world, Qin Suan is not one of those naive little girls. When she heard Wang Qinqing's words, she immediately guessed that this must have been something he had planned for a long time. The thought of selling my body and soul for the listing of Hongyang Group made me feel depressed. Qin Suan, a strong woman in Jiangzhou's business community, felt great pain in her heart instantly. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Suan said to Wang Qinqing, Mr. Wang, let me think about it first, okay? No problem, I'll wait for you. Wang Qinqing said with a smile, I'll go to the hotel first, put the water in, and wait for you. After Wang Qinqing left, Qin Suan returned home in a daze. As soon as I entered the door, my parents came to greet me. Daughter, how is it going? What's going on? Didn't young Master Wang from the Fu family already make an agreement? Before the parents finished speaking, their younger brother Qin Baichuan, who was standing behind them, also said, Sister, could it be that Wang Qinqing did this? Faced with the barrage of questions from her family, Qin Suan shook her head tiredly. Then she told her parents what happened. Zhao Yanfang jumped up when she was halfway through her words. How ridiculous. This Chen Junlin is a waste. He's going too far. Qin Suan's father, Qin Zhongyan, was also furious and said, Ungrateful wolf. Our Qin family has raised an ungrateful wolf in 3 years. Qin Baichuan even picked up the phone and said, Asshole, I'll call him now. I want to ask him what's going on. I'll kill this bastard. Jinhui Hotel. After Qin Suan left, Chen Junlin and Fu Yangran started chatting. Suddenly, his cell phone rang. As soon as the call was connected, the voice of my former brother-in-law Qin Baichuan roared on the phone. Chen Junlin, you are so cruel. Do you want to wipe out our Qin family? Chen Junlin was stunned when he heard this. What are you talking about? You're still pretending. Qin Baichuan continued to roar. Did you block Hongyang Group's application for listing? Not me. Chen Junlin said calmly, I don't even know what you are talking about. Chen Junlin. Suddenly, the voice on the other end of the phone changed, and Qin Suan said coldly, I didn't expect you to be such a person. If you want to take revenge on me, come after me. Don't touch my Hongyang Group. Facing Qin Suan's questioning, Chen Junlin smiled bitterly. Disappointment. Deeply disappointed. Qin Suan, in your heart, I have always been a despicable person, right? Chen Junlin asked. Isn't what you did despicable enough? Qin Suan sneered. Think whatever you want. Chen Junlin shook his head and hung up the phone. He was too lazy to explain these things. Prejudice in people's minds has always been a huge mountain. Once formed, it is difficult to change. The other side. Qin Suan stood there in a daze for a while after Chen Junlin hung up the phone. At this time, Zhao Yanfang said to Qin Suan, Daughter, now we can only go to find Wang Xiao. Looking for him. Qin Suan was stunned. No one can save us except him. Zhao Yanfang continued, Wang Xiao has always been in love with you. As long as you are willing to be with him, he will definitely help. With the help of the Wang family, our Hongyang Group will definitely be able to go public. Qin Suan's heart was broken. My own biological mother actually said such a thing. But now, this is the only way. I understand. Qin Suan said expressionlessly, tell Wang Qinqing that as long as he promises to let Hongyang Group go public, I can agree to him. That's great. Our Qin family is saved now. Qin Suan's parents said happily. A Rolls-Royce stopped in front of the Jinhao Hotel. Chen Junlin got out of the car. Dr. Chen, the eldest lady has booked a presidential suite for you for the whole year. Please stay there first, and I will accompany you to choose a house later. The female assistant came up to Chen Junlin and said with a smile. Chen Junlin nodded. When he received Qin Suan's call, he was preparing to go home with Fu Yangran. Because he was divorced from Qin Suan, he had no place to live temporarily. Therefore, Fu Yangran took the initiative to arrange accommodation for him. Just as Chen Junlin was about to enter the Jinhao Hotel, suddenly, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared in front of him. Qin Suan. Chen Junlin's eyes widened instantly. At this time, Qin Suan was dressed in bright, revealing and sexy clothes. Chen Junlin stood next to the Rolls-Royce and watched Qin Suan, dressed like this, walk into their hotel. Chapter 14. I'll let him die in Jiangju. It looks like there will be something interesting tonight. Just when Chen Junlin was stunned, Fu Yanran's voice came from behind him. Chen Junlin turned his head and glanced at Fu Yangran. Facing Chen Junlin's gaze, Fu Yangran remained calm. Look at it calmly. This is a matter of time. She said calmly, in fact, based on the information I have, it's already too late for your ex-wife to go to jail now. Wang Qinxing is not a good man. He has raped many women in Jiangju. After saying that, Fu Yangran looked at Chen Junlin quietly. She was waiting for Chen Junlin's reaction. Room card. Chen Junlin extended his hand to Fu Yangran. Fu Yangran was a little surprised. That's your ex-wife, don't you have any thoughts? You already said it, that's my ex-wife, what does it have to do with me? Chen Junlin said calmly, give me the room card, I'm tired. Fu Yangran gestured slightly, and the assistant beside her immediately and respectfully handed the room card to Chen Junlin. Dr. Chen, your room is 8888. The assistant said respectfully. Chen Junlin nodded, took the room card and turned to walk towards their hotel. Don't you really want to do something? Fu Yangran said, looking at Chen Junlin's back. Chen Junlin seemed not to hear it, and soon his figure disappeared among the crowd in front of the hotel. Miss, he is really patient. His ex-wife has checked into a hotel with another man, but he is not impatient at all. After Chen Junlin left, the young assistant stared with wide eyes, looking surprised. Fu Yangran raised her lips slightly. Endure? Which man can endure this kind of thing? Miss, what you mean is that he is just pretending, asked the assistant. Go and keep a close eye on his movements. Tell me whatever happens tonight. Fu Yangran made arrangements and said, I want to see who this guy is. Chen Junlin entered the hotel and just saw Qin Suan's back disappearing in the elevator. His eyes narrowed. I couldn't help but feel hatred in my heart. You are so good, Qin Suan. We just got divorced, not even a day ago. Are you so anxious to find a stepfather for Yeye? Fu Yangran is right. No matter what, Chen Junlin is a normal man. He had just divorced his wife, and right after that she was sleeping in another man's bed. This kind of thing is simply a great shame and humiliation. With anger and hatred in his heart, Chen Junlin also got on the elevator next to him. What Chen Junlin didn't expect was that the moment he walked out of the elevator, he saw Qin Suan's back at a glance. The beautiful back figure, like a landscape, walked to the door of a room and stopped. Qin Suan looked at the door in front of her and took a deep breath. Then, as if he had made up his mind, his expression suddenly became firm. Boom boom boom. Qin Suan knocked on Wang Qinxing's door. A moment later, the door opened and Wang Qinxing appeared inside. He was wet all over and wearing a white bathrobe, obviously taking a shower. As soon as he saw Qin Suan, Wang Qinxing's face instantly showed surprise. Especially when he saw Qin Suan's sexy outfit, his eyes lit up. Come in quickly. Wang Qinxing pulled Qin Suan into the room without saying a word, and then slammed the door shut. In the corridor, Chen Junlin came to Wang Qinxing's room. It's not that he came here on purpose, but his room and Wang Qinxing's room are next to each other. Wang Qinxing's room is 8886, and Chen Junlin's room is 8888. Chen Junlin waited and watched at the door of Wang Qinxing's room for a long time. It was not until a waiter came to remind him that he opened his door and walked into the room. At this time, Qin Suan was pulled into the room by Wang Qinxing and came directly to the bed. Su Wan, do you know how long I have been waiting for this day? I miss you so much. As Wang Qinxing spoke, he grabbed Qin Suan's shoulders with both hands and wanted to pull her into his arms. Qin Suan was startled. She quickly broke free from Wang Qinxing's hand and took a step back. Master Wang, don't. Seeing Qin Suan's nervous expression, Wang Qinxing smiled slightly and then said, Suan, it's mainly because I like you too much. I was presumptuous just now. Let's drink first. As he spoke, Wang Qinxing lit the incense on the table, then walked over with 2 glasses of wine. Come on, Suan, let's drink to this wonderful night. Qin Suan took the wine glasses. Wang Qinxing had already poured the 2 glasses of wine before she came in. Qin Suan put down her wine glass cautiously. Master Wang, tell me first, how can Hongyan Group go public? Wang Qinxing shook his wine glass and said, Suan, today we will only talk about romance, not work. Let's not waste this precious opportunity given to us by God. As he said this, he extended his hand towards Qin Suan. No. Qin Suan took a step back. Mr. Wang, Hongyan Group is my life's work, you tell me first. This. Seeing that Qin Suan refused to compromise, Wang Qinxing's eyes rolled around. Then, he said, Suan, don't worry. After tonight, I will go back and ask my dad to use the power of our Wang family to contact the Fu family. By then, as long as the Fu family changes their minds and agrees to the listing of Hongyan Group, all problems will be solved. Before he finished speaking, Wang Qinxing once again extended his hand to Qin Suan. This time, Qin Suan directly blocked Wang Qinxing's Lushan claw. Her face darkened. Master Wang, if that's the case, let's wait until Hongyan Group is successfully listed. What? Wang Qinxing was stunned. After Qin Suan finished speaking, she ignored the dazed Wang Qinxing and stood up and walked towards the door. However, after taking just 2 steps, Qin Suan suddenly felt dizzy. She held her head and shook her body violently. Only then did Qin Suan realize that there was something wrong with the fragrance that filled the room. Qin Suan, now that you're here, do you think you can still leave? Wang Qinxing said with a sinister grin. You, what did you do to me? Qin Suan asked while trying to support her dizzy body. It's nothing, just some ecstasy powder, a medicine that can release a woman's nature. Suan, don't worry. I promise you will be very comfortable tonight. Before he finished speaking, Wang Qinxing was already walking towards Qin Suan with a smirk on his face. Qin Suan naturally knows what Wang Qinxing is going to do. But now she felt hot and soft all over, and an inexplicable desire surged from her body. Sudden. Qin Suan screamed. It turned out that Wang Qinxing had already held her in his arms. Let go of me. Qin Suan struggled hard. Wang Qinxing looked at the beauty struggling in his arms, especially when he saw Qin Suan's sexy outfit. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Hiss. So sexy. Suan, you are wearing such a sexy outfit today, aren't you here to serve me? Don't worry, as long as you serve me well tonight, I guarantee that Hongyan Group will be able to go public. Hiss. There was a sound of cloth tearing. It turned out that Wang Qinxing was too impatient and actually tore Qin Suan's clothes. In an instant, the snow-white and smooth skin was exposed to the air. Qin Suan closed her eyes. She was now feeling hot and itchy all over and could only let Wang Qinxing do whatever he wanted. And because of the medication, I feel weak all over. Could it be that today I am really going to be? Bang! But at this moment, there was a loud bang. Wang Qinxing's door was kicked open with great force. Who the hell is ruining my good deeds? Wang Qinxing raised his head and roared. When he saw the person who walked in from the door, he was stunned for a moment. Chen Junlin. Why are you here? When the weak Qin Suan heard the 3 words, Chen Junlin, tears immediately filled her eyes. King's Landing. She shouted weakly. Chen Junlin walked directly in front of Wang Qinxing. His face was gloomy and a murderous aura locked Wang Qinxing firmly. Feeling Chen Junlin's aura, Wang Qinxing's heartbeat suddenly quickened. Waste. You, what do you want to do? Chen Junlin said coldly, let her go. Bar. Who do you think you are? You are just. Bang. 1 punch. Wang Qinxing's body flew out and fell heavily to the ground. Ouch. He cried out in pain, how dare you hit me? Chen Junlin, you're done. Our Wang family will not let you go. Chen Junlin snorted disdainfully, picked up Wang Qinxing, and punched him. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Chen Junlin released all his anger on Wang Qinxing. Trash like you don't deserve to live in this world. Having said that, Chen Junlin was about to kill Wang Qianlin. However, at this moment, the already confused Qin Suan suddenly grabbed Chen Junlin's hand. Don't. Qin Suan's voice came intermittently, don't implicate Hongyan Group. Chen Junlin looked at Qin Suan deeply, then threw Wang Qinxing out directly. Then, he picked up Qin Suan without any hesitation and turned away. After Chen Junlin left, Wang Qinxing, who was beaten dizzy, staggered and took out his cell phone. Dad. I was beaten. When the call was connected, Wang Qinxing burst into tears. A moment later, Wang Jinshan's angry voice rang out on the phone. How can this be? How dare you touch my son, Wang Jinshan's son, Chen Junlin, right? I will make him die in Jiangju. The other side. Chen Junlin took Qin Suan back to his room. Hot. Hot. I'm so hot. Qin Suan tore off her clothes desperately, revealing large areas of her naked body. Then, she directly put her arms around Chen Junlin's neck. Give it to me. Give it to me quickly. Chen Junlin took a deep breath. He could tell at a glance that Qin Suan had been drugged with a strong aphrodisiac. Then, Chen Junlin put Qin Suan on the bed and watched her twisting her body and gasping for breath. Chen Junlin gritted his teeth, reached out and began to take off her clothes. Chapter 15. Aren't you looking for me? Qin Suan had a dream. In her dream, she was tied to a big bed and struggled desperately. Beside the bed, Wang Qinxing looked at her with a lewd expression and said with a smile, Don't struggle, little beauty, you are mine today. After saying that, Wang Qinxing took off his clothes and rushed towards her. Don't want. With a scream, Qin Suan suddenly sat up from the bed. She gasped for breath and slowly opened her eyes. Then, she found herself in a bedroom, and there was no trace of Wang Qinxing around. Call. Qin Suan let out a long sigh and felt relieved again. However, when she lowered her head, the snow-white skin that came into view was like a knife piercing her eyes. Qin Suan was suddenly shocked. Although Wang Qinxing was not in the room, he was actually not wearing any clothes. How so? Qin Suan stared, trying hard to search for the memories of last night in her mind. Are you awake? Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Qin Suan came to her senses and saw Chen Junlin walking into the bedroom carrying a tray. There was milk bread on the plate. This was the breakfast he prepared for Qin Suan. How does it feel? Chen Junlin was just about to put breakfast on the table, but unexpectedly, Qin Suan was sitting there with her upper body exposed. He was stunned for a moment. At this time, Qin Suan also noticed that she was showing her sexual desire. A scream rushed out of the room and cut through the sky. A moment later. Chen Junlin, you bastard. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. We're already divorced, and I'm going to sue you for rape. Qin Suan screamed and threw things on the bed towards Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin looked at the frantic Qin Suan and said expressionlessly, You were so afraid of being raped that you came to me last night. This one sentence stunned Qin Suan instantly. The next second, Qin Suan's tears burst out, and the tears dripped down her chin like pearls. What's the use of crying? Chen Junlin said firmly, Breakfast is placed there for you, eat it if you want. Nothing happened between us last night. I saved you, don't be a bitch. After saying. Chen Junlin left without even looking back. Qin Suan stood there in a daze with tears in her eyes. Some vague memories came to her mind. It seems, someone was giving her a massage to detoxify her last night. That back figure looks familiar. Thinking of this, Qin Suan felt a surge of sadness in her heart. She couldn't bear it any longer, so she hugged her legs and burst into tears. 10 o'clock in the morning. Qin Suan calmed down, tidied herself up, and walked out of the hotel. After what happened yesterday, she is now a little absent-minded. I returned home in a daze, and as soon as I opened the door, my family came to greet me. Suan, what did you do? Zhao Yanfang came up and asked bluntly. Qin Suan, who was feeling depressed, was startled. She looked at her mother in surprise. Mom, what's wrong with you? The words haven't finished yet. Qin Suan discovered that her father Qin Zhongyan and her brother Qin Baichuan were also looking at her with anger in their eyes. Dad, brother, what happened to you? Qin Suan continued to ask. Humph. Qin Zhongyan snorted coldly and said, How dare you say that? Don't you know what you have done? What did I do? Dad, can you please explain clearly? Qin Suan was also a little angry. She had experienced such a thing last night, and now as soon as she returned home, she was scolded. It would be strange if she was not angry. Before Qin Zhongyan could speak, his younger brother Qin Baichuan said, Sister, didn't you go to serve young Master Wang yesterday? Then how did you serve them? This morning, the Wang family called and they completely cancelled their cooperation with our group. Boom. This news came like a bolt from the blue. Qin Suan's expression suddenly changed. She exclaimed, "How could this happen? When did this happen?" Qin Baichuan said, "This morning. Dad and Mom couldn't get through to you on the phone." Qin Suan didn't expect things to turn out like this. Just then, her cell phone rang. "Boss Qin, I heard that the Wang family has cancelled their cooperation with you, so let's put our cooperation on hold for now. Mr. Sun." Immediately afterwards, calls came in one after another, and all of them were from Hongyang Group's partners. Now they all want to terminate their cooperation with Hongyang Group. How so? Qin Suan was panicking now. Zhao Yanfang, the mother, complained beside her, "I thought I could live a good life after the group went public, but now it's gone. Not to mention going public, the group will probably go bankrupt in no time." No. Hongyang Group will not go bankrupt. Qin Suan muttered to herself absent-mindedly. Just at this moment, a strange phone call came. Qin Suan answered the call subconsciously. "Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Wang Jinshan, Wang Qianqing's father." A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the phone. When the Qin family heard that it was Wang Jinshan's call, they seemed to have found hope and instantly became energized. "Daughter, please beg Mr. Wang." Father Qin Zhongyan whispered. Qin Suan took a deep breath, tried to control her emotions, and said, "Uncle Wang, hello. I dare not. I dare not be your uncle." Wang Jinshan's voice on the other end of the phone was faintly filled with anger. "Mr. Qin, my son was seriously injured by your ex-husband. You should know about this, right?" Wang Jinshan asked again. Qin Suan paused, her voice sank. "Well, Uncle Wang, don't be angry, I will pay for Mr. Wang's medical expenses, no matter how much it costs." "Boss Qin, you're joking. I can still afford my son's medical expenses." Wang Jinshan said with contempt, "I am making this call to tell President Qin that the reason your Hongyang Group was able to go public so quickly is all due to the power of my Wang family." "Yeah, I understand." Qin Suan nodded. Wang Jinshan heard Qin Suan's tone soften, and continued, "Boss Qin, my son is also at fault in this matter. He was too impatient and actually drugged you, Boss Qin. I will definitely teach him a lesson for this matter later, but..." Wang Jinshan said, his tone changed, "My son is sincere to you, and now he has been beaten like this by your ex-husband. As his father, I must avenge him. So, I asked the Wang family to temporarily suspend cooperation with Hongyang Group. If President Qin can cooperate, there is room for improvement." Hearing this, the Qin family also became angry. Zhao Yanfang angrily said, "It's that loser Chen Junlin again." Qin Baichuan also said, "This guy is deliberately trying to destroy our Hongyang Group." At this time, Qin Suan also felt a little resentful towards Chen Junlin in her heart. Last night, he could have saved himself and left, so why did he beat Wang Qinqing like that? At this time, on the other end of the phone, Wang Jinshan said again, "Boss Qin, I hope you can trick Chen Junlin into coming to the hospital." "Uncle Wang, about this matter." Qin Suan hesitated. Although Chen Junlin went too far, if it weren't for him, Wang Qianqing would have. However, before Qin Suan could speak, Zhao Hongyang and Qin Baichuan suddenly shouted into the phone, "Don't worry, Mr. Wang. We will definitely send that rubbish to you so that you can avenge Mr. Wang." "Okay. Then I'll wait for your good news." After saying that, Wang Jinshan hung up the phone with satisfaction. "Mom, brother, you guys." After hanging up the phone, Qin Suan looked at them helplessly. Qin Baichuan said nonchalantly, "Sister, this is all caused by that loser, he should be held responsible." "That's right. Kill someone and pay with your life, owe a debt and pay it back." Mr. Wang only pursued that piece of trash, which is already a great grace to our Qin family. Zhao Yanfang followed. Qin Suan didn't know what to say for a moment. At the same time, Jiangju Fu family. Fu Yangran turned to look at her assistant, Linglong. "Have you contacted the Black Emperor?" Linglong, who had her hair in a bun, shook her head and said, "Miss, there is no news about the Black Emperor yet." "Where is he?" Fu Yangran leaned on the sofa, looking melancholy. Yesterday she held a banquet to welcome the Black Emperor, but the Black Emperor did not show up at all. There was no other choice, Fu Yangran could only disperse the party. "Miss, do you think the Black Emperor is not in Jiangju at all?" Ling Long said at this time. Fu Yangran was about to speak when Ling Long beside her suddenly exclaimed. "R." She looked up and saw a man wearing a Yarmer mask suddenly appear in front of them. "Who are you?" Fu Yanran's nerves tensed. The Fu family is on high alert. The man in front of him must be an expert as he was able to appear here without anyone noticing. Har 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 har. The masked man looked at Fu Yangran and smiled defiantly. Then, he said directly, "Aren't you looking for me?" "What?" Fu Yangran was startled and blurted out subconsciously, "Are you the Black Emperor?" Chapter 16. My daughter was kidnapped. "It is me." Behind the mask, Chen Junlin said domineeringly, "I now want you to cooperate with me to establish a new company based on the Fu family's wealth." Fu Yangran quickly sat up straight, and the expression on her face became serious and solemn. She began to look carefully at the masked man in front of her. "How do I know if you are the real Black Emperor?" Fu Yangran asked her question. The fact that this masked man was able to appear in front of her silently and without paying any attention to anyone else could only prove that he was a master. However, Fu Yangran was still very skeptical about whether he was the Black Emperor. "You don't believe me?" Chen Junlin said coldly. Fu Yangran had calmed down by now, and she looked at Chen Junlin neither humbly nor arrogantly. "Of course not. The Black Emperor travels all over the world, making great achievements. How could he appear in someone else's house like a thief?" Fu Yangran expressed her thoughts. In her opinion, if a big shot like the Black Emperor came to Jiangju, the entire Jiangju would be shaken. Behind the mask, Chen Junlin looked at Fu Yangran, who was full of doubts about him, and nodded. "That's right, no wonder Fu Chuyan respects you so much as a junior. You are indeed thoughtful. It seems that it is no coincidence that the Fu family has developed to this point under your leadership." When Fu Yangran heard the name, Fu Chuyan, her eyes suddenly widened. At this moment, her expression became extremely excited. The Fu Chuyan that Chen Junlin mentioned was Fu Yangran's mother who was far away abroad. Fu Chuyan has been working hard with the Fu family in Jiangju over the years. Although the Fu family's reputation has shocked the entire Jiangju, almost no one knows the name Fu Chuyan. "You?" Fu Yangran paused for a moment, then asked again tentatively, "Are you really the Black Emperor?" Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. Ding ling ling. At this moment, the landline phone next to the sofa suddenly rang. The sharp ringing of the phone immediately broke the tense atmosphere in the room. Fu Yangran couldn't help but be stunned. "Answer the phone." At this time, Chen Junlin behind the mask said lightly. Fu Yangran came back to her senses and glanced at her assistant. Ling Long nodded. Under the gazes of Chen Junlin and Fu Yangran, she walked to the phone and picked it up. "Miss." A moment later, Ling Long handed the phone to Fu Yangran and said, "Yes, madam." "My mother?" Fu Yangran was startled. She subconsciously turned her head and looked at Chen Junlin, who was wearing a mask. "Why don't you answer it? If it's any later, your mother will be angry," Chen Junlin said. Fu Yangran did not respond, but took the phone from Ling Long. "Mom." After answering the phone, Fu Yangran said directly, "A masked man came here, he said he was the Black Emperor." Fu Chuyan's voice soon came from the receiver. "Daughter, he is right. Next, you have to fully cooperate with him and be his assistant. You must obey his orders unconditionally. Is he really the Black Emperor?" Hearing this, Fu Yangran was suddenly shocked. Before coming to Jiangju, she had imagined countless ways to meet the Black Emperor in her mind. "But I never expected that I would end up meeting the famous Black Emperor in this way. Daughter, remember, no matter what happens, you must be loyal to the Black Emperor." Fu Chuyan continued. Fu Yangran paused, then nodded and said, "Mom, don't worry, I know what to do." "That's right." Suddenly, Fu Chuyan seemed to have thought of something, and her voice continued to come out from the receiver, "Don't forget, if the Black Emperor needs you, go and warm his bed." "Mom." Fu Yangran cried out softly when she heard that. At this moment, her heart beat faster and her cheeks became hot. She glanced at Chen Junlin, who was wearing a mask, and then said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "I'm not talking nonsense, this is an order. If you fail to complete this task, you can't call me mom anymore." Fu Chuyan's tone was very firm. Aside, Chen Junlin stood in front of Fu Yangran wearing a mask. He could hear the conversation between Fu Yangran and Fu Chuyan clearly. Aunt Fu, you mother and daughter are talking to each other, aren't you behind their backs now? Chen Junlin said secretly in his heart. After Fu Yangran agreed to her mother's request, she suddenly thought of Chen Junlin. So, before Fu Yangran hung up the phone, she quickly asked, Mom, since the Black Emperor has appeared, should I not bother with Chen Junlin anymore? Of course not. On the other end of the phone, Fu Chuyan's voice was firm and resolute. Why? Fu Yanran's voice suddenly rose an octave. Mom, I've already learned about Chen Junlin. He's just a son-in-law kicked out of the Qin family, that's all. It would be fine if you asked me to accompany Black Emperor, but why did you insist on asking me to get close to Chen Junlin? On the other end of the phone. When Fu Chuyan heard her daughter's questioning, she could only smile bitterly while holding the phone. How could my daughter know that Chen Junlin was the Black Emperor and the Black Emperor was Chen Junlin? Fu Chuyan couldn't tell anyone about this matter. She had to wait until the young master revealed his identity. Therefore, Fu Chuyan could only say firmly, Chen Junlin is very special, you have to get along well with him, he can bring you a great opportunity. Just him. Fu Yangran said disdainfully, what great opportunities can a son-in-law who was kicked out of the house have? Chen Junlin, who was wearing a mask, was speechless when he heard this. Everyone thought that Chen Junlin was a waste who was kicked out by the Qin family. But it's better this way. The more this happens, the more secure my identity will be. Just listen to me. You will know what you need to know when the time comes. After Fu Chuyan finished speaking, she hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Fu Yangran looked at Chen Junlin who was wearing the mask again. At this moment, her attitude became more respectful. Lord Black Emperor, I will fully cooperate with your plan. Good. Chen Junlin nodded with satisfaction. Then, his figure flashed and he disappeared directly into Fu Yanran's room. The Black Emperor is gone. Linglong said in surprise. Fu Yangran looked at the place where Chen Junlin disappeared, thoughtfully. When she thought of her mother asking her to warm He Di's bed, she couldn't help but breathe faster. Her eyes were empty, and she muttered to herself, I wonder what the face behind the mask looks like. After leaving the Fu family, Chen Junlin took a taxi directly to Hanhai Accord. This is the largest villa area in Jiangsu. At this time, a Rolls-Royce Dragon Year Limited Edition drove out of the villa area. After driving out, the car stopped directly at the gate of the villa area. Suddenly, the door was blocked tightly. And the moment this car appeared, the passers-by around it suddenly widened their eyes and stopped. Look! That Rolls-Royce is so cool. Indeed. This Rolls-Royce seems to be different from other Rolls-Royces. It is bigger and more majestic. The dragon on the car seems to be real. I remember that the richest man in Jiangsu bought a Rolls-Royce limited edition for the year of the dragon. Could it be this one? While talking, the car door opened. A middle-aged man got out of the car. Seeing this person, passers-by exclaimed again. Fuck! It's really the richest man, Lu Yongkang. After getting off the bus, Lu Yongkang looked around. At this time, a taxi stopped in front of the Rolls-Royce. That taxi driver is so bold, daring to be the richest man's road. He doesn't want to live anymore. Just wait and see. Mr. Lu will definitely take care of him. Passers-by immediately began to gloat over the incident. At this time, the taxi window slowly lowered. Lu Yongkang, who was originally confused, suddenly saw the man sitting in the car and his face changed immediately. Then, in front of passers-by, the richest man in Jiangsu actually walked quickly to the taxi. He opened the car door carefully, then bent over and said respectfully, Master, please get out of the car. Boom! Seeing this scene, the passers-by who had just been gloating were all dumbfounded. Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Chen Junlin got into Lu Yongkang's car. The car re-entered the villa area. Soon, we arrived at a magnificent villa on the top of the mountain. This villa is located at the top of the entire villa area. It is extremely majestic and symbolizes supreme status. Master, everything inside has been arranged. Lu Yongkang continued to speak respectfully. Well, over the years, in order to plan the situation, I have asked you to do so many things for me openly. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Junlin said. Lu Yongkang said without hesitation, Master, what you said is right. It is my honor to share your worries. Chen Junlin smiled slightly. Although he had been hiding in the dark for 3 years, he had never stopped making plans. Entering the mansion, Chen Junlin looked around. But at this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello. As soon as the call was connected, Qin Suan's anxious crying was heard from the other end of the line. Junlin, Wang Qinqing sent someone to kidnap Ye. Chen Junlin was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Wang Qinqing sent someone to kidnap Ye and take her to the hospital. Come here quickly. Qin Suan continued. Asshole. After hanging up the phone, Chen Junlin roared angrily. Bang. The phone in his hand was crushed to pieces. Old Lu. Chen Junlin roared with red eyes, prepare the car. Go to the hospital. Chapter 17 Madness. Master, I'll call someone right now. Lu Yongkang said hurriedly. This was the first time in 3 years that he saw Chen Junlin so angry. Lu Yongkang knew without asking that something big must have happened, so he immediately decided to call for help. As the richest man in Jiangsu, Lu Yongkang's power is even comparable to that of the Fu family. As soon as he made this call, the whole Jiangsu was about to experience an earthquake. However, as soon as Lu Yongkang took out his cell phone, he was interrupted by Chen Junlin. Old Lu, put your phone away. Chen Junlin said to Lu Yongkang. At this time, Chen Junlin had calmed down from his rage. It is obvious that Wang Qinqing did this to take revenge on himself. If Lu Yongkang were to take action, Wang Qinqing would not have any room to fight back. That's good. But Chen Junlin was worried about Ye. As Ye's father, I was unable to be with her, which led to this incident. Chen Junlin's heart was already filled with guilt. If Ye was hurt because of this, he would never forgive himself in his life. From the moment he hung up the phone, Chen Junlin had already decided to meet Wang Qinqing. After walking out of the villa, Chen Junlin went straight into Lu Yongkang's Dragon Year Limited Edition Rolls-Royce. Boom! The huge car engine roared like a beast. Then, he suddenly jumped out. Right now. In the hospital. Qin Suan held the phone with a distressed look on her face. Just now, she heard rage in Chen Junlin's tone. In the 3 years of their marriage, she had never seen Chen Junlin so angry. Qin Suan knew in her heart that all this was because of Ye. Now, their daughter is Chen Junlin's Achilles heel. As long as it is related to Ye, Chen Junlin will do it unconditionally. When she thought about the man who had been married to her for 3 years and was willing to do anything for his daughter, she couldn't help but feel a surge of pity in her heart. She regretted it. Mom, will Dad really come? At this time, a soft and gentle voice came into Qin Suan's ears. Qin Suan withdrew her thoughts, lowered her head, and looked at her daughter in her arms. Well, Ye, be good. Daddy will be here soon. After Qin Suan finished speaking, Ye in her arms suddenly struggled. She yelled, No. Mom. Don't let Dad come. There are bad people here and they want to hurt Dad. Qin Suan's heart trembled violently at her daughter's words. She held her cell phone tightly, wondering whether to send a message to Chen Junlin. But just as she hesitated, Wang Qinqing on the hospital bed suddenly roared. Qin Suan, if Chen Junlin doesn't come, your entire Qin family will be doomed. Without the help of our Wang family, your Hongyang group will go bankrupt within 3 months, not to mention going public. Qin Suan was stunned when she heard this. She raised her head cautiously and glanced at Wang Qinqing. Wang Qinqing at this moment is completely different from the person before. After being beaten up repeatedly by Chen Junlin, he now looks like a bloodthirsty beast that has lost his mind. Those eyes were filled with viciousness and cruelty. Qin Suan felt frightened and she subconsciously hugged her daughter tightly in her arms. Ye also curled up tightly in her mother's arms, her little face was pale, and she was so scared that she couldn't speak. Wang, Master Wang. After a while, Qin Suan spoke cautiously, how do you plan to deal with Chen Junlin? I want him to die. Wang Qinqing yelled crazily, I want him to die. Har ha har ha. Qin Suan was startled. Wang Qinqing's words frightened her so much that she trembled all over. She originally thought that Wang Qinqing was just venting his anger. After all, he was beaten into the hospital, and as the eldest son of the Wang family, he must regain his face. Now it seems that I was too naive. After hesitating for a while, Qin Suan mustered up the courage to say, Master Wang, this time Chen Junlin really went too far. Do you think this is okay? When Chen Junlin comes over later, I'll ask him to kneel down and apologize to you. Then, break one of his legs, and that's the end of it. After all, killing is against the law. Hearing Qin Suan's words, Wang Qinqing turned his head suddenly and stared at Qin Suan with murderous eyes. Murder is against the law? Qin Suan, today I will let you see the true power of my Wang family. He's just a gigolo. Killing him is easier than killing a chicken. You'd better shut up about this matter, otherwise, I will not only kill Chen Junlin, but I will not let your Qin family go either. Hearing this, Qin Suan immediately shut her mouth. Wang Qinqing is crazy. He is really crazy. Qin Suan said to herself in her heart. The reason why she helped Wang Qinqing to trick Chen Junlin here was because she completely believed what Wang Jinshan said. After all, if his Hongyan group wants to go public, it must rely on the Wang family's wealth. But at this moment, Qin Suan found that she was wrong. Wang Qinqing simply wanted to kill Chen Junlin. Qin Suan felt extremely guilty when she thought that Chen Junlin would be either dead or disabled when he came over later. Now, she even prayed in her heart that Chen Junlin would not come. Just then, the door of the ward was pushed open. Then several strong men walked in from outside. Master Wang. After these people came in, they immediately saluted Wang Qian respectfully. Do you know them? Wang Qinqing looked at Qin Suan and asked. Qin Suan shook her head. She didn't recognize these people, but they were all filled with a violent aura. Every look from them made Qin Suan feel extremely dangerous. At this time, Wang Qinqing said, this is one of the three major underground forces in Jiangju, the Brothers of Tinlong Society. Their boss, Master Hong, is an old friend of my father. The one in front of you is Master Hong's red stick fighter, Brother Menglong. As soon as Brother Menglong saw Qin Suan, his eyes suddenly lit up. Master Wang, this girl is pretty good. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Ye and Qin Suan's arms, and his brows slightly frowned. TSK, what a pity to bring this burden along. But luckily, she's a girl, so we can develop further in the future. Har 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 har. The others burst into laughter. Now, Qin Suan felt very uncomfortable under the gazes of this group of people. She wished she could take Ye away right now. At this time, Brother Menglong changed the subject. Master Wang, who offended you this time? An abandoned son-in-law and a gigolo. Wang Qinqing gritted his teeth. Hey! I thought he was some big shot. Master Wang, how about this? When that guy comes later, we brothers will help you deal with him. Don't worry, this matter will be done cleanly and no one will be able to catch it. Wang Qinqing deliberately looked at Qin Suan and said thoughtfully, it seems that it is not impossible. Don't you dare hurt my dad. At this moment, Ye suddenly roared, not knowing where she got the courage from. Seeing this, Brother Menglong walked directly in front of Qin Suan and said, little girl, you are quite courageous. As he said that, he reached out and grabbed Ye. Don't you dare touch my daughter. Qin Suan quickly hugged Ye in her arms and turned sideways. But when she turned sideways, her curvy figure was immediately exposed. TSK, this woman is really top-notch, it makes me feel itchy just by looking at her. Since your daughter won't let me touch you, then I'll touch you. Speaking of. Brother Menglong reached out and pinched Qin Suan's face. Get lost. Qin Suan slapped Brother Menglong's hand away. Bitch. Brother Menglong suddenly became furious and slapped Qin Suan in the face. Bang. With a crisp sound, Qin Suan's face suddenly became red and swollen. At this time, Ye suddenly broke free from Qin Suan's hand, rushed forward to protect Brother Menglong's arm, and bit it hard. Arr! Brother Menglong yelled and swung hard, throwing Ye away. You little bastard! I'm going to kick you to death. Before he finished speaking, Brother Menglong raised his foot and kicked Ye, who was lying on the ground. Chapter 18 I am the one who supports Hongyan Group. Bang! Just when Menglong's kick was about to hit Ye, the door of the ward was suddenly kicked open. The entire door suddenly fell on one of the Tinlong Society thugs. The thug was slapped away in an instant. The fierce dragon was startled and quickly dodged to the side. The thug crashed into Wang Qinqing's hospital bed along with the door. Bang! The hospital bed was suddenly knocked askew, and Wang Qinqing's body twisted violently, with the wounds on his body torn and the pain going deep into his bones. Arr! Wang Qinqing let out a scream. Who the hell are you? The raptors looked towards the door. I saw a young man walking in from the door of the ward. Dad. Before everyone could react, Yeye was the first to scream in surprise. She broke free from Qin Suan's arms and ran to Chen Junlin. Yeye. When he saw his daughter, Chen Junlin's heart softened. He quickly bent down and picked up Yeye. Dad, I miss you so much. Yeye hugged Chen Junlin's neck and spoke in a baby voice. Dad misses Yeye too. Chen Junlin looked at his daughter, his eyes as gentle as water. Yeye, are your injuries better? Yeah, it doesn't hurt anymore. Yeye nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Then, the little girl pointed at the thug who was beaten and asked, Dad, did you beat that bad guy? Yeah. Chen Junlin nodded. Dad is so awesome. Yeye immediately became excited after hearing what Chen Junlin said. The little girl hugged Chen Junlin's neck and kissed him hard on the face. And at this time, Qin Suan had just recovered from her shock. Yeye. Seeing Yeye running into Chen Junlin's arms, she shouted subconsciously. Mom, Dad is so awesome. He beat the bad guy away in one go. Yeye said excitedly while being held in Chen Junlin's arms. Chen Junlin turned his head and looked at Qin Suan. Qin Suan quickly lowered her head. At this moment, she felt extremely ashamed, so how could she dare to look at Chen Junlin? At this moment, Wang Qianqing, Meng Long and others had also come back to their senses. Good. 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 Wang Qianqing cheered repeatedly while enduring the severe pain in his body. He sneered, his expression arrogant. Chen Junlin, you really dare to come? Chen Junlin put Yeye down. His face was cold, his eyes were full of murderous intent, and he said, Wang Qianqing, you dare to kidnap my daughter, I think you really want to die. When Wang Qianqing saw Chen Junlin's murderous eyes, he instantly remembered the fear of being beaten up by him before. However, when he saw the thugs from the Tinglong society here, his fear was immediately diluted by the confidence in his heart. He said with a grim look on his face, so what if I kidnapped him? You jerk. I'm just going to use your daughter to make you show up. Since you are here, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. As soon as Wang Qianqing finished speaking, Meng Long, who was standing next to him, said arrogantly, Young Master Wang, why are you talking nonsense to him? This kid hurt my brother, and he has to pay the price today. Before he finished speaking, Meng Long waved his hand fiercely, Brothers, catch this guy, I'm going to cut his tendons myself. Yes, boss. The thugs around Meng Long agreed in unison. Then, without any hesitation, they rushed towards Chen Junlin. The human figures were like tigers descending the mountains. The space in the ward was not big to begin with, and Chen Junlin was squeezed near the door. In addition, he was holding Yeye in his arms, so the situation was very unfavorable. Yeye, be careful. Qin Suan couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Junlin stretched out his hand to block Yeye's eyes and said softly, Yeye, be good and close your eyes. If Daddy doesn't let you open them, you can't open them, understand? Yeye agreed crisply. Go to hell. At this time, a thug had come to Chen Junlin. He roared and threw a punch. Snort. Chen Junlin sneered repeatedly. The next moment, he held his daughter in one hand and started fighting back with the other. He just grabbed the fist of the thug in front of him and twisted his arm hard. Crack. Moment. The thug's arm was twisted into a knot. Immediately following, without waiting for the thug to scream, Chen Junlin grabbed his head and pressed it on the head of another killer. Bang! Like two watermelons colliding together. Red liquid burst out. The two thugs fainted instantly. The remaining two people saw this scene and rushed towards Chen Junlin with roars. Bang! Bang! As a result, they were kicked away without even touching the corner of Chen Junlin's clothes. At this moment, the ward suddenly became quiet. Wang Qianqing lying on a hospital bed was stunned. He stared with his eyes wide open and his mouth open, his face full of disbelief. Not just him. The fierce dragon standing nearby couldn't help but swallow heavily. Are you kidding? These people are the four great warriors under his command. He led them to conquer the territory and was always successful. What happened today? At this time, Chen Junlin's voice sounded again, Hey, what are you waiting for? Boy, don't be so arrogant, I'm going to deal with you now. The raptors tore off his shirt, revealing his surging and strong muscles. The next moment, he attacked Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin dodged Menlong's punch casually, and then kicked out. Menlong was kicked hard in the abdomen. He covered his stomach, grimaced in pain, and backed away repeatedly. Damn, who are you? Menlong stared and questioned Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin looked at him with contempt and said, I am someone you can't afford to offend. This matter has nothing to do with you. If you don't leave now, you will all die here today. You are so arrogant. Menlong had recovered somewhat by now. He calmed down and said to Chen Junlin, dare to offend our Tinlong Club, do you know what the consequences will be? Tamron Club. Hearing this name, Chen Junlin frowned and thought to himself. But there is no impression in my mind. Strangeness. Didn't Jiangzhou's underground evil forces have been cleansed out a year ago? At that time, even the small thugs were dealt with, so how could there still be gangs? Back then, for Qin Suan, he cleansed out all the forces in Jiangzhou Road. Hearing Chen Junlin's mumbling, Menglong showed a smug smile on his face. Boy, you can't imagine how powerful the Tinlong society is. Chen Junlin turned his head suddenly and stared straight at Menglong. Majestic, sharp, unpredictable. Moment. The raptors felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. The raptors instantly knew that the man in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. Just wait, kid. We at Tinlong will not let this account go. After saying that, Menglong didn't care about Wang Qinqing and ran out with his brothers. Raptors. Don't leave. Damn it, you have no sense of loyalty at all. Wang Qinqing cursed angrily on the hospital bed. Chen Junlin held Ye and walked in front of Qin Suan. I'm very disappointed in you. No matter how much you hate me, you can't do this to Ye. Qin Suan was speechless. She did it. Just now when Menglong was about to hurt Ye, she was really scared and regretful. If Ye got hurt because of this, she would never forgive herself. At this moment, Wang Qinqing on the hospital bed suddenly roared at Chen Junlin, waste. Don't be complacent, you are lucky today, I will not let you go. Chen Junlin looked at him silently, Wang Qinqing, your mouth is harder than a dead duck. You. Wang Qinqing's face was distorted with anger. He suddenly remembered something, and then he looked at Chen Junlin and said, Chen Junlin, what's the point of you being able to fight? In another week, Qin Suan will marry me. When the time comes, she will be my woman, and even your daughter will have to call me daddy. Hearing Wang Qinqing's words, Chen Junlin turned his head suddenly and looked at Qin Suan. What on earth are you thinking about? Chen Junlin questioned, he has already drugged you, and you still want to marry him. Faced with Chen Junlin's questioning, Qin Suan's eyes turned red. Her chest rose and fell. It's like a volcano that has been pent up for a long time. At this moment, the grievance, anger, and unwillingness in her heart, all kinds of emotions burst out. Chen Junlin, you still have the nerve to say that. If you weren't a piece of shit, and you were a man, would we be like this today? What I, Qin Suan, need is a man who can help me with my career, not a useless man who lives off his wife. You asked me why I wanted to marry Mr. Wang, because it's Mr. Wang's credit that Hongyang Group has come this far. I shouldn't have married you in the first place. If I had married Wang Xiao, Hongyang Group would have gone public long ago. Looking at Qin Suan's hoarse appearance, Chen Junlin suddenly laughed. He shook his head gently. I can't believe that I am like this in your mind. The words haven't finished yet. Chen Junlin raised his head suddenly again. Qin Suan, have you ever thought that I am the one who really supports Hongyang Group? Chapter 19 The child is not yours. Hearing this, Qin Suan was stunned. Her eyes widened and she stared at Chen Junlin in disbelief. What did you say? You are the one who helped the Hongyang Group get to where it is today. Qin Suan's voice was full of doubt and disbelief. Why not? Chen Junlin said, do you really think that I have been a freeloader in the Qin family for 3 years? Have you ever thought about why the Hongyang Group has developed so smoothly since you founded it after marriage? Chen Junlin's words entered Qin Suan's ears word by word. However, after Qin Suan heard this, she slowly shook her head. I don't believe it. Chen Junlin, you have been in my Qin family for 3 years, and I have never seen you leave the house. Besides, Hongyang needs support from all sides to go public, and I don't think you have such connections. As soon as Qin Suan finished speaking, Wang Qinqing immediately interrupted. You're right, how could this loser have such strength? Su Wan. Don't be fooled by this piece of trash. Wang Qinqing said anxiously, I admit that I was wrong last night. I was too impatient. But I did that because I love you. I did the wrong thing because of love. But he is different. Wang Qinqing pointed at Chen Junlin and said sarcastically, this kid has been in your Qin family for 3 years. You know him best. How could such a useless son-in-law who only lives off others be able to help the Hongyang group? He is just trying to trick you into getting back together with him now. Qin Suan didn't say anything after hearing what Wang Qinqing said. She stood up and walked in front of Chen Junlin. Then, she snatched Ye from Chen Junlin's hands without any hesitation. Chen Junlin. Qin Suan said to Chen Junlin solemnly, you keep saying that you helped the Hongyang group behind the scenes. Do you have any evidence? Wang Qinqing heard it and immediately agreed, Su Wan is right. Anyone can say that. Where is the evidence? You want evidence? That's easy. Chen Junlin subconsciously wanted to tell how he helped Hongyang group. However, just as he was about to speak, he was stunned. No. Can't say. He still has a great vengeance to avenge. Over the years, those people have never given up monitoring and observing themselves. If I reveal my identity too early, it will not only be of no help to my future revenge, but will also implicate my precious daughter Ye. Now, Chen Junlin is in the dark. But if he is exposed in advance, he will move from the dark to the light. If things go wrong, the tragedy may happen again. Right now. Chen Junlin's thoughts were running fast in his mind. It didn't take long for him to make a decision. Why does it take so long to think about it? Seeing that Chen Junlin seemed to be lost in thought and did not say a word, Wang Qinqing immediately began to mock him. Call. Chen Junlin let out a sigh of relief. His face was calm and he looked at Qin Suan seriously. Sorry. I can't tell you yet. But I assure you, it won't be long before you know everything. Hearing Chen Junlin's words, Wang Qinqing immediately burst into laughter. He looked at Chen Junlin and mocked loudly, I am dying of laughter, you useless bastard, it has to be you. You said it with such confidence just now, but now you say you can't think of it. Why? You can't think of it. Do you want me to remind you? Chen Junlin turned his head suddenly and looked at Wang Qinqing coldly. Then if you keep making noise, I'll put your head in the toilet. I mean what I say. Enough. Chen Junlin. Qin Suan shouted angrily at this time. She looked at Chen Junlin with red eyes, and there was a hint of tears in her gaze. Have no choice. Heartbroken. Qin Suan shook her head, and then said to Chen Junlin, can you please have some shame? I have already given you a chance, but you lied in front of the child. Suan, I know you don't believe it, but even if you don't believe me, you should have some common sense. Chen Junlin pointed at Wang Qinqing and said, given the size of his Wang family, even if they give up their own business, they don't have the ability to support the Hongyang group. This is correct, right? When Qin Suan heard this, she turned around and looked at Wang Qinqing. Seeing Qin Suan looking at him with confusion, Wang Qinqing felt panicked. He really didn't help the Hongyang group in any way. However, if he admitted it, he would never be able to marry Qin Suan, let alone get the Hongyang group. With the meat right at his fingertips, how could Wang Qinqing let her go? Su Wan, in Jiangju alone, our Wang family is indeed not the strongest, but our Wang family is just a branch family in the provincial capital. The matter of Hongyang group was accomplished by my father who went to the Wang family in the provincial capital to ask for help. Hearing what Wang Qinqing said, Qin Suan nodded. Compared to Chen Junlin's empty talk, Qin Suan was more willing to believe Wang Qinqing's answer. After all, the strength of the Wang family is obvious to all throughout Jiangju. Chen Junlin, I am really disappointed in you. What can you do to change your bragging habit? For the sake of your pitiful self-esteem, you actually lied to Ye. I don't want to see you again. Chen Junlin didn't say anything, nor did he refute. He really couldn't reveal his identity now, so he had to grit his teeth and endure this misunderstanding. Take a deep breath. Chen Junlin calmed himself down and said as calmly as possible, we'll talk about this later. Now, let's send Ye back first. Don't bother me, I can deliver it myself. Qin Suan said without any appreciation. Chen Junlin sighed slightly and watched Qin Suan holding Ye and walking out of the ward. At this moment, Wang Qinqing suddenly took out a piece of paper. He said to Chen Junlin with a smug look on his face, "Waste, why are you sad? Ye is not your daughter." Boom! Chen Junlin's scalp exploded instantly. He turned around suddenly, grabbed Wang Qinqing by the collar, and yelled, "You bastard! What did you say?" Qin Suan, who had already walked to the door, was stunned where she was. She turned around suddenly and stared at Wang Qinqing with wide eyes. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. At this time, Wang Qinqing was almost suffocated by Chen Junlin. He handed the piece of paper in his hand to Chen Junlin with difficulty. When Chen Junlin saw the result, his pupils dilated instantly. "What's going on?" Bang! The paper fell to the ground. Qin Suan didn't understand what was going on, so she picked it up and took a look. This. The moment she saw the content, Qin Suan was also extremely shocked. What she held in her hand was a paternity test report. The results showed that Wang Qinqing and Chen Ye were biologically related. In other words, Ye is Wang Qinqing's child. How so? Qin Suan held the report tremblingly. She first glanced at Chen Junlin, then looked at Wang Qinqing in confusion. At this time, Wang Qinqing endured the pain in his body and got out of bed. He went straight to Qin Suan and reached out to hug Ye. "Come here, Ye, come to daddy," Wang Qinqing said with a smile. Don't come over here, you are bad guy." Ye was frightened by Wang Qinqing and hid in Qin Suan's arms crying. Qin Suan was holding Ye in her arms, feeling mixed emotions at the moment. What on earth is going on? At this time, Chen Junlin asked with a frosty face. What else could it be? 3 years ago, it was actually me who had sex with Su Wan. It's just that at that time, my father insisted that I marry the daughter of a wealthy family. The Qin family's family background was not in his eyes, so you, a loser, got the advantage and lived a comfortable life for a few years. Having said that, Wang Qinqing stood up. In front of Chen Junlin, he wanted to hold Qin Suan's hand. Then, his voice suddenly became gentle. Su Wan. Do you know? That's why I asked my father to let our Wang family support your Hongyang group. Now, you are finally qualified to marry into our Wang family. Qin Suan dodged his outstretched hand without leaving a trace. Master Wang, what you said, how come I don't know? Wang Qinqing suddenly said excitedly, because I don't want to disturb you. I love you too much. Before things are done, I don't want to affect you and make you unhappy. Qin Suan was stunned by Wang Qinqing's magic potion. However, while Qin Suan was in a daze, Wang Qinqing suddenly came up to Chen Junlin. He smiled smugly and whispered, "Waste, I tell you, that paternity test is fake, I forged it, and I also pretended to be the one who supported the Hongyang group. Now I tell you, what can you do to me?" After saying that, Wang Qinqing arrogantly gave Chen Junlin a middle finger. Shameless. Chen Junlin kicked Wang Qinqing directly in the stomach. Bang! Wang Qinqing flew out directly. Looks like I have to deal with you today. Speaking of, Chen Junlin walked towards Wang Qinqing. He has made up his mind to end the life of this shameless man today. Chen Junlin, have you had enough of this? At this moment, Qin Suan came to her senses and suddenly yelled. Chen Junlin turned and looked at her. Qin Suan held Ye and came to Wang Qinqing. Then, she helped Wang Qinqing up and said to Ye, be good and call me daddy. Boom! Chen Junlin's mind went blank. Suan, what are you doing? Qin Suan said coldly, you have seen it all. The paternity test shows that Wang Xiao is Ye's father. You? Chen Junlin was furious. At this time, Ye struggled desperately in Qin Suan's arms. Dad. Dad. She stretched out her hands and looked at Chen Junlin with tearful eyes. Ye, he's not your father, Wang Xiao is. Come on, call me daddy. Qin Suan held Ye's hand and said. Good. Qin Suan, you did a great job. Chen Junlin was heartbroken. He knew that Qin Suan was forcing him to leave. So he looked at Ye deeply, turned around and left the ward. After Chen Junlin left, Qin Suan also calmed down. She doesn't believe that Wang Qinqing is Ye's father. Master Wang, have a good rest. I'll come to see you another day. Then, she said something and without waiting for Wang Qinqing to react, she took Ye out of the ward. Chen Junlin walked out of the hospital gate and saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Fu Yangran. Chen Junlin, what a coincidence, why are you here? As soon as Fu Yangran saw Chen Junlin, she immediately came up to him with a smile. At this time, the elevator door opened. Qin Suan came out with Ye. Dad. Ye saw Chen Junlin at a glance and shouted. Qin Suan raised her head. Seeing Fu Yangran standing next to Chen Junlin, the two were very close to each other and seemed to be very intimate. A moment. Qin Suan felt a strong uncomfortable feeling in her heart. Chapter 20, Marry our Yangran. Why are you here? The moment he saw Fu Yangran, Chen Junlin was a little surprised. I'm here to see my grandma. Fu Yangran said with a smile. Today, in front of Chen Junlin, she did not have the slightest airs of being the eldest daughter of the Fu family, and looked like an ordinary girl. Chen Junlin smiled and said, I see. I thought you came here specifically to see me. You have a nice thought. Fu Yangran smiled and rolled her eyes at him. This scene was seen by people in the hospital, and everyone was shocked. Many people even took out their cell phones and started taking pictures of the two of them. Miss, there are so many people taking pictures. Linglong, who was standing nearby, noticed that everyone was taking pictures and immediately whispered to Fu Yangran. Fu Yangran just smiled faintly and said casually, It doesn't matter, let them go. As she spoke, she continued to chat with Chen Junlin with a smile. Actually, it's not that Fu Yangran has to go to great lengths to please Chen Junlin. It was really her mother who gave her a death order. Although Fu Yangran still can't figure out why her mother asked her to do this. But since my mother's attitude is so firm, it means that she must have some reason to do this. Thinking of the great opportunity her mother mentioned, Fu Yangran's curiosity was also aroused. While the two were still chatting, a mocking voice suddenly came from behind them. You useless bastard, why haven't you left yet? Hearing this voice, the smile on Chen Junlin's face froze instantly. As soon as he turned around, he saw Wang Qinqing and Qin Suan coming over with Ye. Turn out to be. Qin Suan just said goodbye to Wang Qinqing, but Wang Qinqing felt that he could not miss this great opportunity. So, he just put on a coat and ran out to chase Qin Suan. To his surprise, he actually saw Chen Junlin at the hospital gate. In an instant, Wang Qinqing made a decision. Qin Suan led Ye to Chen Junlin, and Wang Qinqing followed behind her. The two stood face to face. Qin Suan frowned and asked in a cold voice, Chen Junlin, you are having a good time. We just got divorced, Ye is still calling you daddy and you've already found a new love. Chen Junlin shook his head, his eyes cold. It's obvious that you were already hooking up with this one guy before the divorce, and now you have the nerve to come and accuse me. Chen Junlin's tone was so blunt that it was like a knife stabbing into Qin Suan's heart. At this time, Wang Qinqing snorted coldly, and then he loudly mocked, Chen Junlin, what qualifications do you have to say that about Su Wan? You can ask around in Jiangju. Everyone knows that you, Chen Junlin, are a useless person who married into the Qin family and is just waiting to die. Let everyone judge for themselves. Suan dumped you. Is there a problem? Right now. Many people had gathered in the hospital lobby, and everyone was watching the scene in front of them. Chen Junlin, you really make me sick. Qin Suan said while gritting her teeth. Fu Yangran and her assistant stood beside Chen Junlin. By now, she probably understood what was going on. That's not all. Fu Yangran still had some impression of Qin Suan and Wang Qinqing. Thinking about what her mother said, Fu Yangran took the initiative to help Chen Junlin out of the predicament. Junlin, this is your ex-wife and her mistress. Fu Yangran took a step forward, stretched out her hands, and affectionately held Chen Junlin's arm. It looked as if she was leaning against Chen Junlin, very intimate. Qin Suan and Wang Qinqing were shocked when they saw Fu Yangran. Especially Wang Qinqing, when he saw this scene, he was almost drooling with envy. Chen Junlin, what is the relationship between you two? Qin Suan didn't care about that and asked directly. What is it? Upon hearing this, Fu Yangran took the initiative to press her proud figure against Chen Junlin's arm. She said with a seductive look, isn't the relationship between us obvious enough? Miss Fu. In such an occasion, even Chen Junlin felt somewhat embarrassed. He thought it would be better for him to explain it briefly. Otherwise, how can I see Ye in the future? However, just as Chen Junlin was about to speak, Fu Yangran spoke first. Everyone, let me introduce myself to you solemnly. My name is Fu Yangran, and I am the eldest daughter of the Fu family in Jiangju. As she spoke, she grabbed Chen Junlin's arm and said, "The one next to me is my boyfriend, Fu Yangran, Chen Junlin." When everyone heard this, there was an uproar. For a while, everyone picked up their phones and started taking pictures. While filming, some people were talking. Isn't Chen Junlin the gigolo who was kicked out by the Qin family? It seems so. How did he become Fu Yanran's boyfriend? Oh my god. This is too magical. Who would stay in the Qin family if they can be favored by Miss Fu? That's right. It seems that the rumor is very problematic. The words of the people around her reached Qin Suan's ears word for word. Chen Junlin, it turns out you've already found the next one. Qin Suan said through gritted teeth. Whether he looks for someone else or not, it has nothing to do with you. You're already divorced. Fu Yangran said bluntly. Qin Suan felt very uncomfortable. Originally, she was supposed to have dumped Chen Junlin, but now it seems that she was dumped by Chen Junlin. For a moment, Qin Suan felt depressed and had no way to vent it. She said to Fu Yangran, "Miss Fu, Chen Junlin has been married into my Qin family for 3 years, but he is just a useless person who only eats and waits for death. I don't understand how you could be so fond of him." Fu Yangran was stunned for a moment and looked up at Chen Junlin. Then, she hugged Chen Junlin's arm tightly and said with a smile, "What's wrong with just eating and waiting to die? Just because you can't see the shining points in him doesn't mean that others are blind. I'm not like you, divorcing such a good man for a little bit of profit. I, Fu Yangran, have plenty of money and businesses. What I want is him. You." Qin Suan was so embarrassed that her face turned red and she couldn't say a word. At this time, Wang Qinxing, who was standing aside, said, "Miss Fu, you just arrived in Jiangju, so you may not understand some things. This rubbish is not worthy of you at all. If you want, we have countless young talents in Jiangju, and I can introduce them to you." Wang Qinxing said this, and bowed slightly to Fu Yangran, thinking of himself as a gentleman. He thought to himself, if he could get Fu Yangran, wouldn't she be 1,000 times better than Qin Suan? "I remember you. You are Wang Qinxing from the Wang family, right?" Fu Yangran pretended to be enlightened. "It's me," Wang Qinxing said with a flattering look on his face. Fu Yangran said thoughtfully, "It seems that our Fu family is about to cooperate with your Wang family on a project, right?" "Yes." Wang Qinxing looked proud. Fu Yangran continued, "Well, from today on, the cooperation between the Fu family and the Wang family will officially end." "Thank you, Miss Fu," Wang Qinxing said subconsciously, but as soon as he said it, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. "Miss Fu, why is this happening?" Wang Qinxing asked hurriedly. "You insulted my boyfriend in front of me, what do you think?" After saying that, Fu Yangran ignored the dumbfounded Wang Qinxing and directly pulled Chen Junlin inside. "Miss Fu! Miss Fu!" After Wang Qinxing came to his senses, he immediately wanted to chase after him, but at this moment, his phone suddenly rang. "Damn, who is it?" Wang Qinxing cursed angrily. "What did you do, little brat?" Wang Jinshan's extremely angry voice came from the other end of the phone. "The Fu family just notified us that they want to cancel the cooperation with our Wang family." "Dad. I was wrong," Wang Qinxing said with a sad face. Wang Jinshan roared, "Wrong? Is being wrong useful? I tell you, no matter what method you use, even if you kneel down, you must resume cooperation with the Fu family, otherwise you will no longer have the last name Wang." After saying that, Wang Jinshan hung up the phone. Finished. Wang Qinxing looked desperate. Sudden. He grabbed Qin Suan's hand and said in panic, "Suan, you have to help me, you must help me. Please ask Chen Junlin to help me put in a good word for me. If the Fu family really cuts off cooperation with us, my father will kill me." Qin Suan's eyes were dull at this moment, and she didn't hear anything Wang Qinxing said. Now, her heart is filled with frustration and sadness. The other side. Chen Junlin was brought to the ward by Fu Yangran. As soon as I entered the door, I saw an old lady lying on the hospital bed. Chen Junlin looked at Fu Yangran and asked, "Why did you bring me here? Is your grandma in trouble again?" Fu Yangran shook her head. She walked to the bedside and said to the old woman, "Grandma, Chen Junlin is here." The old woman on the hospital bed opened her eyes and waved at Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin walked over. Then, The old lady held the hands of the two men and said shockingly, Mr. Chen, I heard that you are divorced. I will be your matchmaker. You can marry our Yang Ran. Chapter 21, Chen Junlin, what are you doing? R. Hearing the old lady's words, Chen Junlin was stunned. Although Aunt Fu wanted Fu Yangran to warm her bed, she had also made it clear that this was not necessary for the time being. Now, how come even the old lady of the Fu family has gotten involved? Grandmother. Fu Yangran didn't expect that her grandmother would be talking about this kind of thing. She quickly said, don't joke about this kind of thing. Yangran, do you think grandma is joking? Fu Wanjun said while lying on the hospital bed. She hasn't recovered from her illness yet and looks a little weak lying on the hospital bed. But when he talked about this matter, two rays of light shot out of his eyes. Old lady, this matter, actually. Chen Junlin opened his mouth to refuse. However, before he could finish his words, another voice was heard in the ward. Mom, you can't be confused. Chen Junlin and Fu Yangran raised their heads together and looked in the direction where their voice came from. I saw a middle-aged woman covered in jewels and looking very wealthy sitting on a stool. When the middle-aged woman saw Chen Junlin looking at her, she immediately snorted coldly and cast a disdainful look at him. This is my aunt, Fu Chuping. Fu Yangran whispered in Chen Junlin's ear. Fu Chuping stood up at this time, holding a half-peeled apple in her hand, and walked to the bedside while peeling it. So, there was only a hospital bed between Chen Junlin and Fu Chuping. Are you the son-in-law of the Qin family? Fu Chuping glanced at Chen Junlin indifferently and asked lightly. It's me. But I'm not the Qin family's son-in-law anymore. Chen Junlin's expression was calm, and he spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Fu Chuping nodded, well, he looks pretty good, no wonder he was able to marry into the family as a son-in-law. At such a young age, you can already eat soft rice. Hearing this, Chen Junlin's face darkened. Why? Are you unhappy? Fu Chuping saw the expression on Chen Junlin's face and sneered. Then she continued to say to Chen Junlin, boy, I have seen many people like you. Chen Junlin had a blank expression on his face, who is someone like me? Who? Humph. A cold light flashed across Fu Chuping's face, and her eyes suddenly became sharp. She stared at Chen Junlin fiercely and said, you are vain and greedy for wealth, power and beauty. I know that you saved our old lady. In a sense, you are also a favor to our Fu family. However, if you want to use these to enter our Fu family, I can only tell you that your wishful thinking is wrong. As she spoke, Fu Chuping continued to look at Chen Junlin, and at this time her face was full of a condescending expression. She took a deep breath and continued, we have already investigated you thoroughly before you came. You just divorced Qin Suan and were kicked out of the Qin family. You are homeless now, right? Chen Junlin and Fu Yangran looked at each other. He didn't plan to say anything to Fu Chuping, but just watched her performance quietly. It seems that I was right. Seeing that Chen Junlin did not refute or talk back, Fu Chuping's eyes showed the meaning I expected. Aunt. Chen Junlin didn't say anything, but Fu Yangran, who was standing next to him, couldn't bear it anymore. Junlin is grandma's savior. You are interrogating him like a criminal. It's so rude. Fu Yangran said with a straight face. However, Fu Chuping didn't listen to Fu Yanran's words at all. She glared and said in a threatening tone, Chen Junlin, I can tell you now on behalf of the Fu family. Yanran's marriage is not up to her alone. Don't even think about setting foot in my house. Aunt. Fu Yangran was speechless. Chen Junlin smiled and said, when did I ever say that I wanted to marry into the family? It's useless for you to think about it. We are not afraid to tell you that our Yangran is already engaged. Bang! 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 As soon as Fu Chuping finished speaking, Fu Wanjun, who was lying on the hospital bed, used all her strength to knock on the bed hard, making a muffled sound. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to it. Fu Yangran nervously held her grandmother's hand and asked with concern, Grandma, what's wrong with you? Fu Chuping also bent down and began to show concern for her mother's condition. However, Fu Wanjun then said, Chuping, when will you have the final say on my precious granddaughter's marriage? Mom. I'm not wrong. Yangran really has an engagement. You don't want our Fu family to go back on our word, do you? Fu Chuping said. Is there an engagement? How come I didn't know about it? The old lady said, waving her hand nonchalantly, if it's Yanran's father, the engagement doesn't count. I don't recognize it. Fu Chuping smiled when she heard this, and immediately said, he's not Yanran's father, but my dad, your husband, Mr. Fu Dongping. Hearing this, the old lady was stunned. When did it happen? She asked subconsciously. About 20 years ago. Fu Chuping said seriously, at that time, my father arranged a marriage for someone else, so he decided on Yanran's marriage. This damn old man. The old lady said angrily. At this moment, Chen Junlin finally couldn't help it. He stood here for a long time and found that they were only discussing the matter of him marrying into their wife's family. Chen Junlin smiled and said, Mrs. Fu, actually, I don't agree with this either. This is only the second time Miss Fu and I have met, and we are completely unfamiliar with each other. If we can get married just like this, it would be too presumptuous. Chen Junlin, do you mean that I, Fu Yangran, am not worthy of you? After hearing what Chen Junlin said, Fu Yangran couldn't help but complain. In fact, she was also following her mother's instructions to establish a good relationship with Chen Junlin. She had never thought about marrying Chen Junlin, let alone cared. However, after hearing Chen Junlin's straightforward rejection, Fu Yangran felt unbalanced. After all, she is the real business goddess of Jiangdong province, and her suitors are numerous. No matter what, it's not the turn of a son-in-law who was kicked out of the house to despise him, right? Chen Junlin was speechless. He was too lazy to argue with Fu Yangran about this matter, so he just changed the subject. He sat down in front of the bed and put his hand on Fu Wanzhen's wrist. Old lady, how do you feel now? Chen Junlin asked. Fu Wanzhen looked at him and said, I feel fine, but I still feel a little dizzy. Chen Junlin nodded, well, it's nothing serious. I'll give you a massage to activate your blood circulation. You'll be fine after resting for a while. After saying that, Chen Junlin took the initiative to give the old lady of the Fu family a massage. Fu Yangran stood aside and watched silently. She was knowledgeable and could tell at a glance that Chen Junlin's massage technique was unique. Thinking of Chen Junlin's series of behaviors, Fu Yangran became suspicious again. How could a man like him become an unknown son-in-law? Thinking of this, Fu Yangran suddenly thought of the Black Emperor. My mother asked me to serve the Black Emperor well, but she also asked me to get close to Chen Junlin. This is too abnormal. Could it be that? Fu Yangran suddenly remembered what Chen Junlin said after the banquet. No way. Is he really the Black Emperor? Here, after Chen Junlin finished massaging the old lady fell asleep comfortably. Chen Junlin was about to leave when Fu Yangran suddenly pulled him to the next ward. Her face was solemn as she asked, Chen Junlin, where did you learn medical skills? Chen Junlin knew that Fu Yangran was testing him. He smiled slightly and said, why? Do you want to try? Let's try it. Fu Yangran said, stretching her hand in front of Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin took Fu Yangran's pulse, then closed his eyes and pondered. What's wrong? Fu Yangran asked. Chen Junlin smiled slightly, Miss Fu, your illness can be serious or minor. What do you mean? Fu Yangran became a little nervous when she heard it. Chen Junlin laughed and said, Miss Fu, you have irregular menstruation. You? Fu Yangran's face turned red. Come. At this moment, Chen Junlin pulled Fu Yangran to another bed. He patted Fu Yangran on the back and knocked her down on the bed. What are you doing? Fu Yangran turned her head. The next moment, Chen Junlin had his hands on her waist. Ar. Fu Yangran groaned as if she was pricked by a needle. Don't move, just massage it. Chen Junlin said, and started massaging with both hands. I have to say, Fu Yangran has a really great figure. The proportions of each part are simply golden level. Even though Chen Junlin felt that he had strong willpower, he couldn't help but sniff his nose twice, for fear that he would accidentally bleed from his nose. As for Fu Yangran, after being pressed by Chen Junlin for a while, she felt a warm current flowing through her body, making her so comfortable that she couldn't help but moan. R. Just then, Qin Suan happened to arrive at the door of the ward. Hearing the moan, her heart trembled, and then she saw Fu Yangran lying on the bed, with Chen Junlin supporting her waist from behind. Qin Suan was shocked and angry when she heard the numbing moans. She yelled and angrily asked, Chen Junlin, what are you doing? Chapter 22 Hongyang Group is listed. Hearing Qin Suan's voice, Chen Junlin turned his head calmly, and Fu Yangran also sat up calmly. The two looked at each other, both of them looked calm. But in Qin Suan's eyes, their behavior was extremely ugly and disgusting. What do I have to do with you? Chen Junlin looked at Qin Suan and asked. What? I came here and disturbed your good time, right? Qin Suan was angry. Her face turned cold as she spoke. She gritted her teeth and said, Chen Junlin, you really disappoint me. I disappoint you. Chen Junlin said expressionlessly, Miss, what is our relationship now? We. Qin Suan was about to say, but she suddenly realized that she had divorced Chen Junlin. Now the two of them are just familiar strangers. At this time, Fu Yangran walked gracefully to Chen Junlin's side. She took Chen Junlin's arm and smiled slightly. Miss Qin, is there anything I can help you with? Fu Yangran asked calmly. As the eldest daughter of the Fu family, she was born with a noble and domineering temperament. Therefore, facing Qin Suan, she was like a proud white swan. Qin Suan was pressed so hard that she could hardly raise her head. At this moment, she wanted to turn around and leave. But if the Wang family's problem is not resolved, the Hongyang group will also suffer. Therefore, Qin Suan suppressed her frustration and said to Chen Junlin, Chen Junlin, can you let the Fu family continue to cooperate with the Wang family? No. Chen Junlin said coldly. Chen Junlin, I know Wang Qinqing has offended you. I apologize to you on his behalf. As she said that, Qin Suan bowed directly to Chen Junlin. Seeing this scene, Chen Junlin felt a slight pain in his heart. Once upon a time, Qin Suan was his wife, but now, she came to beg him for another man. He shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Wang Qinqing asked for this is their retribution. Qin Suan, I know that you want to take Hongyang Group public. In fact, there are many ways to go public. You don't have to torture yourself like this. Chen Junlin's original intention was to persuade Qin Suan. Unexpectedly, when Qin Suan heard these words, she felt deeply insulted. She gritted her teeth and said with tears in her eyes, Okay, Chen Junlin, you are so cruel. I, Qin Suan, am blind. I have been married to you for 3 years in vain. After saying that, she turned around and left in grief and anger. She's gone. Watching Qin Suan's back disappear, Fu Yangran looked at Chen Junlin and asked, Won't you regret treating her like this? Chen Junlin shook his head. Fu Yangran seemed to be thinking about something, she didn't know either. Chen Junlin shook his head, wondering whether he regretted it or not, or he just didn't know. After a while, at Jiangju Medical College, Meng Long had just walked out of the ward, and several people came up to him as soon as they saw him. Phone. Meng Long said with a straight face. I quickly handed over my phone. Taking the phone, Meng Long dialed a number without thinking. Brother, do you want to call Master Hong? Asked the younger brother beside him. Meng Long cursed angrily, Nonsense. This time I hurt several brothers and suffered such a big loss. If I don't get my face back, I don't have to hang around here anymore. Soon, the call was connected and a deep old man's voice came from the other end. Long, how's it going? Has Mr. Wang's problem been resolved? The fierce dragon gritted his teeth and his eyes became extremely vicious. Master Hong, I'm sorry, I messed up and hurt several brothers. They are in the hospital now. On the other end of the phone, Mr. Hong was surprised when he heard Meng Long's words. Oh? Even you can't be dealt with. Who is the other party? Meng Long gritted his teeth and said, I don't know, he's a young guy with great skills. None of my brothers can get close to him. By the way, Master Hong, this kid mentioned something that happened a year ago. What did you say? Mr. Hong screamed, and then he lowered his voice and asked, What did he say? Meng Long shook his head and said, He didn't say much, except that someone wiped out all the gangs a year ago, and he was wondering why there are still underground forces now. Hearing Meng Long say this, Mr. Hong breathed a sigh of relief, but even through the phone, he could hear his cautious tone. Aaron, find a way to keep an eye on that kid. Remember not to alert him. Find a chance to ask him what he knows and how much he knows. Seeing that Master Hong was so excited, Meng Long did not dare to neglect him and immediately responded, Yes. Before he finished speaking, he remembered something and said, Master Hong, that boy is not an ordinary person. He feels like a legendary warrior. Warrior. Master Hong groaned for a moment and said, In that case, don't follow him. Don't alert the enemy. Brother Menglong nodded and said, yes. After hanging up the phone, Hong Jingnan fell into deep thought. Memories of a year ago flooded into his mind, making him shiver all over. Just then, the phone rang and Hong Jingnan was startled. Who? Hong Jingnan asked coldly. Mr. Hong, how's the matter going? Has that little beast been dealt with? Wang Jinshan's voice sounded on the phone. Hong Jingnan was immediately furious. Solve it. Wang Jinshan, who did you offend? I have lost several of my brothers. I will slowly settle this account with you. After saying that, Hong Jingnan hung up the phone. Wang Jinshan was so confused by the scolding, and just at this moment, Wang Qinqing came back. As soon as he entered the door, he said to Wang Jinshan, Dad, who are you looking for? He is not reliable at all. You little bastard, how dare you come back? How are things with the Fu family going? Wang Jinshan asked. Wang Qinqing said, I asked Qin Suan to plead for mercy, but I don't know if it will work. You bastard! Do you know how big of a blow it is to us if we lose the cooperation of the Fu family? Wang Jinshan's anger level instantly reached the maximum, and he was about to go berserk. Dad, don't be angry, just listen to me first. Wang Qinqing walked up to his father and said, Dad, we can only do our best to deal with the Fu family's affairs and leave the rest to fate, but there is one thing we must hold on to, and we must hold on tightly. What's the matter? Wang Jinshan asked. Hongyang Group. Wang Qinqing's eyes flashed with greed, and he said excitedly, Dad, in my opinion, it is better to ask the Wang family in the provincial capital to help Qin Suan's Hongyang Group go public. Then I will marry Qin Suan, and by then, Hongyang Group will be ours. In this way, even if the Fu family really doesn't cooperate with us, we can still get a certain amount of compensation, which is not too bad. After hearing what his son said, Wang Jinshan frowned and pondered. Dad, don't hesitate, otherwise you will lose everything. Wang Qinqing urged. After a moment, Wang Jinshan raised his head and said, I can ask the Wang family in the provincial capital to help, but you must marry Qin Suan. I don't want to end up with nothing. Don't worry, Dad. Wang Qinqing said confidently. In the evening, Wang Qinqing asked Qin Suan out. As soon as the two met, Wang Qinqing immediately said, Su Wan, I have good news for you. My father asked the Wang family in the provincial capital to help Hongyang Group go public. This time, you will definitely be able to fulfill your wish. Real. Qin Suan was also very excited when she heard the news. Wang Qinqing changed the subject, his expression slightly gloomy, and then said, But there is a small condition, marry me. Qin Suan was slightly stunned. However, when she thought about how Chen Junlin treated her today, she took a deep breath and nodded, Okay, I promise you, when Hongyang goes on the market, we will get married. Really? That's great. Wang Qinqing excitedly held her hand. 3 days later, Hongyang Group was successfully listed. As soon as the news came out, the whole Jiangju was shocked. Have you heard? Hongyang Group is listed. Amazing. I heard that their previous listing application was rejected by the Fu family. I didn't expect that they can be successfully listed now. This is all thanks to Qin Suan and Wang Xiao. It is said that they are going to get married soon. They are truly a perfect match made in heaven. Qin Suan sat in the car, listening to the discussions and boasting of people outside, feeling mixed emotions. At this moment, for some reason, she thought of Chen Junlin in her mind. This man, with whom she had been married for 3 years, was now forced to part ways. Am I doing this right or wrong? Qin Suan felt a little guilty when she thought about divorcing Chen Junlin in order to get Hongyang Group listed. After thinking for a while, she picked up the phone and called her secretary. Hello, Mr. Qin, what's going on? Qin Suan said, Secretary Li, please help me with one thing. Please secretly investigate the authenticity of the paternity test that Wang Qinqing brought out. Okay, Boss Qin, I'll do it right away. Qin Suan listened to their voice on the phone and felt a little strange. Secretary Li, are you okay? I'm fine. Mr. Qin, I'll go right away. Yeah, go do it. Yeah. Qin Suan didn't think much and hung up the phone. At this time, lying on the big bed in the Wang family, Wang Qinqing put his hands behind his back and looked at the beautiful woman below with a look of enjoyment. He said with a lewd smile, if Chin Suan knew that you are in my bed now, what would you think? She even went to verify the paternity test privately. How much does this bitch not want to have anything to do with me? Under his crotch, a woman raised her head and licked the corner of her mouth gently. That person was Secretary Lee. Chapter 23. Yaya was kidnapped. The other side. After Chin Suan finished calling Secretary Lee, she prepared to drive home. Boom! The roar of the engine sounded. However, for a long time, the car did not move. Chin Suan looked at her cell phone and saw Chen Junlin's phone number, which she had just found on the screen. After thinking for a while, Chin Suan turned off the car and called Chen Junlin. Hello. The call was connected and Chen Junlin's voice came from the receiver. I'm getting married. Chin Suan tried to calm herself down and said to Chen Junlin. Well, congratulations. Chen Junlin's voice was unusually flat, without a trace of emotion in it. Chin Suan felt like he was talking to a stranger. Moment. An inexplicable anger and unwillingness surged into her heart. How could he do this? Even if we are divorced, how can he be so heartless? The more Chin Suan thought about it, the more unwilling she became. She angrily said to Chen Junlin, what do you mean? When you heard the news that I was getting married, didn't you feel anything at all? No. Chen Junlin's voice was still indifferent, and there was still no emotion in it. Apart from Yaya, there should be no connection between us anymore. What does Yaya have to do with you? Chin Suan screamed, she is my daughter. When I get married, she will be Wang Qinqing's daughter. Chen Junlin, no matter whether Yaya is related to you by blood or not, you are not worthy of being her father. Chin Suan roared heart-wrenchingly. Chen Junlin listened quietly to Chin Suan's roar without saying a word. By the end, Chin Suan had unknowingly burst into tears. Chen Junlin, I don't want to see you at my wedding. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Chen Junlin looked at his phone and sighed helplessly. He had heard that Hongyang Group was going public and Chin Suan was going to marry Wang Qinqing. From the moment he heard the news, Chen Junlin had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He just received a call from Chin Suan and tried hard to appear indifferent. After all, she was his wife of 3 years. Thinking of Yaya, Chen Junlin's face darkened. He would definitely get to the bottom of the matter and would never let Yaya call someone else dad. A week later, Chin Suan and Wang Qinqing's wedding was approaching. At this time, Chin Suan was putting on makeup backstage. The makeup artist standing by kept praising her, but she rarely smiled. Finally, we have come to this point. Chin Suan thought secretly in her heart. I should be happy. It is my dream to be listed on the Hongyang market. Now this is everything I wanted. Chin Suan kept giving herself hints in her heart and cheering herself up. However, no matter how hard she tried to convince herself, she still felt a little uneasy. At this time, Mother Zhao Yanfang came in from outside holding Yaya. Mother. When Yaya saw Chin Suan, she immediately broke free from Zhao Yanfang's arms and threw herself into Chin Suan's arms. Mom. Chin Suan shouted as she picked up Yaya. Come here, let me see. Zhao Yanfang took her daughter's hand and exclaimed, TSK, my daughter is so beautiful. Thank you, Mom. Chin Suan smiled slightly. At this time, Chin Suan's younger brother Chin Baichuan also walked in from outside. As soon as he entered the door, he excitedly said to Chin Suan, Sister, come and take a look. Chin Baichuan said this and handed the thing in his hand to Chin Suan. What? Chin Suan took it and took a look. It was the key to a Ferrari. How is it? Chin Baichuan raised his chin towards Chin Suan proudly, my brother-in-law gave it to me. A sports car worth 3 million. When Zhao Yanfang heard this, she immediately screamed in shock, as expected of my brother-in-law, he is so generous. That's right. My brother-in-law is now the young master of the Wang family. He is countless times better than the bastard who was just eating and waiting to die in our house. Chin Baichuan raised his face with pride. When Chen Junlin was mentioned, Zhao Yanfang's face immediately turned stern. Bar, on such a happy occasion, why are you bringing up that piece of trash? Mom. Chin Suan shook her head. Chen Junlin has been in our family for 3 years after all. Let it be. When Zhao Yanfang heard this, her eyes suddenly widened like bells. She raised her voice in a shrill voice, as if she was afraid that others couldn't hear her, and shouted, It's over. He wishes. If it weren't for that rubbish. Daughter, you might have found someone better than Master Wang. You were delayed by that idiot for 3 whole years. 3 years. I'm going to settle this account with that guy later. Mom, don't worry. When we get the chance, my brother-in-law and I will destroy him and make him a real waste, disappearing from Jiangju forever. Qin Baichuan vowed. At this time, Wang Qinqing, dressed in a suit and tie, came to the door of the room. At this moment, he was extremely excited. After tonight, Qin Suan will become his wife. Thinking of this, Wang Qinqing couldn't help but think of Qin Suan's graceful and soft body. Just as he was about to knock on the door, he heard the conversation between Zhao Yanfang and Qin Baichuan from inside. When Wang Qinqing heard them belittling Chen Junlin, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Humph! He stood at the door and muttered to himself, Qin Baichuan is right. Chen Junlin is a loser. Sooner or later, I will make him a real loser. By then, maybe even Fu Yangran will be in my arms. The more Wang Qinqing thought about it, the more beautiful it became, so he reached out and pushed the door. However, just as he pushed the door open a crack, another voice suddenly came from the crack. I won't let you say that about my dad. Wang Qinqing immediately felt a surge of anger in his heart. It's Chen Junlin's bastard. Then, Zhao Yanhong's voice came out and said, yeah, be good. From now on, your father is Wang Xiao. Chen Junlin, that loser, is not worthy of being your father. I don't want it. In the room, Yeye finished speaking, struggled hard to break free from Zhao Yanhong's hands, and ran out of the door. Bang! As soon as Yeye opened the door, she ran into Wang Qinqing's arms. Wang Qinqing forced a smile on his face, put his hands on Yeye's shoulders, and said with a smile, Yeye, why are you so angry? As soon as Yeye saw Wang Qinqing, she cursed, bad guy. Get out of here. As she said this, she bit Wang Qinqing's hand hard. Arr! Wang Qinqing felt pain and pushed Yeye away. Yeye fell to the ground, got up and ran outside. Yeye! Qin Suan chased out from inside. Seeing this, Wang Qinqing quickly stopped her and said, Suan, don't worry, I'll go chase Yeye back. After saying that, he chased out without looking back. When he got outside the door, Wang Qinqing watched Yeye running away along the road. He took a look at the teeth marks on his hand, and a hint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. Then, he slowly picked up the phone and dialed. Soon, the call was connected. Hey! Wang Qinqing said coldly, do something for me, and do it beautifully. Jiangju International Airport. Chen Junlin stood at the airport exit and waited quietly. Back then, he transformed himself into the Black Emperor and traveled across the west, establishing the Black Palace. Under his seat are the 6 most famous war gods in the Western world. This time, Chen Junlin summoned back the number 1 god of war, the Kunlun god of war. Just as Chen Junlin was waiting for the arrival of Kunlun god of war, his cell phone suddenly rang. Chen Junlin took a look and found that it was Yeye who called. Without thinking, he immediately answered the phone. A picture soon appeared on the phone. Yeye? Chen Junlin shouted happily. R. The next second, a scream was heard. Chen Junlin's expression suddenly changed. On the phone screen, he saw a man whipping Yeye with a whip. Dad! Dad! Yeye's screams of pain came from the phone. This voice was like a knife, stabbing into Chen Junlin's heart again and again. Who dares to hurt my daughter? Moment. Chen Junlin was furious. The aura around him expanded rapidly. Boom! Without any warning, all the glass in the airport terminal suddenly shattered. Next second, Chen Junlin's figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 24, Hack into Daxia Network to Save Daughter. On Jiangju Avenue, Chen Junlin was driving a black car at high speed. Yeye, don't be afraid, Dad will come to rescue you soon. As Chen Junlin spoke, he stepped hard on the accelerator. Boom! The car let out an angry roar, like a wild beast. Too slow. Too slow. Too slow. Chen Junlin roared angrily. He now wished he could step on the accelerator and put it into the fuel tank. At this time, in his phone, there was no sound from Yeye at all. Soon, the camera shook. A man's voice came from the phone. How about it? Another man said, looks like he passed out. That's great. Let's hurry up and find a place to bury her. This damn girl may be small, but she's quite strong. Look how she scratched me. This girl is like this, I have wanted to kill her for a long time. As the two were talking, the camera suddenly shook. Then Chen Junlin saw two masked men put Yeye into a sack. Asshole! Chen Junlin cursed angrily. The sound and picture just now were sent by the watch on Yeye's hand. That watch was a birthday gift from Chen Junlin to Yeye. At that time, he had not been married into the Qin family for too long. After having Yeye, I have been very worried. He was afraid that his enemies would come and use Yeye to threaten him. Therefore, Chen Junlin tailored this watch specifically for Yeye. This watch not only allows Chen Junlin to observe Yeye's physical condition every day. When Yeye encounters danger, she can send the information to Chen Junlin immediately. In addition, the watch's built-in video and audio recording functions can also transmit the images and sounds of the scene. The most important thing is, it can help Chen Junlin locate Yeye's position. Then, Chen Junlin turned on the location on his watch and called Qin Suan. Hello. Soon. Qin Suan's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Junlin didn't waste any words and asked directly, "Where is Yeye?" Hearing Chen Junlin's question, Qin Suan also became angry. She said directly and unceremoniously, "What does Yeye have to do with you? You silly woman." Chen Junlin hung up the phone. Qin Suan was confused and angry. Chen Junlin called her just to call her a stupid bitch. The other side. After Chen Junlin hung up the phone, he immediately rushed towards the location displayed on the phone. Just as Chen Junlin was rushing towards the target location, the originally clear sky in Jiangju suddenly became overcast. Call. Immediately afterwards, a strong wind blew and dust filled the air. Pedestrians on the road began to shout in panic. Boom! A sound of thunder. It's raining heavily. Qin Suan, wearing a wedding dress, stood at the window, looking at the strange sky outside, muttering to herself. It's strange. How come the sky, which was clear just now, suddenly became like this? At this time, Qin Suan suddenly thought that Yeye had been out for so long and had not come back yet. She quickly turned around and looked at her mother, Zhao Yanfang. Mom, has Yeye been found? Before Zhao Yanfang could speak, Wang Qinqing came over. He walked to Qin Suan, took her hand, and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll let Baichuan find it. Yeye just got angry, so let Baichuan take him out for some fun. Come back when you're no longer angry." After listening to Wang Qinqing's words, Qin Suan thought about it, then she picked up the phone on the table and dialed Qin Baichuan's number. Beep beep beep. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Qin Suan looked worried, why can't I get through on the phone? Wang Qinqing quickly said, maybe the weather is too bad now and the signal is not good. Don't worry, I'll send someone out to get them back. Qin Suan nodded. Wang Qinqing is right. Qin Baichuan's signal is indeed bad. Because he is now at an abandoned village with the double flower red stick raptor of the Tinglong society. The fierce dragon brought them to a half-collapsed cave in an abandoned village. This is it. Stopping, Menglong said to Qin Baichuan. There's not even a ghost here, let alone people. It's the best place to get things done. As he spoke, Menglong took out 2 shovels from his bag. He said to Qin Baichuan, put that damn girl aside and come over to dig a hole. Qin Baichuan put Yeye on the ground after hearing this. Yeye had already woken up at this time. Seeing brother Menglong and Qin Baichuan, she immediately screamed, "Let me go, you bad guys." Shut up. Qin Baichuan glared at his little niece fiercely and roared, "You little bastard, if it weren't for you, how could my sister marry that loser Chen Junlin?" "I'm not a little bastard." Yeye shouted, "My father is not a loser either." "Your father is not a waste, why are you here now?" Qin Baichuan sneered. "My father will never forgive you. Bad guy." Yeye shouted loudly. Qin Baichuan wanted to say something when Menglong came over. "Fuck. Why are you talking so much nonsense to this little girl? Come and dig a hole." As he said that, he threw the shovel into Qin Baichuan's arms. "Yes, yes, yes," Qin Baichuan said with a nod. He doesn't dare to provoke a ruthless guy like the raptors. However, just as Qin Baichuan turned around and prepared to dig a hole deep into the cave, the raptors suddenly called him, etc. Qin Baichuan turned around quickly. He asked cautiously, Brother Menglong, do you have any other instructions? Menglong looked at the tied Yeye, and a cruel smile suddenly appeared on his face. Brother, are you sure you don't want this niece? Qin Baichuan nodded woodenly, yes. Didn't my brother-in-law say so? This little bastard is affecting the relationship between him and my sister if he stays here. We might as well get rid of him. Har ha har har, brother-in-law. Menglong raised his head and laughed. You Qin family really are the mother of milk. Wang Qinqing has money, so you are willing to be his dog. He he. Qin Baichuan smiled awkwardly. Although he was angry in his heart, he did not dare to anger Menglong and could only let him ridicule him. Then Menglong walked to Yeye's side, squatted down, and reached out to gently scratch Yeye's soft face. TSK, such a beautiful girl, she will definitely be prettier than her mother when she grows up, it's a pity to bury her alive like this. As he said this, he turned his head suddenly, his eyes flashing with beast-like desire, and said to Qin Baichuan, Hey, have you tried a little girl? What? Qin Baichuan was startled. The next moment, he suddenly understood the meaning of Menglong's words. His eyes widened instantly in disbelief. What? You haven't tried it? This girl is going to be buried alive anyway, so I might as well have some fun first. Menglong laughed and reached out to pinch Yeye's face. Yeye turned her head suddenly and bit his finger. Arr! Little girl. Menglong felt pain and slapped her angrily. Bang! Yeye was hit hard. Then Brother Menglong stood up, grabbed Yeye's clothes and tore them off with force. Swish! The clothes were torn. Let me go. Yeye also felt terrified at this time. She struggled desperately and screamed miserably. Let me go. Let me go. Dad. Where are you? Dad, come and save me. From the phone came Yeye's miserable cry for help and Brother Menglong's perverted laughter. Chen Junlin became more and more anxious. He was very close to his destination. But at this moment, the mobile phone's positioning signal suddenly disappeared. Chen Junlin was stunned. He suddenly lost his daughter's position. The more time passes, the more danger my daughter will be in. Chen Junlin's eyes narrowed. He pulled out a satellite phone and made a call. Please give orders, Black Emperor. A cold voice like that of a robot came from the other end of the phone. This is Beater, the fifth god of war of the Black Palace and the world's #1 hacker. Chen Junlin said directly, I want you to hack into the Daxia network immediately and use their surveillance satellites to find my daughter's location. Quick. Yes. Beater War God immediately took action. The next moment, the entire satellite system of Daxia Kingdom suddenly lost control. What's going on? Upon receiving this news, the king of Daxia was shocked. Soon, the subordinate reported, Report to the king, our satellite monitoring system has been hacked. Chapter 25 The 10 Great War Gods of Daxia. Kneel down. What? Upon hearing this, the king of Daxia was shocked. Our great Xia, our satellite monitoring network was hacked. Investigate. Investigate immediately to find out who is so bold. At the same time, a passenger plane has flown into Daxia from abroad. Not long. The plane has already arrived above Jiangju Airport. Due to bad weather, the plane hovered 100 meters above the airport and was unable to land. What's going on? Why haven't you arrived yet? At this time, Kunlun God of War woke up from his seat, opened his eyes, turned his head and looked outside. At this time, the flight attendant came over and said softly, Sir, please don't worry, the plane is landing slowly due to weather conditions. The Kunlun God of War nodded and waved to the flight attendant to go down. And at this time, what the Kunlun God of War didn't know was, Jiangju Airport has now entered a state of full alert. Shortly after Chen Junlin left, Jiangju Airport was surrounded by Daxia official troops. The entire airport was cleared out in a very short time. In the airport control room, the 10 great war gods of Daxia Kingdom gathered together. They stood in a row, looking through the glass at the plane circling and landing in the wind and rain. If someone saw this scene, they would be stunned. Because these are the 10 war gods of Daxia. Each of them is a powerful man with great military achievements and strong strength. They are the 10 strongest people in Daxia. These 10 people Each of them is a king-level figure who guards a part of Darshir and expands its territory. On ordinary days, it would be impossible for people to see even one of the 10. However, today, in this small airport in Jiangsu, 10 war gods gathered together at once. If this gets out, I'm afraid no one will believe it. However, right now, if anyone saw the expressions on the faces of these 10 war gods, they would be even more surprised. Because there was no relaxation on their faces. Everyone's face had a serious, even worried, expression. It seemed as if something extraordinary was about to happen in front of them in the next moment. Just at this moment, the plane that had been circling and descending finally landed. The moment the landing gear is lowered and the wheels touch the ground, the eyes of Darshir's 10 war gods suddenly became stern. The next moment, an extremely powerful aura burst out from their bodies. Boom! Everyone retreated. Immediately following, suddenly, a serious order came from among the 10 war gods. All troops, listen up. Move out immediately and surround that plane. Moment. An alarm sounded at the airport. The great Shia warriors who had been prepared long ago surged out like a tide. Inside the plane. Hear this sharp and piercing alarm. The passengers quickly turned their heads and looked out the window. This seems okay. Everyone was instantly horrified and stunned. What the hell? What's going on? Who are these people? Are we being attacked by terrorists? That's a terrorist attack. Open your eyes and take a good look. These people are wearing the armor of our great Shia country. They are our people. They are all soldiers from our great Shia country, but why are there so many people surrounding our plane? Everyone had questions in their minds. At this time, a young man couldn't help but exclaimed, "No way, I bought a mobile phone in installments abroad, and they ran back before I paid it back. Oh, are they here to arrest me?" The passenger next to him immediately mocked him, "Come on. Sending the army to arrest you just because of your broken cell phone. What are you thinking?" The others also started laughing. That's right. In your situation, get off the plane, turn left and go to the airport security room to turn yourself in. Because of this little episode, everyone burst into laughter. The atmosphere in the cabin suddenly became a lot more relaxed. But soon someone said, "Stop laughing, no matter what it is, it must be something big. Of course it's not easy." Another person followed up and said, "However, this kind of scene usually has nothing to do with us. We just need to wait quietly. Once things are settled, we can leave naturally." Hearing this man's words, the people in the cabin nodded. Now, the cabin finally became quiet. And at this time, in the first-class cabin of the plane, the Kunlun god of war smiled. Snort. Darshir really gives me face. They actually sent all 10 of their war gods here. He glanced quickly at the packed Darshir army outside the window. As the Kunlun god of war of the Black Palace, he did not take these ordinary people seriously at all. "Okay, I'll play with you guys today, just consider it a greeting gift." Speaking of, the Kunlun god of war stretched lazily. Then he stood up. However, at this moment, his cell phone suddenly vibrated twice. The Kunlun god of war's eyes suddenly changed. He quickly pulled out a black cell phone from his pocket. From the surface, this phone looks like an extremely ordinary elderly phone. However, it was specially made for them by the Black Palace, so they can contact each other at any time and any place. Whenever this phone rings, it means something major has happened. "Hey! What's up?" The phone was connected, Kunlun god of war asked. Next second. Boom! The aura around him surged. Bang! The entire plane's glass shattered instantly. Everyone in the cabin screamed. "How dare you kidnap the master's daughter?" The Kunlun god of war was furious. He hung up the phone and jumped. It actually broke through the cabin and flew out. Outside, the Darshir soldiers saw a dark shadow flying out and immediately gave orders. Fire! Da. Countless guns spewed out flames. Bullets rained down like heavy rain. However, the Kunlun god of war flashed and arrived outside the encirclement. But as soon as he landed, 10 figures instantly appeared in front of him. These 10 people are exactly the 10 war gods of the Great Shia Kingdom. Black Palace Kunlun War God, I wonder why you came to my great Xia country. One of them looked at the Kunlun god of war and asked. Get lost. The Kunlun god of war was in a hurry and had no time for nonsense. Arrogant. The 10 war gods were instantly enraged and burst out with all their strength in an attempt to suppress the Kunlun god of war. However, the Kunlun god of war snorted disdainfully. Next second. Boom! The enormous pressure was like Mount Kunlun crashing down from above. The momentum of the 10 war gods was suppressed in an instant. And then, a scene that made everyone unbelievable appeared. The 10 great war gods. They all knelt down. I have something urgent to do now, don't force me to kill. Kunlun god of war said coldly. Kunlun god of war. Ling Qingfeng, the leader of the 10 war gods, said, as a member of the Black Palace, you must have a reason to rashly enter our great Xia. Snort. Kunlun war god snorted coldly and said, My lord, the Black Emperor's daughter, is kidnapped in your great Xia and is in imminent danger. Is this reason enough? What? Hearing this, Ling Qingfeng and several other war gods' expressions changed drastically in an instant. The daughter of the Black Emperor was kidnapped in Daxia. Are you kidding? Ling Qingfeng immediately said, Kunlun war god, if this is the case, our great Xia will definitely not sit idly by. That sounds like human language. After saying this, the Kunlun god of war withdrew his own pressure. The 10 war gods stood up. Then, Ling Qingfeng issued an order, immediately search the entire country for the daughter of the Black Emperor. If you find any suspicious person, kill them without mercy. Yes. The army received the order and carried it out immediately. At the same time, inside the hotel, Qin Suan and Wang Qinxing's wedding is about to take place. But now, Qin Suan, in her wedding dress, was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth non-stop. Where on earth did Ye go? Qin Suan said anxiously. She originally thought that Qin Baichuan took Ye out to relax and would be back soon. But now, the wedding is about to start, and Ye is still nowhere to be seen. Seeing her daughter so uneasy, Zhao Yanfang evaded the question by saying, Don't worry, daughter. Young Master Wang has already sent someone out. Ye is accompanied by Baichuan, so she will be fine. Although her mother said so, Qin Suan still couldn't let go. No. I have to go check it out. Qin Suan said this and walked straight towards the door regardless of her mother Zhao Yanfang's objection. As soon as she walked out of the elevator, the uneasy Qin Suan bumped into someone coming towards her. R. They both screamed at the same time. Then, Qin Suan saw the person in front of her clearly. It turned out to be Fu Yangran. Fu Yangran also recognized Qin Suan in her wedding dress. What are you doing here? Qin Suan's face turned gloomy when she thought of the look on Chen Junlin and Fu Yanran's face when she saw them in the hospital. I don't want to come. Fu Yangran said expressionlessly, however, since my aunt has re-facilitated cooperation with the Wang family, I must come over to congratulate her. Thank you, I don't need it. Qin Suan said. Fu Yangran chuckled, I didn't realize you were such a jealous person. Who is the jealous one? What does your relationship with Chen Junlin have to do with me? Qin Suan suddenly became anxious. Did I mention Chen Junlin? Fu Yangran asked with a smile. You? Qin Suan was stunned. Fu Yangran then said, actually, what Chen Junlin said is right. There are many ways for Hongyang Group to go public. There is no need for you to sell yourself out. Qin Suan sneered, so, you are here to laugh at me. I'm here to remind you. Fu Yangran said, Chen Junlin is an extraordinary doctor. I can be sure that he is definitely not the useless son-in-law you are talking about. And Wang Qinxing is nothing but a dandy boy with corrupt character and no knowledge. Qin Suan, if you miss Chen Junlin, I'm sure you will regret it. Their words haven't finished yet. Zhao Yanfang, who was chasing after him, suddenly rushed up. She didn't know Fu Yangran, so she started to curse, Where did you come from, you slutty bitch? How dare you interfere in our family affairs? That loser Chen Junlin is really lucky to have found such a beautiful woman. Could she be from a brothel? Hearing this, Fu Yanran's eyes suddenly turned cold. Bold. How dare you insult our young lady? Ling Long shouted loudly, rushed forward and slapped Zhao Yanfang. Bang! A crisp sound. Zhao Yanfang was stunned where she stood. Chapter 26. Tonight, the Wang family flows blood. Mom! An exclamation. Qin Suan hurried to Zhao Yanfang's side. Mom, how are you? She asked with concern. Zhao Yanfang was stunned by Linglong's slap and didn't react for a long time. Qin Suan suddenly raised her head and stared at Fu Yangran closely. You've gone too far. Why did you hit my mom? She questioned Fu Yangran. Fu Yangran smiled calmly. Why don't you say your mother is full of shit? A sentence. Qin Suan was instantly speechless. At this time, Zhao Yanfang, who had come to her senses, fully demonstrated the fierce side of a street shrew. She stretched out her hands and grabbed Fu Yanran's face with her claws. While grabbing, she cursed, "You stinky bitch, you dare to hit me, do you know who my son-in-law is? I will fight you." Seeing this, Qin Suan quickly stepped forward to stop Zhao Yanfang. She knew that in front of Fu Yangran, it was impossible for Zhao Yanfang to gain any advantage. Even if Zhao Yanfang really beat Fu Yangran, then with the strength of the Fu family, even if Fu Yangran was only slightly injured, it would be something that the Qin family could not withstand. Fu Yangran looked at Zhao Yanfang, who was stopped by Qin Suan but was still cursing and making aggressive moves. There was a flash of disgust in her eyes. Then, she glanced at Zhao Yanfang coldly. "Old woman, for Chen Junlin's sake, I won't bother with you today, don't be shameless." "Who are you calling shameless? You are the one." Zhao Yanfang was so angry that she started cursing without hesitation. However, when her eyes met Fu Yanran's eyes, she was stunned at once. Moment. Zhao Yanfang felt that the surroundings seemed to be becoming very dangerous. There is a strong murderous intent in the air. This is the inherent power of a superior that Fu Yangran possesses. Then, not long after, Zhao Yanfang became quiet. Fu Yangran didn't even look at Zhao Yanfang. She turned to look at Qin Suan and said with emotion, "To be honest, it's really hard for me to believe that your mother is like this. It's really not easy for you to achieve what you have today." Faced with Fu Yanran's praise, Qin Suan did not feel happy at all. Fu Yangran continued, "Ms. Qin, I have said everything I need to say. I hope you can understand that Chen Junlin is not the waste you think. At the very least, she is 100 times, 1,000 times better than the Wang Qinqing you are marrying now." After listening to Fu Yanran's words, Qin Suan raised the corner of her mouth slightly. She smiled gently, "Thank you, Miss Fu, for your concern. Although I, Qin Suan, don't have as much financial resources as the Fu family, I have never regretted the things I decided." Fu Yangran had already expected Qin Suan to say this. She shrugged slightly, "Good luck to you then." After saying, Fu Yangran turned around and walked out. "Miss, Qin Suan is so ungrateful. How can she not see that Wang Qinqing is a bastard?" Walking out of the door, Linglong asked puzzledly. Fu Yangran said calmly, "That's her business, it has nothing to do with us. By the way, where is Chen Junlin? Why is there no news about him? He seemed to be picking someone up at the airport, but he disappeared after receiving a phone call." Linglong replied. "Disappeared?" Fu Yangran frowned slightly. It seems that this Chen Junlin is really not simple. She hesitated for a moment, then ordered, "Find his whereabouts immediately." "Yes. I'll arrange it right away," Linglong said. "Right now." Chen Junlin has found the location with the help of the Daxia network monitoring satellite. However, when he ran into the cave, he was stunned. The cave is in a mess. There were all kinds of pieces of clothing on the ground, and a pool of blood nearby. Chen Junlin's heart skipped a beat. He walked forward cautiously, taking careful look at his surroundings with every step. Yeah, where are you? Daddy is here." Chen Junlin began to call out. However, it was very quiet in the cave, without any sound. But when Chen Junlin walked into the innermost part of the cave, he was stunned for a moment. In front of him, there was a pit filled with soil. Judging from the soil on top of this pit, it's all new soil. This means that the hole has just been filled. Moment. Chen Junlin felt dazed. Could it be that Yeye was buried alive? "Yeye, wait a minute, Dad will rescue you right away." As Chen Junlin spoke, he lay down on the edge of the pit and frantically dug the soil with his hands. The soil that had just been filled was compacted. When Chen Junlin dug with his bare hands, it felt like he was digging into a stone. But he simply couldn't care less about that now. He kept digging with his hands, and soon all the new soil was dug out. In front of him, there appeared a pit of moderate size. Yeah. Chen Junlin shouted subconsciously. However, the next second, he found that the pit was empty and there was nothing in it. Boom! Chen Junlin stood there in a daze, his mind was blank at this moment. Yeah is not here. Chen Junlin stared blankly at the pit in front of him. Suddenly, something reflected light and attracted Chen Junlin's attention. Chen Junlin took a closer look and recognized it at a glance. It was his daughter's watch. It's the one I gave to my daughter. Chen Junlin picked up the watch and tried to open it, but it was broken. Thump. A moment. The once powerful Black Emperor knelt in the pit. He grabbed Yaya's watch tightly and roared. Yeah. This almost desperate voice was heard and instantly soared into the sky. At the same time, inside the cave, a terrifying murderous aura rose into the sky along with the roar. Boom! A loud thunder exploded. Immediately following, the world, which had just calmed down with great difficulty, was once again hit by a violent storm. The world is changing suddenly. The surroundings suddenly became dark, like night. Bang! A bolt of lightning struck the area around the cave. Then, one after another, lightning fell from the sky as if it were free. All of them fell near the cave where Chen Junlin was. When Chen Junlin raised his head again, he was filled with murderous intent. A terrible breath tore through the surrounding air. The entire space seemed to be distorted. Outside the cave, the god of war Kunlun was now rushing over with the official personnel of Dashiar. When we were almost reaching the cave entrance, dozens of lightning bolts falling from the sky suddenly blocked their way. Something happened. Seeing this situation, Kunlun, god of war's face changed instantly. Without any hesitation, he rushed directly into the thunder and lightning. The Dashiar officials looked at me and I looked at you. Finally, under the leadership of the female warrior Su Yinshan, they also rushed in. Ona! Kunlun, god of war came to Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin did not respond. The Kunlun, god of war, saw the watch in Chen Junlin's hand at a glance. At this time, Su Yinshan also rushed over with officials from Dashiar. Seeing this scene, even a fool would know what was going on. The Kunlun, god of war, was immediately furious. Hateful. Who on earth did this? Su Yinshan felt the aura of death emanating from Chen Junlin. She quickly said, Lord Black Emperor, please let us handle this matter officially. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. Before that, please don't kill anyone. As soon as Su Yinshan finished speaking, Chen Junlin suddenly raised his head and looked at her. Boom! Moment. Su Yinshan felt as if she was caught by the devil. At this moment, let alone fighting back, he couldn't even breathe. Kunlun. Chen Junlin stood up. Ona. The Kunlun, god of war, knelt directly beside Chen Junlin. Chen Junlin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Yaya's sweet smiling face came to his mind. When he opened his eyes, he just said lightly, Tonight, I want the Jiangju Wang family to flow like a river of blood. Chapter 27, Go straight to the wedding. Black Emperor, no. Su Yinshan was horrified when she heard this. As the female war god of the Great Xia Kingdom, she had long heard of the Black Emperor's reputation. Not only that, she also knew that once the Black Emperor gave the order, the Kunlun, god of war, will surely go on a killing spree tonight. When the time comes, Dashiar will definitely make shocking news. This thing must never be allowed to happen. Chen Junlin turned his head slowly. He looked at Su Yinshan with a serious look. You want to stop me? Su Yinshan opened her mouth. She wanted to stop Chen Junlin. But in the end, no words were said. The Black Emperor's strength was as heavy as a mountain, even if he just glanced at her. A moment later, Su Yinshan's body finally couldn't withstand the powerful pressure from Chen Junlin. She plopped down on her knees. I dare not, Su Yinshan said weakly. See this scene. All the Dashiar officials who came with Su Yinshan widened their eyes, their pupils trembled. What is going on? The dignified female war god of my Great Xia country actually knelt down. However, no one dared to speak. After all, even the female war goddess Su Yinshan had no power to fight back, so it was just a matter of a raise of her hand for them. Chen Junlin looked at the great Xia female war god kneeling in front of him. He said calmly, "Don't worry, I just want the Wang family to pay for my daughter's life, I won't kill anyone." Hearing what Chen Junlin said, Su Yunshang actually felt a little secretly happy and relieved. If Chen Junlin really goes on a killing spree, can Daxia stop him? Maybe? Su Yunshang thought. But no one knows what price that will cost. Kunlun, let's go. After Chen Junlin finished speaking, he walked directly out of the cave. He wants to destroy the Wang family. Kill them all. Don't leave anyone behind. At this moment, Kunlun, god of war, suddenly shouted, "Master, wait a minute, the little master may not be dead yet." What? Whoosh. Moment. Chen Junlin reappeared beside the Kunlun, god of war. So fast. Su Yunshang sighed in her heart. She had no reaction at all to Chen Junlin's speed. At this time, Kunlun, god of war, continued, "Master, you forgot that the pure yarn life skill that I practiced has a special ability to perceive life. I can feel that there is someone still alive in this pit. It's a little girl. Quick!" When Chen Junlin heard this, he roared in anger. There is no doubt that the little girl must be Yaya. Yes. Kunlun, god of war, took the order. Then he concentrated all his strength into his palms, then pointed his palms downward and thrust them into the soil. Immediately following, the ground in the cave began to move. After a while, the soil in the pit became extremely loose. A little girl floated up from the soil. Yaya! An exclamation. Chen Junlin quickly picked Yaya up from the pit. He reached out and wiped off the dirt on Yaya's body. Then he put his hand in front of Yaya's nose. He's still breathing, but very faintly. Chen Junlin was extremely delighted. Seeing this, Su Yunshang hurriedly shouted to the Daxia official, "Quick! First aid!" When they came, they brought medical staff with them just in case. I didn't expect it would actually come in handy now. After the medical staff's rescue, Yaya was finally out of danger. Su Yunshang said to Chen Junlin, "Hey Di, your daughter should be fine. Apart from some obvious external injuries, no other scars have been found on her body. Never been violated. The rest." Chen Junlin picked up his daughter and said directly without waiting for Su Yunshang to speak, "I will take care of the rest myself. Kunlun, come back to the hotel with me." Kunlun, god of war, said, "Yes." Su Yunshang and a group of Daxia officials watched Chen Junlin and the other two leave. "War god Su, are we just going to let them go like this?" Su Yunshang gave a bitter smile. "What else do you think we should do? If this guy goes crazy, even the 10 great war gods of Daxia together cannot be his match." Hearing this, the Daxia officials took a deep breath. Su Yunshang calmed down her excitement. Then she turned around and gave instructions to the Daxia officials present. "I'll follow them over and take a look. You stay here and survey the scene. Notify everyone that the hotel that Black Emperor is going to is on high alert. Anyone who is related to the Black Emperor must be kept safe." The officials responded in unison. "That's right." Not long after walking out, Su Yunshang turned around and said, "Send the criminal investigation team here. I want to know who is so bold as to kidnap the Black Emperor's daughter." This way, Chen Junlin and Kunlun, god of war, took their daughter Yaya all their way to their hotel. There, in the hotel, Wang Qinxing and Qin Suan's banquet was in full swing. At this time, Wang Qinxing was taking Qin Suan to toast relatives and friends in the hotel. "Master Wang, you are so lucky. You can marry such a beautiful wife like Miss Qin. She is more than beautiful. Miss Qin is a strong woman in Jiangzhou's business community. She has an unrivaled business mind. Then young Master Wang and Miss Qin are truly a match made in heaven." The guests kept praising Qin Suan. Just at this moment, a hotel staff suddenly ran in from outside the door. The man came to Wang Qinxing and Qin Suan and shouted anxiously, "Mr. Wang, the second young master of the Wang family in the provincial capital is here to congratulate you." "What? The second young master of the Wang family in the provincial capital?" When Wang Qinxing heard this, he was immediately excited. Qin Suan on the side was equally excited. This time, the reason why Hongyang Group was able to successfully go public despite the Fu family's denial was that it mobilized the power of the Wang family in the provincial capital. Therefore, Wang Qinxing and Qin Suan immediately went to the door to greet them. As they arrived at the door of a black Rolls-Royce opened. Then, a young man got out of the car. After getting off the bus, the young man looked around with a defiant look on his face. It was as if everything around him was completely invisible to him. Wang Qinxing whispered to Qin Suan, "Suan, this is the second young master of our provincial capital Wang family, Wang Qianbao. In terms of seniority, he is younger than me, but in terms of status, I can't compare to him." Speaking of, Wang Qinxing had already brought Qin Suan forward to greet them. "Master Qianbao." Wang Qinxing said with a smile, "Master Qianbao is here, I am so honored today. Brother Qinxing is holding a wedding, so I naturally have to come here to congratulate him on behalf of the Wang family in the provincial capital," Wang Qianbao said with a smile. As he spoke, Wang Qianbao's gaze turned to Qin Suan. The moment he saw Qin Suan, Wang Qianbao's eyes widened. OMG! There are such beautiful women in this world. Wang Qianbao had seen countless women, but he was still attracted to Qin Suan at first sight. "This must be my sister-in-law." Wang Qianbao stretched out his hand with a smile. Qin Suan extended her hand politely. But when she shook hands with Wang Qianbao, she suddenly found that the other party was holding her hand tightly. Qin Suan was suddenly shocked. She looked at Wang Qianbao again, and the lustful look in the other's eyes was about to overflow. "Master Qianbao, please come in." Wang Qinxing saw that Qin Suan was about to get angry, so he quickly winked at Wang Qianbao. Qin Suan broke free, turned around and walked inside. Wang Qianbao looked at Qin Suan's graceful back and smiled slightly. "Brother Qinxing, my sister-in-law is pretty good." "What sister-in-law?" Wang Qinxing's expression changed. "She's just a plaything of mine. If you like, brother, can we have a good chat tonight?" Wang Qianbao immediately understood what Wang Qinxing meant. He smiled obscenely and said, "Har har har, brother Qinxing, I won't be polite to you, brother." The other side. Qin Suan returned to the locker room and saw her mother Zhao Yanfang. "Mom, where's Yeye? Hasn't she come back yet?" Qin Suan asked. Zhao Yanfang looked evasive, and she stammered, maybe Yeye was just playing around, and Baichuan was taking her out to play." "Wana, don't worry. The main thing now is to get the wedding done. After the wedding, let Baichuan bring Yeye back." Qin Suan frowned. The look Wang Qianbao gave her kept ringing in her mind. At this moment, she had only one thought, which was to run away with Yeye. However, just at this moment, there was a sudden loud noise outside. Qin Suan went out and saw that everyone was gathered towards the door. She thought it was Yeye who came back, so she hurried over. When they walked to the front, they saw Chen Junlin appear in front of everyone with the Kunlun god of war. Behind them, there was a smartly dressed woman. At this time, Wang Qinxing and Wang Qianbao also came out. As soon as they appeared, the butler immediately reported, "Master Wang, these people came to see you without an invitation and insisted on forcing their way in. We stopped them." As soon as Wang Qinxing saw Chen Junlin, he became furious. He sneered and said, "You good piece of trash, you actually delivered yourself to my door. Well, I will use your skull to hold wine today to celebrate my wedding." After saying that, he turned his head suddenly and said to the butler, "Come here, whoever can kill these for me will receive a reward of 10 million.